Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City Council's meeting
Buenos días
for
con
June
todos y
15th.
bienvenidos a
We're going to be shutting down our system really quickly and restarting it. If you don't mind relogging in once we've started back up.
pueden volver a
Thanks.
reloguearse. Bueno, en un momento vamos a apagar nuestro sistema y vamos a arreglar.
Want it now or okay? It's live, so you don't just turn it on.
Thank you.
Morning. As long as you don't start rapping like NWA or something, you should be fine. But I'll hold on to it. No worries. No worries. Okay. No worries. No, you're fine. Morning.
Frank. Nelson's laptop is down too.
Good, man. I wore my fax blue today. So this is planned. Just so you know, this is planned, so you guys know. Getting up. We always do that. I like that suit, man. How you guys all doing? Good. Motley Crue, man. Jeez. That's my dudes, man. So glad to see you guys. Man, they don't let me out this place. It's that stretch between when I go on my vacation, you know, right when the budget is about to be published. And I come back, that's it. So I leave for vacation when the budget is found.
We check out.
That's what I do too. Yeah, that's my ritual. I can't even cruise through the parking lot. I get all the way to the post office, but I can't even get to the parking lot.
Catch him at the post office.
Right, you catch me at the post office at the end of the day. It's good seeing you. And this dude right here.
Real Joe Vargas.
The real Joe Vargas.
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
All right, and Amelia, go ahead.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it. What we're going to do here is, I know we did not finish yesterday's agenda in terms of the Stadium and Convention Center. That's going to be floating for now. We're going to proceed with the order as you see on the agenda, starting with Department of Transportation and going all the way through General Services. If we have time towards the end of the day, and or tomorrow or Thursday, we'll fit in the Convention Center and Stadium presentation. But for now, again, we're going to proceed in the order that we see here on the agenda. As a reminder, the process or the order we'll go in is we'll hear from the director of the department, the budget presentation, then we'll hear public comments on that department, and then we'll come back up here to council for questions, comments, motions, etc. Director, you have the floor. Another what would I say?
Another first.
Yeah, another first.
As my
yeah.
kids like to call me.
Yeah, another baptism.
You're a noob, Dad. That's your first presentation. But yes, good morning, Council President, Council members. Joe Vargas, Director of Transportation, here to present our fiscal year 2023 operating and capital budget. First slide is our actual and estimated expenditures for FACTS, public safety, and municipal fleets for the years 2018 through 2022. In 2023, our fleet divisions are being reassigned to the General Services Department, and therefore, all expenditures in 2023 only reflect those of FACTS. And
Why
I
is
point.
that?
I'm sorry?
Why did you make that technical change?
Why did we make the reassignment? That will be presented at a later presentation. I think it's today. The General Services Department?
Yes, it'll be part of the General Services Department presentation. I'm sorry, I was talking with Councilmember Chavez. I didn't hear the
I'm
question.
just
I
simply
apologize.
asking, why was the budget switched to general services? Does he not know the rationale for switching it to?
Oh, well, I think he was just trying to defer to me.
I know.
Thank you. So many.
City manager, so like I said, we're going to hear the presentation. We'll answer those questions. They're forthcoming, as you noted.
Okay, I'll be
yeah.
prepared to answer, and I'll listen this time.
And I point that out because when you look at our 2022 estimate and compare it to 2023, in all expense categories, you'll see a decrease, which again is reflective of the movement or reassignment of our fleet divisions to the proposed reorganization and creation of the General Services Department. In total, we're planning to expend $111 million in 2023. Again, that's only FACTS, and that includes operating and capital. Actually, I missed one note on here. We also are proposing to add 24 new positions which are reflected in the personnel costs category, and I'll get more into that in a future slide. This next slide is representing that same $111 million in expenditures broken out by operating and capital. On the operating side, again, I'll note that the decreases from 2022 to 2023 are because of that shift of fleet divisions to the General Services Department. In total, FACTS expects to spend $73 million in 2023 for operating and $38 million in 2023 for its capital projects. The majority of that $38 million in capital, that is associated with projects that we're carrying over from 2022 into 2023. So that is not reflecting new projects. They're very specific to grants that we've applied for that we will continue to work on in 2023. This next slide is actual and estimated revenues. As an enterprise, we generate our own revenue and we do not receive any assistance from the general fund. Special revenue, the $30 million proposed in 2023, that's reflecting a carryover from 22 to 23 and also expected receipts for 2023. On the capital side, the $47.7 million, that consists of, again, the amount that we need to cover the costs of the capital projects that are budgeted in 2023, and also an amount that will be drawn down for prior year expenditures. As far as enterprise, the largest of our funding sources, $89 million is what we expect to receive. This consists of ongoing and one-time operating assistance. I will note that this is not cash on hand, the whole $89 million. A large percentage, or 50% of it, requires us to draw down on capital grants in order to get reimbursed. The one-time funding does consist of TDA, or state sales tax revenue, fare box revenue, and also federal 5307 formula funds. The one-time funding, and I know this has been a topic of conversation in the past, does consist of us drawing down on the second and third rounds of federal COVID stimulus funds. And also, there's a portion in there set aside to match future capital grants. And then internal service fund, everything from 2022 to back to 2018, again, that's associated with our municipal fleet division and the charges for upkeeping, maintaining and procuring vehicles for other city departments. In total, we're expecting total resources of $167 million in 2023. Moving on to our budget requests, we are asking for 22 new positions, or 24 new positions, 22 drivers and 2 supervisors. The drivers will help offset overtime for drivers and also support the expansion of service. That service consists of, we received one-time clean air grants to continue to improve the frequency on 3 of our routes. From 45 minutes to 30 minutes. That includes Route 3 on Herndon Avenue, Route 20 on McKinley, and also Route 45 on Ashland. We will also be extending Ashland out west to Justin Garza High School. The last part of the expansion includes a grant that we received for service in Southwest Fresno. I don't have any details related to that. We're still working on the outreach. We're going to be reaching out to a bunch of stakeholders to see how we can develop that corridor. But it also requires us to make a connection to the industrial park on North Avenue. That service, specifically Southwest, will be provided using 4 battery electric buses, so zero-emission buses. Again, very specific to that route. In addition, we're asking for $418,000 above our base budget of $1.2 million to support the payment of overtime to our operators. That includes scheduled overtime built into work assignments, some unscheduled overtime or coverage for unscheduled absences that we need to cover, and also we provide our drivers, we have to relieve them in order to provide them with training, do drug and alcohol testing, and they can also have time when they get into incidents or accidents where they have to write reports, and we pay overtime for that portion of their time. We're asking in 2023 to continue the use of contracted law enforcement. For the last couple of years, since our officers have been absorbed to assist with the staffing shortages of PD, we've been relying on contracted services. That has, up to this point, been a little unreliable due to the availability of officers and also the way that those contracts are prioritized. So we're looking to supplement that unit or those contracted officers with a dedicated unit of 5 officers and 1 sergeant. And really, it boils down to we're not seeing the type of responses to our calls for services, which is causing delays and also at times compromises the safety of our drivers, our passengers, and the supervisors that are required to get out to those calls. We're also asking for an increase to our paratransit contract in the amount of $500,000. Again, we have National Express Transit provides our handy ride service, and this is just the second year, to cover the second year of their contract. Fresno City College Measure C pass-through grant, $1.2 million pass-through to, again, City College for the Advanced Propulsion Systems training program that will be housed in the West Fresno satellite campus. And again, that's for training students on zero-emission, hybrid, and alternative fuel vehicles. DB coordinator, this is a position we share with Public Works in order to stay in compliance with federal DOT requirements. And then utility increases of $520,000. That's based on an analysis that was conducted and the cost of expected for PG&E in 2023. Oil and lubricants, this is just strictly based on inflationary increases that we're experiencing. For a total, this totals up to a $5.1 million expansion to our operating budget. There we go. I knew eventually it would work. Moving on to our priorities for 2023, we continue to support the mayor's One Fresno vision. We have a dedicated shelter crew, about 19 employees that are dedicated to maintaining all of our stops throughout the entire system. At times that is a challenge, but they do an amazing job of responding to Fresno app requests. They do a lot of, in addition to cleaning, they also install shelters, they replace damaged shelters and different amenities throughout the system. We're also growing our clean air fleet. I mentioned the 4 vehicles for Southwest Community Connector. In addition to those 4, we're bringing in another 3, so a total of 7 in 2023. Those should arrive in the next couple of months. That'll expand our battery electric buses to a total of 9. We actually have 2 running on Route 38 currently. We're also, our system connects our passengers to, healthcare, medical, shopping, extracurricular activities. And then we're going to participate in the One Fresno Youth Workforce Development Program. We're going to place 18 youths in various entry-level positions throughout our department. And then we continue to support downtown. A lot of our service comes into downtown and promotes the connection for residents to be able to enjoy the different amenities and activities that our downtown has to offer. In 2023, we're going to continue to re-engage with our fax ridership. Throughout the pandemic, throughout these last 2.5 years, we've experienced some pretty significant impacts to our service. We've seen up to this point a 35% decrease in ridership compared to pre-pandemic levels. That's a $3.5 million decrease in ridership, again, from pre-pandemic levels. So we need to continue to engage with our customers to try and identify, what else can we do in order to try and lure them back into the system. We're going to continue to be fiscally responsible and try to sustain as much of our existing service levels as possible. And then we're going to pursue funding for opportunities for some innovative system enhancements, like piloting Microtransit, which is an on-demand type service, looking at bringing in a true trip planning software to where our passengers can log in and really coordinate their trip. And then finally, we will be looking at moving or making available mobile fare ticketing for our passengers, again, giving them another option besides cash on our vehicles. And then third thing we're going to focus on is, again, aggressively pursuing funding for movement to zero emissions. By 2040, based on the CARB mandate, we have to be 100% zero emission. And most recently, we've applied, I think we've applied for $133 million worth of grants, portions of that going towards infrastructure and additional zero-emission vehicles. And then finally, we're going to make some improvements to our maintenance facilities in order to be able to maintain that new technology in a safe way. The last thing we got stalled for a little bit there during the pandemic on a lot of our capital projects, but I'm happy to report that we are moving forward in the next couple of weeks with the improvements to Shaw and Cedar bus stops that will make them ADA accessible and also, in most instances, provide some nicer amenities. In the next couple of months, we will be completing our battery electric bus infrastructure, which will give us the ability to charge up to 46 battery electric buses and 30 non-revenue vehicles or sedans. Relief vehicles is what we use for our drivers. And then we just started our upgrade to our computer-aided dispatch and automated vehicle locator system, again, which will give us an opportunity to really monitor our service, manage our service and at a higher level, and also provide us with the ability to do some more communication to our customers. And then finally, we're making improvements to our facilities. I don't know if any of you have been out to MSC, but based on my wallpaper, I think it's about 50 years old. So we're looking to make some improvements to our bus wash facility, our parking lot, and other areas. With that, Council President, concludes my presentation.
All right, thanks, Director. We're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back up here for the cross-examination. So if you are in the audience here in the chamber in person and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card. Bring it up to the clerk here. We'll make sure you have the opportunity to speak. If you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hands, and we will call on you. So we'll start with Zoom. The first on Zoom, we have Lisa Flores.
Well, good morning, everybody. You know, this is my favorite time of year because I get to see where all the money's at. And I love to comment of how you're spending taxpayers' dollars. Couple of questions. First off, is this the budget that has that trolley suggestion from the mayor? Because if it is, we really don't need a trolley. We just so don't need a trolley. You can rent the trolley. The businesses can rent the trolley. Just like the zoo does when they're at capacity and they need a trolley running around voting. Second, could the department head please speak to more in depth of the specialized transit service like a dial-a-ride? Because I just want to give you guys a quick little story, and I'm going to try to make it really quick. When my car was broken down and I didn't know what was wrong with it, I had to go to not only a cardiologist, but a vascular specialist in North Fresno, just north of Herndon. My cardiologist, my Uber ride for my cardiologist cost me $50. The estimated cost for an Uber ride for the vascular surgeon that I was referred to was $120. So with most of the high-end specialist doctors in town, you know, it's really hard to get to them for under, $50 to $120. And I live in the tower, so I don't even know how West Fresno is doing it. So it is vitally important that you look into mechanisms in which those with the greatest medical needs can get to the doctors into the health care that they desperately so need. That's all I want to remind you about. Thank you.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Brandy News Viegas.
Hi, thank you. I'm encouraged to see the funding towards more environmentally less impactful buses, and appreciate that, as well as the work to repair shelters. I want to uplift the what our multiple organizations have asked for regarding if that's wasn't on the plan. I tried to listen with the route higher bus frequency with Route 35 that goes to Adams and protected bike lanes. That go along Cambridge, starting from Blackstone to Clark in District 3. I also want to ask that. I mentioned the cooling and warming centers a lot, and the fact that hearing that the the community centers are open for people to access during the day. The two deterrents are one that the community centers do not have accommodations yet, and I hope that changes for pets at all times so that people can go whenever it's hot or they need to. But the other thing is that transportation is only available when it's over 105. So I wanted to ask that for the sake of the whole community, actually, to be able to better access our wonderful community centers, that there would be accommodations to make transportation if someone's going to a community center, going to or from at the bus stop at the community centers free, so that that does not become a deterrent for someone to access a community center for a cooling center. I am grateful that the and also for those who might just children or whatever that might want to access, and seniors that might want to access those. I am very grateful that for the motion that was made, or decision that was made months ago regarding access free bus fare for those who are on disability and on a Medi-Cal, and just want to ensure that if there's any increases that can be made for those who might be having those of our in our homeless community that might be not yet have the information for that could access those, that there would be more accommodations for those, such as potential free services to particular places like social services or a medical facility, as well as ensuring that we have the bus fare for our college students. And I want to ask that there would be possible later and earlier times for bus stops like 21 and other ones, and encourage and support any more frequent access for people regarding transportation. Thank you.
Okay, coming over to the chamber. Next speaker is Luis Montoya Alcazar.
Good morning, council members. My name is Luis Montoya Alcazar. I am the president and business agent for ATU 1027, and I am here today on behalf of the fax drivers. As you can see, the Transportation Department has submitted their budget proposal for the fiscal year 2023. In that proposal, the department is asking for $1 million for the PD, and we're here to support that. We feel that that it's very important if the drivers know that they have some type of backup in case there's an emergency or something. Because right now it's like we have no officers, so if there is a situation on the buses, we go through the steps, and sometimes PD they're out there doing other taking care of other issues, and then we're there 20-30 minutes, sometimes an hour before they even actually respond. So if you guys do grant this money to the fax department, if you guys can ensure that these officers stay at fax, where I understand that there'll be situations where they might be needed in an emergency situation. Yeah, that's fine if deviate from patrolling the buses, but once you're done patrolling or taking care of that situation, come back and take care of the drivers, because we have had drivers that have been assaulted several times. So if you guys can take this into consideration and please assign these officers to the fax department and not deviate them to be regular police officers, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more yellow cards here in the chamber and no one on Zoom, go ahead and close public comment for Department of Transportation. Come back up here to council. I've had a few folks punched up. First up is going to be Council Vice President Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Hey, good morning, Director Vargas.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Hey, congratulations on getting your first budget presentation out of the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Just wanted to, first of all, thank you, Director Vargas. You and I have worked on several projects in your short time as director, and you've been really effective in helping me implement what I feel was best for Central Fresno residents, and always very prompt and punctual in your conversations. So I really appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to start off with the line items and
Sure.
the line item binder. I had a couple questions there before I kind of move on to some more broad questions. A couple things I wanted to ask about, Director, on page 231 in the line item. I see both last year and proposed for this year. This year specifically, 1.2 million special projects. I imagine that's COVID related?
No, that
Is
is
that
related
ARPA?
to the Advanced Propulsion Systems Program for the West Fresno Satellite Campus for Fresno City College.
What were the monies used for last fiscal year then?
I believe it was for the city college.
Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, it's the same program?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you just
We're
give
just
me
rebudgeting it.
a couple sentences on what that is exactly? I'm not as familiar with.
So the Advanced Propulsion Program is a partnership with Proterra, a battery electric bus manufacturer, again, to provide an opportunity for students to learn how to maintain zero-emission buses, hybrid, alternative fuel vehicles.
Trying to build a pipeline from
Yeah.
college to city of Fresno?
Yeah, I think, I mean, from a regional perspective, I think we will have the opportunity to train a lot of folks in our region as the entire state moves to zero emission or alternative fuel.
Gotcha. And that's something you plan on doing every year?
Well, this is a one-time lump sum for that specific program. Obviously, if there's more funding available, we'd be happy to partner with City College or, again, another bus manufacturer to provide that, but.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay. There's a couple line items throughout. I'm just not really sure if you could explain to me. They're labeled as either variable or fixed reimbursement to general funds.
Is that
what are those
59101? Is that what?
There's, it's throughout the line item. I mean, I see it 59101, 59201.
So these are.
Several places throughout the line items. I'm just wondering.
Sure. So all 59,000, again, I've done budget for a long time, so forgive me. So 59101 or any variable, any line item in the 59 lines, those are all associated with services provided by other departments. 59101 is tied to the request for police officers, and that is, you'll find that in Measure C and in our discretionary enterprise funding.
So how does that work logistically with the finances, the movement of the money?
So it really is just us paying for services. So they charge us for different administrative work, personnel, finance,
So
other.
reimbursement, maybe not the most accurate description?
No,
there?
it's an expense for us. It's revenue for the departments that we're receiving services from.
Because interdepartmental transfer is one thing, a reimbursement is something completely different, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just wondering why it's labeled as reimbursement. It sounds like the general fund provided money to Fax and then Fax paid that money back, but you're saying that's
yeah, I'm
the
not
case.
sure on the labeling, but I can tell you that it's, again, we're paying PD for officers in that specific line item.
Okay.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Yes, sir.
Budget Manager, if I could just add maybe a little more information. So the way this, if you will, this payment takes place, so Fax would request PD services, and when that service is provided, then the cost of those officers, they're held in PD, but PD bills Fax, they bill them to that 5.9 account, and then they recover that, they being PD recovers that cost as a revenue entry to offset their cost.
Gotcha. And this is on a contract basis, correct, for these officers?
Currently, we are using contracted officers. We're also going to use a portion next year as well, but we're asking for a dedicated unit. So again, it'll still run through this 59101 for we're paying them for those.
So can you talk just a little bit more broadly about how you imagine the police being integrated into FACS this coming fiscal year? If council approves this budget?
Sure.
Thanks.
So typically, in the past, we had up to 18 officers, and then we scaled that down to 12, and then eventually PD absorbed the entire unit. But they're out there, they patrol bus stops, they patrol transfer centers, they're, removing folks that are loitering at our bus stops. They're responding to calls for service to our vehicles to support our supervisors who are also responding and maybe not equipped to handle certain situations. Again, I'd love to say that we are safe all the time. The truth is that there is situations that require PD to respond, and whether it's contracted, a dedicated unit, or we call 911.
So this 5-1 model of 5 police, 1 sergeant, that's a dedicated unit.
Correct. So they would, again, the benefit of that also is they get really familiar with our passengers, they get familiar with hotspots throughout the system. They, build relationships with our drivers, our supervisors, our, operations manager who, and dictate where they're patrolling.
So what would their schedule be like, these 5 officers?
5 officers. So currently we run a day shift, a mid, and then a swing shift.
Monday to Sunday, they'd cover it?
Yeah, we try to cover Monday through Sunday. Unfortunately, again, due to the availability of officers and the way that PD prioritizes their contracts, typically right now we're experiencing where we don't get any support. And again, we're having to go through and call 911 for emergency situations or in situations where we just need support.
What kind of assurances, administration, if council were to vote to approve this, would we have that those officers are not going to be called away for other calls that are non-related to FACS?
So I think it really is a staffing issue at the police department.
Because we still have a lot of vacancies, so that's my concern.
Well, we actually don't. I think we've heard multiple times from the chief that we're in the best position we've been in a very long time with the class that's getting ready to graduate. We're going to be just about there. So the goal was contract policing. As soon as the count was up, which we're just about there, then they would be dedicated officers. And the chief agrees it's good to have the consistency for the department instead of having a different contract officer, assigned to the function whenever they're available. But it was always just a matter of staffing and having to pull the bodies when we were short. But the chief and his team have been doing an amazing job on recruiting, and with the academy getting ready to graduate, and our attrition rate being as low as it is, we're going to get there a lot sooner than I think we envisioned.
But they don't have any legal protections. At any given time, Chief Balderrama could say, hey, I need those 2 guys due southwest.
I mean, we've never restricted our officers in the past from responding to calls within our service area. I mean, we have such heavy coverage throughout the entire system, so if there's a call where they need support and they're not responding to one of our calls, then we've allowed that flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like assurances because I've seen those special units. I mean, I've complained about this before, the bicycle units, which were supposed to be dedicated, and same happened to you guys. They got pulled and we never saw them again. And I know that happened in Councilmember Soria's district. You know, allegedly, we're going to get some sort of plan here that guarantees us bicycle units, but it's never guaranteed.
After we grant the budget.
Yeah, after the budget. That remains a concern of mine. This $500,000 that you have here.
You're just looking, it depends on, the roll-up is $1 million. It's
What's
$1
the
million
total?
request.
$1 million?
Correct, between contracted officers and bringing back the dedicated unit, 5 officers and 1 sergeant.
So for the dedicated unit, the money set aside for them, is that purely for personnel costs? Is this subsidizing vehicle, repair maintenance, fuel, uniform allowance?
No, we actually own our own PD vehicles, and we pay for the fuel, we pay for
What
the
about all the other
maintenance.
costs associated with being a police officer, like I talked about?
So the cost, the $1 million covers all salary and benefits, the full cost of those officers, including their equipment and whatever else.
Benefits,
Mhm.
everything.
Councilmember, the idea was contract officers for the first 9 months, and then April 1st was the dedicated team. And we have timed that with how the people are coming out of the academy. And I thought we got the memo out on the bike, so I'll go back and search my email and make sure it didn't get stuck with me if it didn't go out. So we'll make sure that we get that out.
Well, let me follow up on that then. According to you, contract police until April. So why $1 million if you're only planning on 30 months of dedicated unit?
But we're actually already spending $1 million for contracted officers. We have 5 officers that we request on a daily basis.
How many?
5 officers per day.
Are those granted typically?
No. It's very inconsistent. Again, it's based on the availability of officers that are willing to do that contracted service.
I'm just saying $1 million seems like a lot for 9 months of just contract work and only 3 months of a dedicated unit. I
Well,
thought this included 12 months of a dedicated unit.
No, again, we're already spending that amount now. So we're going to do a combination of contracted services and a dedicated unit.
So let's say we're here again a year from now, FY24 budget. We're shifting away from the contract policing towards a model that's more full-time dedicated officers. What's the budget ask going to be for that?
Well, from looking at...
Going to go up?
Yeah, it definitely will go up. I think the last time we had a full unit, 10 officers and 2 sergeants, we were over $2 million annually.
right.
Yeah. And again, that's before any labor increases, salary increase, and so forth.
Okay. Let me get back to the line item real quick,
Sure.
Director. I am looking at pages 247 and 248 of the line item. I see a couple things in here worded about the same professional services consulting. $445,000, $718,000, $287,500 for consulting services. Can you elaborate on what those?
So on
What those
page
expenses
247, that is a planning services. So again, studies that we will conduct.
This like the Kings Canyon kind of study that you guys are doing out there?
No,
Think of it like fair equity and
Yeah,
other
I
things that we've been
Title
doing
VI?
lately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
Title
were-
VI, yes.
yeah, we do different studies. I know we had come to council to reject all bids on a equity study, so we're
That's
going to
right.
be
A
looking
couple
at
months
something.
ago, yeah.
Correct. Again, it's associated with our planning element, and this is through our 5307 federal formula funds. These are all, anything
Because I
above,
see about $1.5 million total for that kind of service. I imagine that's more than just Title VI equity.
yeah, I mean, every year, again, every allocation we get annually from 5307 formula funds from the FTA requires an element of planning. So we set aside that amount annually.
And Councilmember, if you look,
Yes.
like halfway down on page 247,
Okay.
that's from 2020. That's 5307 from
Yeah.
2020. The one at the bottom is 5307 from 2021. So you'll continue to see these repeat, and if we don't spend all of that money in that particular year that's allocated to us, it rolls over, and we continue to spend. So like the customer survey, satisfaction survey, which is, we just completed.
Title VI,
Title VI.
updates, and so forth.
And sometimes you have to do more than one Title VI or equity survey, depending on your planning for that particular year.
Understood, City Manager. Thank you for the clarification. Last line item is on page 250. It says 58009, vehicle accident repair fleet. I've seen in the past we've dedicated $142,000, $135,000, $250,000, $0 in this year's proposed budget. What's the reason for
So
that?
again, that's associated with the movement of our fleet divisions to the General Services Department.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll see it.
It'll be under theirs.
Correct.
Their line item. Okay. That was it for the line items. Director, I want to move on to kind of some more broad questions.
Sure.
Assistant City Manager, you just touched on this. When will the new ridership survey results be available for review?
We're actually finalizing those, and we should have a trade memo out in the next probably few weeks.
Trade memo, but what about like the actual
Oh yeah, we'll send
pamphlet?
it on the ridership survey.
Yeah, because I know online you have like a full document.
Sure.
It's more than just the memo. When will that be available with all the results and data?
It's already on the website. Yeah, it's already on the website, but we can provide that
Oh,
to
I
the
wasn't
council.
aware of that.
Mhm.
And that was for the one that was conducted this year?
Correct.
Does it have the abbreviated version, or is it just the long form version? Is it both?
Yeah, the executive summary is part of that.
Awesome, thank you. Let's talk about piloting microtransit. I know this was a hot topic, I think, back in 2018, back when we had Director Barfield in that seat. It never came to fruition. I know there was a lot of technical issues with making that first last mile a reality. What makes you so confident that we're going to be able to actually pull it off this year?
Well, I think based on that first run at it, we figured out that we didn't take into account the labor costs associated with operating that. So I think we'll be a lot more detailed in the way that we cost out or do an estimate of the cost to operate that.
Be contracted out? Is that what you're thinking?
It could
Or
potentially be
in-house?
contracted out. It could be something we run in-house. But again, I think we have to shift to providing different modes as we try to regain some of our ridership and maybe try to make our system a lot more efficient and cost-effective. Again, the folks are looking to reduce the travel time. So this could be a way to do that for them.
What's the budget ask here for that pilot program?
We don't have a budget ask yet. We're currently working on the scope to then apply for some Measure C new tech money.
So we can expect to not see that in the coming fiscal year then?
No, you should see that. If we get awarded a grant, then you would.
You
Yes.
have some sort of documentation on what this plan would look like, so we have some idea of the implementation, what that would look like for folks?
Not yet. Again, we're still working through those details, but as soon as we have them, we would
Because I
definitely
assume
share
you'll
them.
bring a document forward to council for approval for the grant application, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to see or learn a little
Yeah,
bit
for
more
sure.
before I approve that.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to meet with the transit subcommittee and discuss it beforehand.
And I will say, Councilmember, we've become a little bit of experts during the COVID timeline with our partnership with FCTRA and Inspiration Transportation and EOC using some social services money. We are running a microtransit program right now, which has helped us also evaluate the labor cost. That model does not work, the one that we are currently using, but
What are you referring to, city manager?
So we have piloted with Inspiration Transportation and FCTRA some monies using social services funds that you just approved that contract last Thursday. And in that, there was electric vehicles that were provided to Inspiration Transportation in order to do door-to-door movement. But it's such a high cost of labor, it just didn't really pencil out for us. But that's also been a great learning for us as to how microtransit could operate and should operate.
Yeah, and that item is actually coming to council this Thursday.
Oh, this Thursday. Thursday just kind
I know,
of
that's
fall
all-
into my.
I don't remember
blended
approving that,
together.
yeah. Let's switch gears a little bit, Director. Let's talk about Wi-Fi on our city buses. Can you talk about how that's been going? Remind me what routes we currently have that on?
So currently it's on the BRT.
Just BRT?
Yeah, just BRT. What we've experienced every month, when it initially started, it was about 1,000 unique users. Now it's about 2,000, 2,100 unique users.
Gotcha.
So I would say it's
Because you rolled that out in, I want to say, late summer, fall of last year, correct?
October.
It was October, right?
Yeah.
So in about 8 months, kind of doubled the numbers from our initial.
Correct.
Do you plan on that increasing more of time, or do you think it's kind of
kinda
plateaued?
it's kind of plateaued right now, but we're still tracking it. I think there's a benefit.
Any plans on putting that on the 38, which goes to Fresno State, or the lines that go to Fresno City College?
I think we have an opportunity as part of our CAT AVL, our computer-aided dispatch and automated vehicle locator, The heaviest cost associated with putting Wi-Fi on the bus is the equipment or the hardware. And part of that project will install new modems that will then give us the ability to look at expanding Wi-Fi. And yeah, definitely looking
So
at.
outline next steps for me, if I want to see
So
it on
probably
38.
12 months to get that project completed, and then we can, again.
Why is it so long, Director, for that process?
That is one of the biggest upgrades that we've encountered as far as IT. It's equipment in our vehicles, and it's upgrading our entire system. So it's going to take, and we have 125 fixed route vehicles and about 50 handy ride vehicles that we have to get through.
Yeah, and that includes us really moving from the dial-up automation to more data, and it's a joint partnership with Isd. So yes, it will take a while to get all of those, all that equipment, but we think that with the CAT AVL that you've already, I know you've approved that one. It's a $4.2 million project. That technology is 30-something years old that is currently on our buses. It'll bring us up into a new decade, a new year. So,
is there a reason we didn't do a bulk purchase or a bulk implementation of this when we did the BRT with our other buses simultaneously?
no, it's really about the system. So the computer-aided dispatch and automatic vehicle locator system, is the backbone of it. We're upgrading that system in its entirety. So that will make us a little bit more mobile, as well as a little bit more in the technology phase. But one of the other projects that the department has just completed is the Wi-Fi upgrade in our yard. Because right now, in order for our buses for us to communicate a new message to the bus, like, Happy Pride Day or whatever the message is, we physically have to probe it by sticking a device into the fare box, downloading that message or extracting that message, and we have to do that one at a time. Now, the bus, when it rolls into the yard, because of some of the technology upgrades with the CAT AVL, as soon as it gets close to the yard, it'll start talking to whatever the modem or the system that we want, whether it's giving us data or whether we are downloading new data to it. And that's even true with our video system right now. We physically have to go in, pull out the video system, download the information, and then put it back in.
So are we going to be in a place this time next year where we could start implementing it on lines like the 38?
Absolutely, yes.
Zero fare. Last year, we extended that to veterans, active military personnel. And
we
I believe
increased the age
0 to
from
12.
6 to 12, yes.
Is that continued in this proposed budget?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, we think that, based on the demographics that we serve, I mean, it's important for us to keep these fares as low as possible and provide as much, free service to the folks that we're already providing.
Any updates with Fresno State, State Center, Fresno Unified? I know there were some logistical issues. It's been a year. Have we been able to work through those to allow them to, Fresno Unified and State Center in particular, to implement the same kind of model Fresno State is for their students, where essentially you show your ID card, you're a Fresno State student, you could ride anywhere in the city that you need to?
Yeah, Fresno Unified, we're still in discussions with them.
What's taking so long? If you could just be blunt, because this is a big priority for me.
I think it was the COVID impacts. A lot of their staff that was working on the project had to be pulled into different classrooms or support teachers in some way. They talked to us just.
But what's the hang up? Like, is it technical? Is it a financial?
No, I think it's just literally time spent to try and do a pilot. I think initially we were talking about 5 schools, and now I think we're talking about a couple of schools. The one thing that's in that's in the legislation right now, a bill that was introduced by, I think, Assemblyman Holden, is AB 1919, which would make youth 25 and younger free. And I think that, I bring that up because State Center Community College District, I spoke to them just a couple of weeks ago, and they're waiting on that bill to see if it passes in order to, again, provide free service. And we will definitely, although it's
Can you repeat that piece of legislation?
AB 1919, yeah, I think it's made its way through the Assembly.
Yeah, so it's on the Senate side now.
yeah.
It made it out of its House of Origin the other week.
And that calls for what?
I'm sorry?
That legislation calls for what?
25 and younger, ride free for public transit for 5 years.
And the state would backfill is one of the
Yeah.
discussions that.
They would reimburse us based on 2018 or 2019 revenue.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so.
Our governor talked about some zero fare money a few months back. Have we ever heard anything from him since, or?
No,
Did it
I
get
mean,
quiet after the election?
You know, I sit in these California Transit Association legislation meetings, and I think I think he's getting some resistance on putting out that 3 months worth of free fares. I think they want something more substantial, something that'll last longer, like infrastructure. So I'm not sure where that's headed, but again, we've been monitoring AB 1919 and also the governor's proposed budget pretty closely. Yeah.
I have one motion to make, but let me see if I have any questions before then. You provided a memo to me yesterday, Director, about sheltered versus unsheltered bus stops in my district. Basically, shelters that are protected from the elements, whether that's the cold temperature or the extreme heats during the summer. You gave me a list of how many were unprotected. I know there is some plans in the works to provide more shelter. We're talking about Cedar and Shaw, right? That's part of the ADA contract that we approved a few months back. But specifically what I'd like to make my motion is a motion to build protected shelters for the 10 most in need and eligible bus stops in my district that are not currently sheltered and don't have any immediately plans to become sheltered.
Yeah, I think one of the constraints that we have typically throughout the city.
Second the motion, clerk.
Typically in older neighborhoods, again, we ran into this even with the Shaw Cedar is real estate. You know, how much space we have in the right of way, and then if we don't have enough to provide a footprint to support, you know, full-blown amenities, shelter, bench, trash
I know in the
receptacle.
public works budget coming up, I'm approving quite a few right-of-way acquisitions. I'm
Yeah.
prepared to spend however much it takes to get those right-of-ways to provide that shelter space. I know there's a lot of logistics involved, but that
Correct.
is something I'd like to make a priority.
Councilmember, would you be amenable to the department looking at the top 10 that have the available real estate?
I'm open to that. I'm not sure those are the most in need. I'd be happy to sit down with the administration and figure out which ones we could realistically implement those on in the next fiscal year. I understand they might not be all the most in need. They might not all be the most eligible based off of available land use. But the motion still stands for 10 bus stops
I will
that
also,
are not sheltered.
I will also mention that council approved an ADA transition plan, which identified 1,500 stops and all the improvements that needed to happen in order to get them to be accessible. That's kind of the priority list that we've been following, and that's based on ridership. I mentioned earlier we just applied for $133 million worth of funding. Part of that includes improvements to stops on the rest of Route 38 into Southwest, and also Route 28 coming out of Southwest and venturing north. But that's kind of, you know, there's a high level of infrastructure money available these days, and we're going after every piece of that, including to support not only the ADA transition plan, but zero emission and our facility improvements to get them to a state of good repair. So again, I think there's going to be opportunities for us to really, you know, I'd love to sit down and just talk through, you know, priorities not only with you, but I know Council Member Arias has some.
Well, you have my commitment over the next 2.5 weeks to make myself available to sit down and identify some of these bus stops. Again, I don't want to include ones that already have immediate plans to become structured, whether that's under the ADA grant that we got or what have you, but 10 in addition to what's already in the works, and I'll make myself available. That way we could get a dollar amount, Director.
Great.
And that will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. Director, I'm going to be a little more direct when it comes to Wi-Fi. I'm not buying it that, it's a infrastructure problem. Your budget shows that FACTS received $28 million, $29 million from ARPA.
Sure.
Another $5 million, $7 million from CARES Act. I know the IT folks are on the back, and you give IT people money, and they make it happen. So I don't see money being allocated in your budget from the millions of dollars from ARPA funds or Measure C being dedicated to building the IT infrastructure. So I suspect that a year from now, we'll be having another conversation about you need another year to 2 years before you can do Wi-Fi on buses. So why doesn't your budget include
So
money for
again,
that?
as part of that CAT AVL upgrade, we are installing new modems. And, it'd be premature for us to go ahead and spend all this money on putting in modems that we eventually will replace with this new upgrade. So we'd be spending money that's already allocated specifically through these
If you're planning
grants.
to buy modems, why can't you propose in your budget to also then, turn on the Wi-Fi when those modems are installed?
Well, again, those won't be available that project won't be completed until 12 months from now. So as soon as that happens, we will be available to expand.
So in
Wi-Fi.
12 months, you would have Wi-Fi in every bus?
Well, we can talk about expansion. I think it would cost us at that point about $1,400 a bus.
Yeah, I understand that, but you received $29 million from ARPA alone, so you have resources. You receive Measure C money. It's $1,400 a bus. You're
Sure.
upgrading the modems. Why do we have to have this continued conversation? Why not just put it into your budget and activate them?
Well, I think we can definitely look at putting it into our budget next fiscal year, 12 months from now. I'll be coming back and talking about how we can expand it, or we will be expanding it. But again, that project is going to take us 12 months to complete. It's 125 buses on the fixed route and 150 buses on Handy Ride. And to discuss the ARPA and CRISA dollars, again, throughout the pandemic, we have supported increased frequencies or elevated service levels. We've absorbed one-time funding that's expired. We've supported zero fares, reduced fares. So a lot of that money is, when we talk about sustainability, will need to be used in the next 3 years to ensure that I don't have to come back before this council and give you a menu of service levels that we have to reduce. Again, our revenues are outpacing our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. So
But Director, at the same time, you're proposing to expand the route to Amazon without Amazon paying one dime of that cost. So you're adding more routes and undermining your argument that.
Well, again, those are with one-time funding that'll pay for 3 years of operating. Again, if we're going to
Which
truly
will run out at some point, and the city would have to absorb, right?
will run out in 3 years, correct, from now.
So, and that's never been a priority for this body. I mean, I surely don't recall this body authorizing us to submit a grant for an Amazon route. I don't know when that became,
Well,
let me go
that grant
deeper.
was from 2020, so in order for us to apply, I believe it had to come to
It had to come to
council.
this body. It did.
Yeah.
No, we discussed it and we removed that route from the proposal specifically. Here's why I have concern with it.
Sure.
Have you been to the Amazon area lately?
I have.
Have you seen that there's only one side of the road that's built out, the other side is a rural road?
Correct, but
And let me just pause there.
sure.
When we attempted to expand services to a veteran's home, we were told that's a rural road. We can't put a bus there. The infrastructure does not exist. We need city street infrastructure to be able to put a route. So we went with the smaller version, partnership with the OC. Three Palms Mobile Home Park on McKinley and Golden State, we're told multiple years now, we won't put a city bus there because the city infrastructure streets is unsafe. The road conditions are not appropriate to put our city buses. Somehow, though, you're going into a new route with a half-built road, and you have no hesitation when the city infrastructure street is not built out. So walk me through how Amazon's become a priority, but Three Palms Mobile, Veterans Homes, all those have been obstacles because of the road conditions.
Well, I wouldn't say that Amazon has become a priority. I would say that we have funding available to improve service in Southwest, which includes an element to get out to the industrial park, which has, I think Amazon has 7,000 jobs, and I don't know the statistics on Ulta and others out there. But yes, I understand what you're saying about the infrastructure. Now, my team has gone out there, and we believe that we can get a turnaround.
But the issue has not been a turnaround. The issue is the road condition. Are you just going to drive the bus on one side of the road?
Well, again, we haven't finalized how we're gonna service that area. It may be that we don't go all the way, we don't make that right turn onto Orange Avenue. It could be that we do a different turn.
So you're going to we already have a problem with diesel trucks going in front of Orange Elementary School. We have the parents and the residents clearly ticked off because there isn't a crosswalk. Sure. Now we're going to add city buses to go on the same rounds as, diesel truck traffic. I'm struggling with our priorities on facts at this point. I know people use Southwest as an excuse to really make an investment in the industrial triangle. I don't know too many Southwest residents working in Amazon distribution. Most of those folks are coming from Parlier, Wheatley, the 99 corridors of rural communities. Every time I've asked for zip codes of Amazon workers, somehow we can't get the data. So I don't know what information you guys are using.
Well, the last time
to justify that.
The last time we spoke to Amazon, and it's been a couple of weeks now, I think they had done a preliminary survey where I think it was they did see some interest, like 500 employees. But again, like you said, and what we discussed with them is they're coming from all over the place. Really the only way for us to connect them based on their shifts is through Courthouse Park. But again, that is
I get the notion that people making minimum wage jobs with the record gas prices are going to be interested in public transit. But the nexus I'm trying to identify is show me the data that supports a bus route going from City College in West Fresno that's yet to be completed into the industrial triangle in a road that's yet to be completed.
So, Councilmember, that's exactly what Director Vargas just pointed out to you, that his team is studying just that information. And they are trying to get data to see, does this make sense? If it doesn't make sense, they're not going.
But we applied for the grant, and I'm assuming we received the grant, and you're saying that you're going to start to execute the grant.
Well,
You're no longer in the analysis phase.
If we don't apply the grant, and again, we're currently studying it. We're going to be going through some public outreach. But again, if it's not feasible, and we again, it's 2020. It's going to be hard to amend that grant if we wanted to eliminate that connection to the industrial park, and we'd be in a position to either execute or give the money back, and then we'd be stuck with 4 battery electric buses that were tied to that service.
Can we use CMAQ funding for bus Wi-Fi?
No, the CMAQ grants are very specific in the scope.
Air quality congestion mitigation.
Yeah.
Couldn't you use those electric buses for the existing routes in West Fresno?
They were leveraged. The projects were leveraged. It's pretty common to leverage projects from different funding sources against each other. So this is a case where that was done. The funding for the electric buses was granted to us provided we were going to be expanding service in this way. The opposite is also true in the service expansion funding. It was granted to us provided we would be using the clean air buses.
So in order for us to get electric buses in Southwest Fresno, we have to expand services to the industrial triangle.
Under the current situation, yes.
Okay,
but it's not saying that we're not.
It's all news to me, which that was never disclosed. That was a condition of us getting cleaner burning buses in the dirtiest air basin in the country.
Well, 4 of those buses are actually from TCC, correct? Or 2? 4 or 2 are TCC related. 2 are TCC related. It was always the intention to take Route 38 just because of the Cal Enviro screen issues and put as much alternate fuel or zero emission buses on that route as humanly possible.
Yeah. Assistant City Manager, do we know from our Public Works Director when that road's going to be completely built out?
Well, you actually have 3 roads you're worried about. So in 3 Palms, you're worried about the work that high-speed rail has to do. And
I'm just talking about the Industrial Triangle Southwest portion right now.
So this council rejected one of those options to widen that particular street. And so that's why Director Vargas is saying, we won't make a right turn to come back down, whatever that Central, Orange, whatever that street is, and we may just use the circular space already built into
And I just want to
Amazon.
clarify that council rejected that because the staff was recommending putting bike lanes in the primary, diesel truck route in the Industrial Triangle, which if you ride a bike, you get sucked in by the diesels and you don't end up walking the next day. So the community had asked for, don't put us in the same lane with diesel trucks, put us on a trail beyond the sidewalk. Staff did not hear that recommendation, so they went with bike lanes right next to diesel trucks. The other street alongside the canal, when's that going to be built out?
That was the street that, when you took that action, that was the street that you also rejected. So versus just taking out the bike lanes, you also rejected the width of that street being fixed. So now the right turn is off for facts in this dialogue, which then also means that we can't service Daleville.
So what's the expectation from Public Works to come back with the proposal?
They'll be here shortly, so we can ask them.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked Scott to come in so he can answer that question, but I think
Okay.
Greg covered.
Thank you. I do have a question for legal counsel. If you can just give us a legal opinion on this matter. When it comes to policing, if the enterprise budget of facts funds, you're proposing 5 positions with the sergeant, so 6?
5 officers, 1 sergeant.
Correct, so 6 positions. If facts pays out of their enterprise budget for 6 full-time positions, and for whatever reason, the police chief does not give them the assigned positions for, whether it's monthly, weekly, daily, does the general fund owe the enterprise money back if they're being charged for that time of officers?
We can look into that and get you an opinion on that.
Perfect, thank you. I want to be very thoughtful of not getting in trouble with enterprise funds that are subsidizing the general fund without receiving the actual service.
Sure. Typically, if we don't receive the officer, then they don't bill us for it. I mean, I know they're going to look into it. But
Perfect. Just
That's
wanna make sure
typically
that
what
happens.
Yeah. And back to your question about Wi-Fi, Councilmember Arias, my assistant director, Brian Barr, just let me know that the modems that we're looking to install have an 8-month lead time, and then will take us about 5 months to install. So again, we're looking at about, next fiscal year.
What my question is, Director, is I don't want to have a conversation again a year from now on Wi-Fi on buses. If you're buying the equipment, if you're installing the equipment, if you're touching those buses physically with the IT folks, why not at the same time install and activate the Wi-Fi? Why wait a second round
I understand.
of having to touch 100+ buses?
I hear you.
If it's a matter of resources, you have plenty of resources.
Sure.
My second question is, I'm not convinced on the police on facts yet. I like to see the evidence. In 2018, as you noted, we had 18 police officers assigned to facts.
Correct.
And then the pandemic hit, and we had 0 police officers assigned to facts. So facts was in the same position as I am today. If something happens, I call 911.
Correct.
Right? And we all know about the lack of response time from 911 at this point. Now you're suggesting to go back to 5 officers. Back in 2018, we had our illustrious police chief Dyer, where he would just, give us a little look in the eye, and we said yes to everything, or the previous council did. So I'd like to see the calls for service from 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22, the number of incidents in the fax system, and the amount of officers assigned each year. I'm trying to delineate the difference between the perception of safety, because there's an officer assigned to you that could be reassigned for another call. The perception of safety, because there's an officer that's dedicated to your, department. But $1 million a year is quite a bit. And I don't recall any major safety incidents during the pandemic where we actually had an increase in ridership, and we didn't stop service. So I like to see the police department is very good about keeping data, and I want to see the data since 2018 to now to be able to support that officers, equate to more safety, or that the incidents in 2022 justify officers that were not needed in 2020 or 21.
So we'll work with the department to get the data, but I will say that pandemic or not, we had drivers assaulted during the pandemic. That's unacceptable. We've had drivers assaulted this year. That's unacceptable. And so,
City Manager, I don't want to get into that argument because we have kids assaulted at parks every day, and there is a dedicated police. We have kids assaulted at community
we
centers.
put together a program
And
for
we don't
that.
have dedicated police there. So I just want to simply look at the evidence without any of the rhetoric. I just want to see the rhetoric on incidents, the data on incidents, on calls for service, on 911, because if there's an incident in a bus and you're waiting 30 or an hour for police to respond, we have a problem with the police department. And so I want to get to the root cause of it. I recognize there's incidents all the time, but there's incidents in every single public space that we're in, and we don't respond with dedicated full-time police that pay for it. In my view, historically, facts and a lot of enterprise budgets were utilized to subsidize the police budget without a guarantee of service and response time. I don't want to go back to 2018 where we have 18 officers, but you might get a guarantee of 4 or 5 on a given day. It's not appropriate use of enterprise funds that could go towards, reducing fares for riders who, are struggling to get by. So those are all my questions.
Councilmember, respectfully, while I agree on, having dedicated police forces, these are our employees that we're talking about. So we do, whether that number's 18 or something less, we do have a responsibility to have safety for all of our employees, whether that's facts, whether it's us in this building with security down, metal detectors down, downstairs. So I just wanted to show you that difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we're at it, City Manager, if you could provide me the following: a list of every department that has dedicated police officers assigned to them, irrespective of their job location, and also a copy of the safety plan that we were promised by the police chief that outlines exactly how these dedicated units are going to be executed. I've been in a position where I was promised a unit in downtown, it was pulled. And we all said, hey, there's limited staffing, go deal with violent crime. Your folks are pulled, Tower folks are pulled, bike folks are pulled. You know who wasn't pulled? Walmart police, Apple police. So yes, we have a responsibility to our employees, but even the police officers in this building got pulled for a while. So I recognize the need to do that, to prioritize response to violent crime. I don't approve of being promised a dedicated policing unit only to have it pulled and reallocated to, the private sector.
Are you talking about contract policing?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I have you, last question, Director.
Sure.
Your self-insurance liability increased by $1 million since 2020. I'm assuming that's to settlements related to accidents?
I believe that could be caused by that. I think it's either a 3 or 5 year rolling average that they use to charge us to apply that charge.
And City Manager, is that or Budget Manager, is that the line item for settlement cases? Liability, self-insurance charges?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then your workman's comp charges doubled from the amended budget in May of this year to the proposed budget, has your workman comp claims doubled?
Well, I got to say that our operations manager, Crystal Stidham, they do an amazing job of monitoring and managing all our workers' comp claims. But yes, I mean, it's cyclical, right? I mean, we go from 7 to 17. Right now, we're on an upswing of workers' comp, but it's always an issue. It's always something that we deal with because of the sedentary nature of the position.
And you remind me, when you have folks out on workman's comp, you're paying for replacements through overtime?
Correct. We have to cover them with, well, I mean, it depends. I mean, if we have the available resources, the extra board that I've explained, basically a pool of drivers that are on straight time that can cover those type of absences. If those are all being absorbed by other absences, then yes, we cover it with either volunteers or forcing drivers to work.
And how's your overtime going? Are you seeing a significant increase in this proposed budget?
Yeah, I mean, definitely throughout the pandemic, it's a way for us, due to the absences associated with COVID and just the increase of absenteeism, we definitely have seen an increase to overtime. This fiscal year, we are projecting a little over $4 million, but we're looking to offset that again. If we can hire those 22 drivers early, and we're looking to dip into those positions by November, then we should be able to bring that number down.
Can I get a memo on how much of your overtime, you can just do last year, is associated to bus driver absence?
Sure.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Those are all my questions.
Councilmember, workers' comp, so you know it's a 5-year average. That's how they're billed. They take the claims over a period of time for 5 years, and that's how they determine the line item.
Okay, all right. So next was Councilmember Soria, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Great, thank you, Council President. I just have a couple questions. Some of the questions that I had have already been asked, but I know that there's been comments about rides to cooling centers and heating centers in the winter. Do we have a plan? Are we providing free rides to the cooling centers? What's the strategy and plan for that? You know,
Yeah, definitely. Anytime it hits, it's forecasted to be 105, we provide free service to anybody wanting to get to a cooling center.
Why have we picked 105 versus 100?
You know, honestly,
That's not a decision of the Transportation Department. That was a decision that, as we discussed yesterday, of how Parks operates.
How long has that been the case? Just because I feel like we have more 100-degree temperature days
that goes back
every year.
The Schwarzenegger administration, the year that we had, I was on council at that time, the year that we had the really bad heat wave.
The rolling blackouts?
Yeah, and the rolling blackouts, and we lost several people in the valley, including a woman in West Fresno. After that, one of the after-action items that was taken up was for the cities throughout the valley all got together with the Office of Emergency Services, and we came up with a preparedness plan for the following year. And that is how we've operated since then, and that's got to be, I've been here this is my 16 and a half years, so that's got to be probably my third or fourth year here that we had that terrible summer.
So anticipating that, you know, the summers are only going to get worse as we're experiencing severe climate change, I think, in my opinion, and the fact that obviously energy costs here in the valley are extremely, or here in Fresno are extremely high, I think we should be considering lower that temperature threshold. And the fact that we do have a lot of folks that continue to be unhoused in our city, I think that we should find a way to, you know, broaden the opportunity for folks to go to a cooling center. That's my personal opinion. So I don't know if there's any, if you guys have an opinion on that, or you guys are just set with the 105.
Councilmember, when you get to our budget, you will notice that we are proposing an official emergency operations staff. And our heat plan needs a refresh, and assuming that gets approved, I think that would be a great first project to take a look at how we are operating both cooling centers and heating centers and what our triggers are. So I think we're definitely open to revising what the current policy is. And I think that would be a project of our emergency operations team.
The thing is, what I struggle with is that the summer's gonna come and go. It's gonna take you, by the time that we approve this budget, it'll take you 3 to 6 months to fill the position. This won't happen until we study it, probably 1.5 years from now. So I'd rather figure out if we can start working on that now, just because, you know, I think time will come and go, just because I know the process it will take to hire someone.
I'm happy to look at that.
Yeah, and so do folks get free rides right now? What is the policy that we have?
Yeah, they just have to get on a bus and let us know that they want to get to a cooling center.
Okay,
Yep.
and so,
And we let them on for free.
okay, perfect. The other thing, I know that Fresno City College issue has been already brought up, but do we have a timeline at all?
We don't really. I mean, it's up to the state legislature to decide on this bill. Again,
But in the meantime?
So the State Center has indicated to Director Vargas just recently that they're struggling with bringing more students back onto the campus. They originally had told us when we were talking to them earlier in the year is that they expected to go full bore this fall. That's not going to be the case. It looks like their split may be more like 45 in, and that might be high, 55 out, meaning remote. So it's the students who are not responding to coming back to the campus in a physical sense. And those are some of the riders that we are struggling, we want to regain, but until they go back physically on the campus, that's not going to happen. So that's why State Center's kind of been reluctant with us. Fresno State, of course, is back, and we've seen good numbers there. And then Fresno Unified, you know, we have Director Vargas was polite and didn't disclose, but we have a meeting with Superintendent Nelson and his chief of staff toward the end of the month because they want to talk about next steps. So I think we're making progress there. I feel more comfortable with the Fresno Unified piece of it than I do State Center right now.
And what about also with Central Unified? I know that there is some expansion that you talked about.
Yeah, we actually met with them. I think one of the issues is the location of where those students are coming from. It's south of Ashland, off of Blythe, Cornelia, and I think one other street out there, which makes it difficult for us to connect them back. And there's not a lot of, it's still that west of 99 that's really, we're struggling to provide that coverage to get the students out there.
So we're going to wait, you're saying, like, for additional growth to happen, or to
Well, I
service
think I
those
talked about
folks, or-
piloting microtransit. I think that's one way for these areas that are still developing, for us to be able to, or underserved areas, to be able to maybe see if we can connect
How long,
some of those
how
areas.
long are those plans going to take to get
So
underway?
we are going to apply for Measure C New Tech in the next month. I think it's the application is due in July.
Mhm.
Yeah, July 20th. So as soon as that gets
We
awarded, and
can't
then we
use
go through the
any-
planning.
We can't use any of the ARPA dollars for that?
Again, I mentioned sustainability. We're looking to build up a modest reserve to be able to get out 3 years with increase in costs, and again, trying to sustain low fares and still.
How much is your reserve right now?
Our reserve that we use not only for as a reserve, but also to build positive interest while we wait for drawdowns to happen is $9.5 million.
$9.5
So it's about
million?
13% of our operating fund.
So that's a policy call though, right? If we want to determine. So there is some flexibility. I understand you wanting to build your reserve, but obviously there's interest on the council in terms of seeing.
Sure. I mean, the
wanting
risk is always, if we see a downturn in this economy, then we could be, as an enterprise, not,
Right.
we'd have to, extend a hand to try and get some assistance because we won't be able to sustain.
And council member, I think the good part of the conversation that the transportation staff and the director had with Central, it's really a north-south issue with them, and we run east-west on that side. The north-south, as Director Vargas is saying, has challenges. The social service model, the microtransit model may be the best one, but we continue to be engaged with Central Unified, and I think that's great. Ketty and her team have, they approached us after years of no one reaching out to us and not having our calls returned. So I think that we're going in the right direction having these conversations, and I think we'll continue to move in that direction to do something soon.
What does soon mean?
Well, when did you have your last conversation with them? April-ish, March, April?
Probably a couple months ago,
Yeah,
yes.
I see us probably going back after the school starts to try to really figure out, okay, where's that sweet spot? Is there something that we can do in the interim? And is there a need that we could help fulfill, and then going after that, and hopefully doing something the following school year with their working hand in hand with them.
Like this August or 2024 August? I mean, 2023 August.
20, when school goes back in 22, yes.
Okay.
Continue. And that's pretty much how we've been doing it. We try to have this conversation with the school districts, either beginning of the school year or once they get settled in, and then follow up around the December, January-ish issue, because it helps us plan for, okay, is this the year we can pull something off or not? Or are you guys ready? Are we ready? That kind of discussion.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I'll keep my fingers crossed, I guess. I know it's been some time. I know that you guys made attempts early on, some time ago, to try to get them engaged. And I'm grateful that finally now the new superintendent is interested, so I'm glad to hear that.
Yep. We are too.
The last, I don't know if it's really a question, it's mostly a comment. And it's a comment out of frustration, because I've been on this dais for 8 years, and probably more than half of the time that I've been here, we've been talking about Wi-Fi. I think back to the Oliver Baines days. And it's still not even, done. And it's like, I think it's a perfect example of government, and sometimes how government doesn't really work, or just takes forever to get things done. And so I'm a little bit frustrated that we still haven't figured it out, and that what you're telling me is that it's going to be still another year. So I'm going to be long gone, but still it's like another year. So by the time that happens, that would have been, probably close to a decade of people asking for Wi-Fi. And so I'm just really frustrated that it feels that when you guys have priorities that you guys want to get funded, like the dollars are expended and the projects get done. But when it's been, an issue that for now a number of years has been asked, and I'm not trying to take it out on you, Director. I know that you're new to the job, but it's been a common theme. And so I'm significantly frustrated with that. I know that similarly, when we've talked about, with ISD on other technology issues, and it's like, man, why can't we really be in the 21st century and operate like a smart city? There's so many initiatives that cities across this, not just country, but across the globe have got on board, because we're now living in a 21st century, and Fresno continues to get left behind. And that's where my frustration really is coming from. So I really hope that timeline that you have, that you're able to complete it, just because, in my time, it won't get complete. And so that's why I'm frustrated. But I just wanted to make sure folks know. Thank you.
Councilmember, I would say we definitely have heard you. And again, I want to really say thank you to our partners at ISD for really helping us with this big lift. I think that the technology upgrades of the CAD AVL will make a difference. And that's a $4.2 million project, but it took almost $1 million of ramping up studies and what have you to even get to this point. And that's a 30-year-old technology that Bruce Rudd bought it. And so I think with this upgrade, it'll be much simpler. And apologies for you having to wait this long, but it's part of the learning curve that I, as a director, had in understanding all of the backbone of the system and its frailness and its lack of flexibility. It was very frustrating for me too, but we're at a great point now.
Councilmember Chavez?
Oh, I get to ask questions too? Okay. All right. First of all, thank you, Director Vargas. I think a little bit later I might make a motion to make our employees that are presenting today eligible for hazard pay for the cross-examination interrogation sessions that you guys have been going through. But I just want to take a quick moment to thank you for the work that you guys are doing, but especially thank our bus drivers for the work that they have been doing every single day out there. It's not easy. As you know, I represent a district that depends heavily on the BRT, the public transit, senior village out there. Our folks use that every single day. And I know today we're focusing on stuff that we're frustrated about or that we want, but I just wanted to take that opportunity to thank you and your team for what you guys do on a daily basis. I did have one question, and it has to do with the growth that the city of Fresno is going to be experiencing. Do we have a matrix or a criteria for when we expand bus service to areas of the city of Fresno that we're currently not covering? Is that a population number? Is it based on demand that we get calls from constituents that would like that? Because I got that question from a resident that lives in these newer development areas. So if you could just address that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Typically, we wait for demand. Like for instance, SEDA or Southeast Development Area. We're looking at, we look at jobs, healthcare, could be education, right? All these lifeline services that we can connect to. That's typically what drives us looking at expanding. So that's kind of the criteria we use. Again, a lot of areas are still developing. There's still infrastructure that needs to be built down in order to support us even getting in there. So that's really the way we look at it. And then
So for example, we just have a new high school campus over on Fowler and Jensen, Sanger West. That's going to attract, thousands of people there. We have the new community college campus that broke ground, the first responders on Jensen and Willow, right? We have Sega that has the growth area being experienced there. I think it's fair to say that we're running out of parcels out there to build on, which is great. We're doing a lot of the existing infill that we need. So at what point will we have that conversation on expanding those bus lines out there?
Well, it's already conversations that we're having. I know we've, things that are on our radar is Church Avenue. There's plenty of schools coming in from Southwest, headed all the way out to that Sanger West, I would call it. I think that's what they call it. But certainly, as funding becomes available, I talked about one-time funding to expand service. If we can support it for the long run, then we would definitely look at those type of improvements or expansions.
Okay, and so, and I just want to, the purpose of me saying something today, Director, was just to kind of put it on your radar. I will have those conversations with you. Those were some of the examples I cited, but you're right, even on Church, where we have the new campus that's opening up, Felipe Herrera, that will have a health clinic built into it. We're going to need folks to get public transportation out there. And as you know, bus service is pretty scarce out there, so that limits people's accessibility. I just want to put that on your radar so that you're ready for the conversations that we're about to have when we get it. I mean, it opens up in August. Sanger West has already been opened, but this next year will be the year where they actually start to bring in additional cohorts of classes and students and parents and everybody that, commutes there to the area. So thank you.
It's definitely on the radar.
Yeah, funny, Director Vargas and I have had this conversation. Even when I was leaving, the Church Avenue crosstown is probably the next thing, because not only you have Sangre West, and that's what we would turn around at, but Fresno Unified has a new junior high school campus and plans for another high school campus all along that corridor. And so as we were looking at Felipe being built, we were part of that. Our planning manager was part of the comments, making sure there was a bus bay and all of those other good things happening. So trust us, we are looking at it. But I think Councilmember Soria would like to see us go to Justin Garza first, because her place was built first and built in the city first. So, yeah, I have to defer to the gentlewoman.
Well, Councilwoman Soria won't be here next year.
Hey, how many motions are you making this budget cycle?
I've never seen her eyes like that before, the way she looked at you right now.
Chavez has only been here 12 years, right, Chavez?
Yeah. No, Chavez has been here 11 years, 3 months, 4 days, 2 hours. Who's counting?
Hey, I'm fighting for my district until the end of the day.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Arias again.
I'll go after Councilmember Arias. I'm compiling some notes.
I just have a motion to outsource Wi-Fi installation on every single city bus within 12 months.
I'll second that.
Okay, all right. I think that concludes.
Okay, that was fast, Miguel. Okay, now I'll go to my question.
Okay, all right.
Thought I had some more time. Just a request for some information. So I'm going back old school. Back in 2020, in the revised budget, I had two motions. One was for the motion 28 for the cottage home program study. If I can get an update on that, and then motion 31, and I can email these to you. The Logan Park improvements, there was $250,000 allocated towards that. Some of it has been spent. I just wanted an update on when those improvements are going to be made. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else punched up. 10:55, we're wrapping up Department of Transportation. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to ISD, Information Services Department. Come on down.
ISD, the reason we don't have Wi-Fi on the buses.
Hey. No.
You're now eligible for hazard pay. Ryan.
I'm leaving.
Let's get them a special police unit.
I need extra plexiglass up here, please. Morning, Council. Presentation going on.
All right, Director, you have the floor.
I have my presentation up. Yeah. Morning, Council. Brian Horn, CIO for the Information Services Department at this moment in time. Talk to you about our FY23 budget. And it is ready to go. Got it. Thank you. Which way? Got it. Okay. So, pointing at you. There's probably a reflection on the glass.
Let the record show the IT guy can't get the
Hey.
IT stuff working.
Well, it has to be plugged in first.
User error, by the way.
Okay, so there it is. FY23 budget for IT. If you notice, there'll be a slight increase this year. It's $4.2 million. That includes personnel costs, additional positions, One reason is because we are centralizing IT across the city. The other are some of the programs and projects that we're going to be doing next fiscal year. So that one's pretty self-explanatory. You guys have been really good to us. I want to appreciate that. City managers and the council staff. Every year we've asked for needs. You've given it to us. You're getting us to where we need to be. So I want to say I thank you and I appreciate that. Next slide. We are an ISF. There's really not much I can talk to about this slide. Our revenues come from ID charges. There is a piece of us that is general fund, which is the call center 311. And here's the big slide for us, new projects and new initiatives. I'll speak more to the initiatives on the last page, but currently we're looking at 10.4 employees. That's to cover current operations. We had some additional needs for our current operations, plus support staff for centralization of the city. We do need that's the additional employee costs. We do need a new vehicle for some of our staff because we're starting to see our staff go out and about, wireless facilities, airports, just like that. There's new information technology coming up, which is basically, that's our conference rooms to make them Zoom rooms. We're doing 1031 next. We have the access control system that needs to be replaced, equipment upgrades, broadband consulting, and also public safety radio consulting. We need some help on those two areas. For our software costs, a big portion of that is the replacement of Fresno, the CRM system, the application behind Fresno. It's way past due. And so that's a big cost as well as making a GIS, an enterprise application for us, and a number of other initiatives that we have going on. Computer replacement plan, that's self-explanatory. We had seed money mid-year to start that, and now we are building departments, and we're getting ready to replace PCs on a schedule. And lastly, it's contractual increases, 69,000 MOUs, basically normal things that we see every year. Some of our projects that we're doing this fiscal year, we're going to be pretty busy. First one up, really big for us, centralization. So centralization is happening because we are in need of making sure the city is secure. That's the primary reason. There are a lot of departments that have their own staff, and we're not able to see into those systems, nor are we able to make sure those systems are secure. So this is going to help, this is going to solve that problem. It's going to take us a while. We started with airports about 6 months ago, and we found also that systems out at airports were end of life, into support, and needed upgrades. So there are a lot of things that need to happen across the city. We're working with DPU right now on an assessment of SCADA, and we're making sure that the systems are secure and segmented away from our network in order for us to make sure our water supply is clean and clear and secure. So it's going to improve the cybersecurity outreach, improve our cybersecurity stance, as well as ensure that staff have the proper supervision and development that they need going forward. What it is a centralization of staff. What it's not is a takeover of other operations like SCADA. I don't want SCADA. We're going to enhance the business operations of the departments, not take them over. And at the end of the day, I expect better customer service from ISD. A couple other things that are going on in our department. City GIS Enterprise Agreement. GIS is an enterprise application. It's time we started treating it that way. We need an enterprise agreement so that we have proper licensing across the board and making sure we have proper resources. You guys all ask for maps. Every department needs maps, and they tell a great story. And so this is going to make sure that GIS is protected going forward as far as the enterprise agreement system. We're going to replace Fresno. Actually, the app behind Fresno, it's called Public Stuff. It is way past due. End of life is barely being supported. It is ancient technology. And so I've got an RFP that's ready to go on the street so that we can replace it. It's going to basically be a reimplementation. I know you guys have had heartburn over the application itself. So we want to make sure that whatever we put into place addresses those issues that we have experienced from you. Okay, so I'm hoping by the end of that to get the RFP on the street and get this started soon. But it's badly in need of replacement, and it's going to be a reimplementation. So it's going to take some time. We have a PC replacement program. You guys all know that's straightforward. New cannabis software is in our budget to move it over to Acela. We're going to upgrade our access control systems, the card reader system. Those are antiquated as well. End of life, end of support, ready to be replaced. And so we're in the middle of doing that. You approved that in a prior budget item, but this is the remaining funding for this particular that's in our budget this year for this particular item. Strat plan update. Last council meeting, you approved our strategic planning. We need to update it every 5 years. It's a master plan. They're going to come in and look at the city as a whole, and they're going to help us out with projects that need to be happening, plus to make sure we have resources in the right place. So we're doing that on a strategic basis, plus we're doing that with GIS. They're doing two things for us. And of course, Tyler. Everybody's heard about Tyler, the implementation. We embarked about 6 months to a year ago on Tyler Technologies, and right now we're in the middle of implementing it for finance. We're still a go to have finance up and running by July. Once we get done with finance, we'll move on to HR and utility billing, because we're going to replace both utility billing and the HR systems with Tyler Technologies. So that's our those are the major things that are going to keep us busy this next fiscal year. It's a lot on our plate, and we have other things that we're doing, public safety radio improvements. We're continuing with those, and work with other departments on initiatives such as the Wi-Fi on the buses and airports, upgrading the equipment. So I am here for questions, along with my staff to back me up. That's my presentation.
All right, Director, we're going to hit public comment, and then we'll circle back to you. So again, if you're in the chamber, we'd like to speak.
Okay, en la cámara desea hablar.
Clerk, can we get that fixed?
We've been having some Zoom issues throughout the day.
Okay, I think we're good. So if you're in the chamber and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand, and we will make sure you have the opportunity to speak. So first person on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Whoever's voice that translator was, very, very nice. One question. As you transfer over all this billing, will there be opportunities for residents and owners, whoever pay the bills, to get paper copies? Because I know that my elderly neighbor, when he was told that he had to go down to City Hall or do it electronically, he came over and said, I need help. And I did call City Hall and arrange for him to get his utility bills, in a paper format, which he's super old school, guys. So will there be that opportunity? Thank you.
Okay, next on Zoom is going to be Brandy News Villegas.
Thank you. I think one of the things I've been wanting to try to communicate, and if there is opportunity to be able to go, to be able to share different findings by our community that we've been observing, I would be happy to do so, but is accessibility and information. So I appreciate that the Fresco is going to be replaced, the software behind it, presumably by something that will work more efficiently. And I'm not exactly sure where this would go, but I would apply this to every department that we're speaking on. Even if I don't have time, that we need dedicated people as well to work on how we can use the resources that we have, and in this case, our IT services, our software and whatnot, to better information to the community and to the so that the community knows more about what's going on as far as things like budget hearings and the public meetings and other things that would affect them. Would like to see about how IT can work on what their leg of this might be, as far as with Fresco, with other things, improving communications out to the community and getting those who doing research and getting those who may be adept at be able to use the resources as far as informational services to better reach the community. And that won't be just electronic. We have people who will not be on social media, who may not be using apps, that need to know what's going on, be able to engage in public information, public sharing, things like that. We can get more people than just us who are able to access these things, but in any ways that IT can be used to create greater accessibility for the informational services to our community, to make it easier for them to access, to make online communications other than just Zoom, because I know that for some of our homeless, like even Zoom could be a challenge to access, and other people who are not technologically efficient, maybe even using something like Fresno to be able to access city council meetings and be able to participate. Whatever can be done to increase engagement would be a huge benefit to our community. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no yellow cards in the chamber, no one punched up on Zoom, we'll bring it back to the council for a question and comments. The director. Director, I'll start off. For $1 million, what am I going to ask about?
A pear.
About what?
Apple.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, well, listen, we're nearing the end of my first term. Halfway through my term, I did get the Air. I think it's one of 2 MacBooks in the city. So I'm grateful, and it works very well. I'm comfortable with it. But have we ever done like a survey to see what percentage of sort of IT users throughout the city would actually be interested in?
We have not. We did look into support at one point in time, and it would cost us $10,000 or $10,000 to $15,000, I believe, for us to have a case study for Apple to come in for support. Apple's a different animal with support, but we have not done a survey of users across the city.
Well, I might suggest a survey, just to kind of see, does everyone feel the same way I feel?
Okay.
And if they don't, then I can have sort of my anomaly computer and keep going. It's been working fine. But if there are, of the 3,000-4,000 employees we have who do want to.
So I have a suggestion, if you may. As part of our Strat plan, I'll include the survey for the city, because I believe they're going to do a survey anyway. Let me make sure that's part of it. How about that?
Yeah.
And that's going to happen soon. We're getting ready to start with that. We're having our first meeting next week. So.
Okay. So notwithstanding how people feel about it, what stage would you say we're at in terms of integrating our city systems with being able to? Because I know we have iPhones, we have iPads, but the computers themselves are not well integrated into the system yet.
Are we at a point with Cisco that we can integrate Macs?
Yes, for the Wi-Fi component, but for management, it's a other piece.
Yeah, but what's the management component? We have to go.
We'd have to go source it.
Yeah, okay. Right. So on the Wi-Fi, we can do it. We do need, like I stated before, to work with Apple on sourcing the management piece of it, which would cost us some money for them to come in and say, okay, this is how it would work. And then we could look into that. Our network should support it, but we need the management software to be able to manage the systems.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we can do those things in tandem. Maybe look at the game plan for sort of full integration, and then concurrently to conduct a survey to see how many employees would actually take advantage of those types of products.
I can do that.
Yeah. If it's just me, there's no point. But I suspect there are many more beyond myself. Okay.
We can do that.
All right. So the first person I punched up was Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Director, just kudos to you. When I got here 3.5 years ago, I think my experience was that we were in the bottom 1/3 in terms of IT infrastructure, user experience. School systems were just far beyond us, and it surely was a lack of investment. We've given you a ton of money, and you guys have put it to good use. Except for Wi-Fi on buses, I think you guys have an A, so we'll have to work on that latter one. But I do have a couple questions for you. You have a broadband consultant. Where are we at with the conversation on broadband? I'm hearing conflicting versions of, are we going on our own for broadband expansion as a city? Is the county going to go in a different direction? Where exactly are we at in the conversation?
So the county does have an effort going on, that's being led by Fresno Unified. And we are part of that in discussion. As far as the city is concerned, there are parts in the city that need to be addressed, and we know that. And the county may not address those. We want to make sure those are addressed. We did invoke Magellan Advisors, and I'm waiting on that report. That should be due any day. Their draft report for us for broadband. We plan on going after it. We're not going to wait for the county. We're going to do it ourselves.
Okay.
Councilmember, the county is focused on middle mile,
Yes.
predominantly out to the rural areas, so
Yeah,
they're
makes
not,
sense.
you know, they're not going to be focused on the internal city, which is where ISD is focused.
I can appreciate the county's direction, but we
Yeah.
need to take care of ourselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have a Comcast experience where they look at the highest return on investment and then leaves a lot of our regions still with lack of capacity. So the broadband set aside in this budget is for that group still?
Yes, it's for us to continue with our broadband plans and make sure that we have some dollars set aside so we can continue on with developing plans and for the city.
Would you provide us a workshop once you have the report and
Absolutely.
summary of it?
No, we're planning on that, yes.
Thank you. My other thing that I noticed is a new cannabis software. I guess my question is, why are we treating cannabis as a retail tax separately, where they require their own office, their own software?
Well, on the software, I can speak to the software piece. It's currently being used, housed by OpenGov, which is really not amenable to what we need to do. Acela has a cannabis module, and so we're planning on moving it over into Acela so it integrates in with the rest of our planning and development in the city operations.
But
So
what's the purpose of a cannabis software? I mean, what uniquely, feature that does a cannabis software do that we need to go and buy something separate? I mean, all they are, at the end of the day, it's a brick and mortar business that pays sales tax. They have renewals of their application every year, like every other business does. I don't see like a software for distribution centers or for, restaurants. Why do we need one for cannabis?
The revenue is collected differently than like our business tax software. As you know, that's just a percentage of gross. The cannabis revenue is a little bit differently. I don't know if Jennifer Reeves is on today. If not, when she'll be a part of our office budget presentation, and if she's not on today,
That's fine.
Can we pause that question and have her answer it?
Or we
he's
can just go to
he's just servicing what she has requested.
Yeah, we can just go to the cannabis committee at some point. Just trying to understand, why there's a need for an additional feature.
Okay,
can you answer this question? You want Ed to try?
sure.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Here.
Hi, Council. My name is Ed Smith, IS Manager working for Brian. And the cannabis module is an addition to the Acela software that is used for managing the application process.
Got it.
So this is for the cannabis applications.
So it's still for the authorization process, not for the collection of sales tax at the back end?
Correct. It's
Okay.
for the permitting of the business itself.
Perfect, thank you. That's all the clarity I needed on that. I need to put you on the spot, and our city manager told me to be nice, so I'm going to do this in the nicest way possible. Cybersecurity has been an issue for every public entity. Do you swear under oath that we have the sufficient resources to protect ourselves?
At this moment in time, what we know, how we know, for what ISD's in charge of, before this budget process, let's hear me out.
That's a lot of disclaimers.
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you for what we have for City Hall, we asked for another position in the budget this year. We're asking for additional dollars for the cyber. It's built into our budget, so we keep asking for more when we need it. I can tell you that what we oversee, City Hall, everything we're fine. What I can't tell you is when we get to centralization, some of the departments that they have systems out there, we know there's holes out there. We're going to find those.
And my last question on cybersecurity, all kidding aside, I've experienced a bad side of identity theft, and it's always come from an institution that has my information versus, whatnot. Do we require our vendors, like in this case, HealthComp, to have up to par cybersecurity so that they're not, broken into and our employee information taken?
Yeah, the new contracts that we put out, and we're doing this across the board, make sure they have proper cybersecurity insurance and make sure that they have breach notification systems and that systems are in place so we do business with them.
Do you get to assess the level of security that those outside vendors, I'm just talking about the ones that get access to our employee, confidential information?
To a point, yes. We ask a lot of questions. We ask a lot of probing questions for, if we have a new vendor coming in that we're going to be working with, that we're going to have single sign-on to, like I can't remember one off, like NeoGov, for example, we're going with them. We ask them all the questions and we make sure that they're okay in our eyes, that we're satisfied that they're taking precautions. And if they don't, we assess the risk and see if the risk is worth us taking, or we put provisions into place to mitigate that risk. So, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you again for the good work and your team's good work.
Thank you.
All my experiences with IT have been positive, and I've seen and experienced the infrastructure and the service get much better in the last 3 years.
All right. Councilor Arias, does that conclude your remarks? I don't see anyone else punched up right now.
Okay.
Byron, you got off easy, I think, today.
What did Councilmember Chavez said? Run, right? Last year he said run.
Yeah, well, you're a veteran, so you get,
Well, we're doing our best, and we're going to keep trying to do our best for the city. So we appreciate that.
All right.
And thanks for the support. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and dive into the planning department then. I suspect we will not finish it before lunchtime, but maybe we can get through a portion of it.
Hey, Brianna. Good morning. I wasn't sure on my notes whether to put good morning or good afternoon, so I have them both. Planning and Development Department, Jennifer Clark. I'm the director, and I'll be presenting this morning. And I do promise I will be adding additional information to expand upon the slides and not read them. Before I get started, I want to take a minute to thank my team who is here both in person or on Zoom for all of the hard work they've done over the past year in helping to prepare this budget. I may ask the appropriate team member to step up to answer questions at the end, but hopefully we'll be able to answer those on my own. All right. So the Planning and Development Department has seen large increases in programming over the last several years due to increased staffing levels dedicated to development services, along with community investment, including federal and state resources. As development demand has increased, staffing has been expanded. However, there is a need to continue to expand staff support at a judicious level, along with strategic outsourcing to handle seasonal and cyclical peaks. Additionally, there are new and ongoing revenue sources such as HAP, PLHA, and Home ARP, which will impact the annual ongoing funding, as well as one-time coronavirus funds, which are either in process or will be contracted in the upcoming year. These grant programs have significant cyclical impacts on the department's operational budget. On the revenue side, as stated, similarly to the slide regarding expenditures, special revenue is derived from a large number of state and federal grants, both ongoing and one-time, primarily related to community development, affordable housing, and homeless resources. So what are some of the changes in the proposed budget? First is an expansion of staffing levels to meet ongoing and stabilized market demand for development services, as well as grant-related personnel expansions. On page B155, the specific positions are outlined, but they can generally be grouped as follows: creating more customer engagement through the hiring of development liaisons for residential, non-residential, and downtown projects, oversight of non-housing department projects to ensure we meet timelines for budget and scope, enhancement of entitlement processing capabilities, in particular for housing and more complex applications, improvement of resident engagement in specific planning processes and oversight of ongoing specific plans, increased daily operational control over homeless outreach and service provision, implementation of affordable housing investments through tracking and responsiveness for projects, expanded services for parking enforcement along with improvements to parking facilities, technical monitoring and oversight of federal housing and homeless funding and implementation expansion. Non-personnel increases include the initiation of the general plan update, including funding for a detailed market segmentation report, as well as a climate adaptation plan. In the budget, it says adoption, and it should be adaptation. Completion of implementation tools for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, update of the Nexus fee study for planning and building fees, continued streamlining of Acela automation projects, adoption of the new California Building Code, including training for staff, and potential historic studies. Capital improvements to parking facilities included in the final Walter P. Moore recommendations, and new investments to improve customer access and safety at facilities through automation and real-time security surveillance and virtual monitoring. Demand for service to support investment in Fresno continues to climb. Over 100 new permit applications and between 20 and 30 new entitlement applications are received daily. Daily. 120 to 130 applications come into our permitting counter. To ensure that entitlement and permitting activities are streamlined, 3 specialized liaisons will be focused in the areas of housing, non-residential, and downtown investments. Their role will be to act as an intermediary between city staff in all departments of development review, outside agencies, the applicant, and the applicant's professional team. Customers will be able to call the related liaison to receive updates on project status or specialized assistance. Current planning has seen improvements in the area of zone clearance and simple permits, but demand for services on more complex projects continues to climb. Providing more reviewers and supervisory staff to analyze and process complex entitlements will improve timelines and customer service. A number of long-range plans continues to be at a high level with numerous specific plans and updates, the general plan review and update, and implementation of planning activity support such as SB2, LEAP, and Brownfields grants. Oops, sorry. These staff will ensure plans will be completed on time, within budget, and scope. The department currently manages over 20 projects and grants not associated with housing or homeless funding, which require specialized monitoring and oversight to ensure compliance with both timeliness and project deliverables. As those projects ebb and flow, this position can also support the seeking of new grant opportunities. The department continues to invest funds in improving neighborhoods, supporting affordable housing, and providing quality facilities for parking. And as we do that, there are staff needs related to this demand. In particular, it is necessary to provide appropriate staffing levels to respond to resident requests and concerns, including those related to parking in residential neighborhoods, homelessness on public properties and rights-of-way, as well as the implementation of $40 million in new affordable housing investments. Our budget priorities revolve around improving and enhancing services for customers of planning, building, and parking services. We are planning significant investments in city parking facilities and implementation of the next tranche of ARPA funding for affordable housing. Additionally, we are planning for the future needs with updates to our plans and systems, including preparing the update to the general plan and surveying potentially eligible properties. So in particular, we're focused on housing investments with $40 million in new ARPA allocations, which are located in the finance department budget, to increase the supply and preserve existing affordable housing. Through early 2021, we were continuing to see increases in housing unit permitting. However, over the past 12 months, shortages of labor and supplies, along with increasing interest rates, have caused new housing starts to trend down. A major focus of the upcoming fiscal year will be implementation of housing strategy through policy updates, such as ministerial approval for housing, along with funding investments. A dedicated liaison for facilitating housing projects, along with staff to assist in fast-tracking projects, will assist getting units built. For the past decade or more, the city has been behind in bringing staffing levels up to meet demand. In a comparison of staff to entitlements and permits, the department operates at an incredibly high level of over 290 applications per total staff member. This equates to an average of 6.5 hours of staff time available per application. Broken down further into entitlements versus permitting, planning staff process an average of 300 applications per person, or 5.5 total staff hours per application. Building staff processes an average of 450 applications per person, or 4.25 total staff hours per application. Inspections show an even higher level of efficiency. On average, an inspector completes 2,900 inspections per year, and that equates to 40 minutes per inspection. Commercial solar, we're seeing double the number of prior years, and single-family solar, a 30% increase. Lastly, we have a number of goals related to parking services. Investment in facilities and personnel is a key priority for FY 2023. Over the years leading up to the pandemic, the division was working to improve its facilities to have better usage of permitted facilities, consistency among parking contracts, and improvement of dynamic pricing for meter demand. FY 2020 was on track to end the fiscal year in a positive position, one where the operations revenues and operations expenditures were on the positive side of the ledger, not including bond repayments. However, during and after the peak of the economic impacts of the pandemic, the revenues associated with fines and penalties shrunk dramatically as permit parking remained relatively stable. Meter revenue has also not rebounded to its pre-pandemic levels, as many customers are still reluctant to attend crowded restaurants and bars. However, special revenue is increasing and anticipated to remain strong for large outdoor gatherings. As we know, parking in downtown is an a la carte function. Unlike large retail or office centers where the function of parking is included in the rental structure for tenants, downtown is separate from the properties. This means that customers typically pay separately for their parking needs, or it is underwritten through vendors like restaurants, shops, or offices. Businesses may buy bulk passes for employees at a variety, Businesses may buy bulk passes for employees at a variety of facilities downtown. Due to the nature of parking in the downtown area and the changing landscape of users, pre-pandemic was primarily driven by 40,000 plus daily employees. The division will be reviewing rate structures to ensure that the costs of maintaining facilities both on and off street are appropriately priced to provide the level of maintenance and operations that is desired. Some of the notable improvements in the budget will include the last of the capital repairs called out in the 2016 Walter P. Moore study. A new survey will be conducted this year with capital renovations to come in future years. Improvements to efficiency and safety for customers of all facilities, however, will be scoped out and bid to begin construction in FY 23. These include the automation of parking facilities for 24-hour use and the associated real-time security surveillance of those facilities by ensuring there is constant security presence, which can be augmented by the floating security team members during operational hours. We also know from painful experience that certain amenities like EV chargers or even lighting of parking garages can be an attraction for copper thieves. We will continue to work with the sustainability manager in DPW to identify how to harden and protect these chargers. Having video surveillance will also protect these investments to ensure that customers downtown have access to electric vehicle charging services. And lastly, the division will be working to ensure all of its new technologies are integrated through dynamic applications, allowing customers and staff to access pricing and utilization in real time. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Director, we're going to go to public comments. So again, if you're in the chamber, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk here. Or if you're on Zoom, please raise your hands. The first speaker we have on Zoom is going to be Kyle Lopez-Schmidt.
Thank you, Council. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt, 115 North Calaveras. Wanted to give a couple of comments. First, really enjoy working with the planning department team and amazing folks. Would like to see a little more capacity in the historic preservation side of things. Have had some major delays and challenges on getting Mills Act related things forwarded with my own home. So, and I've also seen other historic preservation issues lag or have a lack of attention. So I think that deserves some more staffing attention. And then I'd also share that I believe the Tower District specific plan update is dramatically underfunded. The consultant presented to the community and the implementation committee last week, and a lot of the services that would really make that plan successful are not currently included in the scope. So would recommend that some additional funds be allocated towards that project. Thank you very much.
Okay, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning still. Where do I start? First off, I think that you need to have a line item in this budget for education, for short courses, for your district, your various district planning review committees, because right now the educational presentations are basically non-existent. And with the massive amount of changes that are coming regarding land use, we need to be educated, guys. We need to know a little bit more other than here's the plans, figure it out for yourself, because that isn't working. Because I've attended different other district committee meetings where, for example, in Mr. Kabasi's area, he only has 3 people appointed, and whereas in ours, in District 1, Esmeralda, you did a bang-up job. We're fully loaded. We have a full contingency. We have, myself and another planner. We ask questions, we engage, and I'm not seeing that in other committees. Also, too, the other thing I also want to ask the council is you need to think about how the appointments are made and maybe reconfiguring it, and to reconfiguring the appointments of the Planning Commission, because what should really be happening is the appointments from the Planning Commission should be coming from the review committees, from individuals who've at least spent a year doing reviews, having that short course education that is provided by the city, and they should be the ones that are appointed to the Planning Commission. Because currently, your Planning Commission is not listening to the public, and they're so pro-business, they're messing up your environmental justice. Also, too, in the update of the general plan, will there finally be the environmental justice chapter in the element in the general plan, or are you guys going to continue not to do that? Those are my concerns. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kimberly McCoy.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Kimberly.
Okay. Good morning, Council Vice President, Council President, and the rest of the council members. My name is Kimberly McCoy, Project Director for Fresno Building Health Communities. The Planning's Department budget is not reflective of the community's needs. The $40 million in ARPA dollars towards the One Fresno housing strategy is a direct reflection of this. The ARPA dollars should be reinvested in our communities that deserve relief during an ongoing pandemic. The Here to Stay report was a direct housing solution from the community, and if we choose to use the ARPA dollars for the proposed One Fresno housing strategy, we must ensure that community members have a say in how that plan works for us. If the general fund were again properly allocated and not a majority sent to the police department, the planning department would not have had to rely on these ARPA dollars. The planning budget must reinvest in communities that have large industrial toxic facilities in their neighborhoods, particularly in Southwest and Southeast Fresno. These are neighborhoods that deserve new green spaces, new transportation access, and no more bad neighbors. We must listen to the community when they tell us that they want affordable homes, clean air, and better neighborhoods. The planning budget must meet the community's demands. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Ivanka Sanders.
Good morning. My name is Ivanka Saunders, a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm referring today as a reminder that the City of Fresno came into a settlement agreement with South Fresno Community Alliance of South Central Fresno, legally committing the city to mitigate the industrial impacts surrounding this community and improve the overall quality of life. We ask this council to review that settlement and its overdue deadlines and appropriate funding to complete the projects that the city is legally committed to completing. Some of these requirements are as follows. The settlement included a crosswalk, pedestrian signage, and push buttons at the intersection of East Central Avenue and South Orange, installation of a high-intensity activated crosswalk, also with push and kick buttons to promote accessibility at the intersection of East Central Avenue and South Cherry Avenue. The hawk installation will include signage in advance of the intersection advising traffic to the upcoming stop. The city manager will issue a request to the county chief administrative officer to cooperate on the attainment of East Central Avenue pedestrian safety improvements, and the city will make its best efforts to work proactively with the county to complete the East Central Avenue pedestrian safety improvements. Next, funding a public process for the development and adoption of a plan to determine pedestrian bicycle safety needs and priorities in the areas bounded by Highway 41 and 99 and the southern border of the city sphere of influence. And lastly, provide for installation of traffic control signs on East Central Avenue, East North Avenue, and South Cherry Avenues, directing traffic to preferred truck routes on East North Avenue at Orange and stay away from East Central Avenue at South Orange Avenues. Thank you.
Next on Zoom is going to be Brandy Noose Villegas.
Hello, and I want to ask that there would be more time given, especially for other things. I was going to mention this before this, but 3 minutes is not, 2 minutes is not a lot. We need 3. I want to speak out against the statement in the budget that HART being a compassionate response to encampments. While there are compassionate people and outreach, in most cases, shelter is not offered and people are displaced. It's physically and psychologically distressing, and most people are just moved from place to place and told just not to be there. And HART team is out, but they can't offer anything because we don't have shelters. And that not only affects them, but it affects the pets that are forced from being in a safer area onto the hot concrete. And I know that's a concern of some of our council members. I ask that whatever employees are asked, staff are put in homelessness, have direct experience with working those who are unhoused. And I ask for resources to address this rather than displacement, that there would be a guarantee that those in the shelters, that housing is reserved for them in high opportunity areas to have a successful continuum of care. Jordan mentioned that 40 million housing is historic, but so is our economic issues and the need and the amount that you've been given. So I asked for more housing for them. I asked for safe lots for people in RVs and cars. I've been meeting a lot of people while I'm giving out waters, and also a program to be able to help people with expired tags. I've heard that there are people who went to the shelters whose cars were towed because their tags are expired, and we know that they don't have the income to do that. So we need help with that. We need safe camps for people to go when they are displaced as an alternative of we can stop these things. We need a lived experience council so that those who are unhoused can speak up on all these things. And we need to have them be at the table. We need monitoring of all the programs here, including the shelters and HART. You had a successful town hall, and you've heard great, important things, and we need to continue. We need sufficient wraparound services at the shelters. I was told last year by a caseworker that he had 172 people. They may not say that they may say they have enough, but another reason why we need to hear from them. I want to uplift the housing demands that our groups have brought. They 1 million for tiny homes. I would ask for more than that. Home and rental assistance, stabilized housing, rent stabilization, and land trusts, land banks, things that would help, that are on the Here to Stay report, that would help our people from being displaced and mitigate the housing crisis even more than before. I also want to ask that there would be more funding for inspections so that we can avoid slum situations, and more towards those protecting renters from those situations, as well as free parking during city council and other things in front of City Hall so more people can access these things. We need to hear from our community, like other people said, and I agree with Ivanka and Kimberly and those before us on the needs that we have. We need to give those
Brandy,
who are impacted.
we're about a minute over now, so I'm gonna move on to the next speaker.
Holy cow, sorry. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is going to be Ruben E. on Zoom.
Hello. Hello, Council President and City Council members. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm with Fresno Barrios Unidos and a resident of Fresno. And I just want to uplift and echo Kimberly and Brandy's comments, and also want to uplift shelters and transitional housing, because Fresno approximately has 4,000 unhoused residents and approximately 1,200 shelter beds. Many residents returning home from incarceration and recovering from substance abuse disorder also require temporary supportive housing, but there are far too many options available, especially for youth. Fresno rents have soared during the pandemic, and people getting back on their feet need free and low cost options to help bridge the gap between crisis and stability. I also want to uplift a lot of the priorities identified by community and the coalition of community organizations. So that's like the 1 million for the tiny homes pilot program, rent stabilization, 3 million for homeowner rent assistance programs, and rent stabilization. So thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Carla Martinez.
Hi, my name is Carla Martinez. I am a policy advocate with Leadership Council. Communities have continuously called for accountability of our local governments to begin funding and investing in projects, programs, and plans driven by the people that will allow for equitable growth and access. The city of Fresno had some of the highest revenues come into the city this year, so we hope to see the city plan to address the deep inequities and inequalities in disadvantaged communities in Fresno. In community meetings we posted and have invited some of you to, folks have raised some of the following priorities. We urge this council and mayor to prioritize and make the following investments when it comes to planning. 10 million for a homeowner and rental assistance program inclusive of all residents regardless of immigration status. A comprehensive rent stabilization ordinance that allows reasonable rent increases and provides rehab dollars in return for covenant agreements to units that are excluded per Costa-Hawkins Act. 3 million for housing improvement and rehabilitation projects, a tiny homes pilot project, and funding for agreements set forth by the city in the South Fresno Community Alliance when North Point was approved. This list is not exhaustive, but many of these recommendations are also in a community identified comment letter that we have sent over to all of you with more details, and many of these programs which came from the Here to Stay report, which folks were very supportive of, yet we have yet to see them implemented and funded. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Shar Thompson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Shara Thompson. I'm a resident and single mother of District 3. I work 3 jobs to sustain, including my position as the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together. I have been organizing with local organizations where we share a belief that housing is a human right and homes should not be treated as a commodity. I want to also uplift that I strongly believe that in implementing a rent stabilization and stricter just cause evictions, $3 million towards homeowner and rent assistance programs, $1 million for tiny homes, if not more, for the pilot project, $3 million for the housing improvement and rehabilitation projects. I request that the city support and fund these programs and other similar ones prioritized in the Here to Stay report, such as the Land Bank Program, Community Land Trust, and so on through this revolving fund. There is no plan for permanent housing for shelter occupants with lived experience of being homeless myself and pregnant at the time. I feel that wraparound services are necessary and should be implemented. I ask that affordable housing is reserved for those in the shelters. I also ask what your definition of affordable housing is and what the price range you're talking about, because it seems like they're talking about, you guys are talking about 250 to 350,000, which is not affordable to many, including myself, who works 3 strenuous jobs, and as a single mother, I could not afford. I just wanted to uplift that and echo what most people here are saying. So thank you for your time. I'll give back what I haven't used.
The next speaker on Zoom is going to be Estela Ortega. Estela, you have 2 minutes.
Bueno.
Oh, buenos días.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Estela Ortega y soy residente de aquí de Fresno, del Distrito 7. Yo estoy aquí porque ya nos han estado subiendo mucho la renta cada año, cada vez más y más nos suben la renta. Quisiéramos que ya dejaran de subir mucho la renta, porque por eso también a veces no suben la renta, pero no arreglan los apartamentos. A veces nomás es por fuera, pero por dentro no arreglan los apartamentos. Entonces cada vez la suben, pero no les importa en si están en buenas condiciones o no. También quisiéramos tener la oportunidad de que si somos primeros compradores de casa, que nos dieran la oportunidad de comprar una casa, pero que la ciudad nos ayudara con el enganche de la casa, pero que nos ayuden a las personas que tenemos el IT number, porque nosotros no tenemos esa oportunidad, nomás la tienen la oportunidad de las personas que son residentes. Y esa es una oportunidad también para que todos tengamos una vivienda justa. También hay muchas personas que están sin vivienda y esas personas son las que también dejan mucha basura en los lugares, como aquí donde yo vivo hay canales y ellos viven cerca de esos canales, ellos dejan mucha basura. También debe de haber una oportunidad de que ellos tengan una vivienda y que no dejaran tanta basura en los canales o en los lugares públicos. También aquí donde yo vivo no tenemos banquetas en algunos lugares, no hay alumbramiento en las calles, no hay carriles de bicicletas, muchas cosas en este lugar faltan. Entonces sí, a mí me gustaría que invirtieran en estas comunidades que somos olvidadas, no llegan los fondos a esta ciudad, aquí en esta comunidad donde estamos. Más que nada yo pido por las viviendas, ¿verdad? Porque es lo que más se necesita ahorita para las personas que somos de bajos recursos. Están subiendo mucho las rentas y no tenemos que pagar tanto ya que somos de bajos recursos, no tenemos para pagar mucho. Por favor, díganle a los renteros o ayúdenos a que cada vez nos suben mucho la renta, que no la suban tanto. Ese es mi comentario y gracias.
Gracias.
Okay, I would just like to note that I am going to be summarizing. It won't be exact, but it'll keep the whole message. Good morning, everyone. My name is Estela Ortiz. I am a resident of Fresno, and I am here because the rent has been going up each year, and we would like for them to stop hiring rent prices, because sometimes rent goes up, but they don't fix the apartments. Each time the rent goes up, but they don't care if they are in good conditions, they only fix the outside. Also, I would like help if we are first-time homebuyers. We would like the opportunity for the city to help us with a down payment, but for those who are undocumented, not just the residents, because they are the only ones who have this opportunity. I also ask that this way we can have affordable housing. And there's a lot of people that are homeless. Around where I live in the canals, they leave a lot of trash behind. There needs to be an opportunity for them to have housing so that way they are not leaving as much trash behind. We don't have much infrastructure where we live. There's no green space and also no bicycle lanes. So no funds get to this community where we are at. Mainly, I am asking for housing because that is what the people who are of low income need. And just to refrain, we are low income, we don't have much. So please tell the landlords also to not increase the rent prices, and that is just, those are my comments.
Okay. So seeing no more yellow cards and no one punched up on Zoom, that'll conclude the public comment portion for the planning department. We'll come back up to council. I don't have anyone punched up. Does anybody have 8 minutes worth of comments or questions? Or you guys want to just take this
Can
on
I
after
do
lunch?
just some motions not related to this budget?
Yeah. So,
Perfect.
Director, I think you're good for now. We'll probably
Okay.
do the cross-examination after lunch, but we're going to take on some motions.
Thank you. My first motion is related to Public Utilities Department, and City Manager will get these in writing to you this afternoon, is to establish a loan fund program for a garbage compactor in downtown Fresno's Brewery District or Arte Americas.
Second.
Second motion is to identify $500,000 for the acquisition of land for a new fire station in the South Industrial area.
Second.
Next motion is to relocate the play structure from Kearney and Mayer to a location identified by the Parks Department on Kearney Boulevard from the existing District 3 High Needs Program funds.
Second.
Next one is to fund community engagement, assessments, and renovation plans for Tetsie Wills, Mary Ella Brown, Frank H. Ball Community Centers from the existing funds identified for the community centers in the proposed budget.
Second.
To fund an outreach and assessment plan. And that would be $500,000. The remaining dollars identified for these community centers would be directed to Roding Park for improvements. Next one is to waive parking fees at regional parks for 2 years, funded by Measure P carryover.
Second.
Next one is direction to, this just request for information, City Manager, to pursue potentially utilizing outside vendors for the landscaping, maintenance, and janitorial services for our city parks. There's no money tied to it. Just want to see if we can have those conversations between the budget, before the budget's adopted. Let me see. Next one is to that's it for now for parks. We'll take on, oh, sorry, one more. To fund $1 million for deferred maintenance for Granite Park as a regional park from the proposed set aside for Chinchansing Park.
That a motion? Yeah. Okay, make sure you email those to Henry and the clerk as well.
What was the last one that you did?
Sure. Motion is to set aside $1 million for deferred maintenance in Granite Park from the proposed set aside for Chichansee Park in the proposed budget. So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, council, let's go to lunch, come back at 1:30, and I do intend to finish the remainder of the agenda today, so you'll probably be having dinner here again tonight.
Fleming's? Fleming's tonight?
Fleming's.
Fleming's tonight? Fleming's. No, that comes out of this pocket.
All right, let's go ahead and reconvene. We left off in the middle of the planning department presentation. So at this point, we're coming back up to council for questions, comments, et cetera, et cetera. I have no takers right now on the punched up. Anybody? Councilman Barrios.
Thank you. Director, I have a few questions for you on your budget proposes to fund a position to be a liaison to industrial and commercial development and to attend meetings and report back on these projects. Help me understand that. Isn't that what current staff already does? Isn't that their duties?
Right. So in the proposed budget, we have 3 liaison positions for development services. One specifically for housing, one for non-residential projects, and one for downtown. As you know, we're already...
Can you pause? What's non-residential?
And anything that's not a residential project, that it would be office, retail, other commercial, industrial, so to...
Job producing. So the intent was that for things that are going to produce jobs that get stuck in our system.
Isn't that every single thing that the plan development permit processes?
I would disagree strongly with that.
In the sense that whenever somebody's asking for permit,
no,
it
so
produces a job, right?
this is really to help those projects that are challenged. Maybe it's a mom and pop. Maybe it is a complex project that has challenges with external agencies like FID or flood control. Maybe it's a project that has special grant funding or special kinds of requirements on the project. Making sure that they are acting as a liaison, they're not processing the application. So one of the things that does slow our staff down in terms of processing the application is continuously providing that liaison services. So as you know, planning in particular, entitlements, is really a collation of all of the comments from outside agencies, internal agencies, as well as what does the planning code say. And CEQA. And so their role should really be to review it. Does this comply? Take everybody's comments and put it out. But they spend a lot of time in that liaising role. And so for many projects, there is an opportunity for us to provide better customer service, especially for those first-time users of the system or those that have a unique circumstance to help them through that process. So
what I'm struggling with, Director, is my understanding was that Excella as a software was supposed to be this communication mechanism that you would be able to go to Excella and find out exactly where a project is and where it may be delayed. And our office, folks tend to reach out to council members to find out, and then I have to communicate with you or with somebody applying to get an actual update on where the project is stuck. It feels to me like we're adding one more go-between to get a simple update on the development of the project.
Absolutely, customers can and we have a lot of customers that are very adept in Acela and use it every day and find information that they want and that they need and see where their project is. We've actually added a drop-down recently that actually shows what steps have been completed, where it is in the process. And we are going to be updating the program to have a more visual representation of that processing line, kind of like Pizza Hut and where's your pizza in the process, right? And watch it go through the system. The challenge for some users is how do they communicate with specific departments, or they don't understand the comments, and this is where that liaison can provide that role and can provide support to council staff when they call and they say, hey, tell me about this project, the Starbucks that's going in my district, or this other particular development project, and this individual can be that liaison and provide that premier customer service that our applicants are looking for.
Jennifer, I think a really good example would be, so we have Terry Cox in the role right now on housing projects. So and she's focusing predominantly on downtown and the corridor. So we have, a project that she is helping to track down the infill fee waiver that needs to be signed by a certain period of time. She's being the liaison with the developer to understand the Surplus Land Act process. She's making sure that I know that, has Scott told you that he lost this really critical person in Public Works? And as a result of that, we might be delayed on getting, final maps approved. So it crosses all sorts of departments within the city where we have found more complex, difficult to develop projects get stuck in our system. So it's not every single project in the system. It's one that's going to bring on housing units, and it's, in my mind, one that's going to bring on good, high-paying jobs.
Let me ask you this. So are these individuals going to be working on your typical track map development or your typical distribution center where folks hire Jeff Roberts to do exactly what you're suggesting this person would do?
No. So working with the city manager, this is not for your edge growth, tract map kind of thing. This is not for big users that have, or big developers that have their own development services team. This is for individuals, small nonprofits, small groups that need assistance through the process.
Let me ask you this also. One of my experiences is these small businesses, when they're doing tenant improvements and permits, inspectors are scheduled on Monday, they don't show up on Monday, somebody's out sick, they have to reschedule, they resubmit their plans for the third or fourth time for comments. When they actually begin construction, they get ticketed while construction is taking place. Would this position be able to deal with those things, or is it just going to stop at the point of permit has been awarded and that's kind of...
They will assist through both the planning and the building process. I can tell you we have very few carryovers in terms of inspections. However, per my presentation earlier, the inspectors are working well beyond what is expected in the industry in terms of the norm. So we do have some carryovers in inspections. The last time, I think we've only done 2 stop work orders in a year, and I can tell you exactly where those were, and those were not just somebody who was stuck in the process who didn't know what they were doing.
So your budget proposes to increase staffing costs by $6 million a year, $6.2 million, I think, for staffing. I know some of that is, labor agreements, adjustments. Are you proposing any new inspectors in your budget?
So in this particular budget at mid-year, there were inspectors added at mid-year, which we are in the process of hiring at this time, and that will dramatically improve the inspection side. We do have positions specifically related to planning entitlements, which has been a challenge for a lot of our applications, especially the complex applications. We've streamlined our smaller, simpler applications like zone clearance, sign permits, that kind of thing, to make them a lot faster. We've moved some resources over into building so that certain kinds of plan check, the planning piece is embedded in it and it can go much more quickly. So this is really to focus on more complex activities for planning. There is additional outreach for long-range planning and processing of specific plans. Additionally, positions in addition to the development liaisons that we talked about, there are positions in to split up our homeless operations and strategic planning specifically for our homeless operations, and then support for the additional $17 million in federal dollars that we're needing to get out the door. So we have additional couple of positions there as well.
Director, does your budget include any resources for training planning commissioners and members of district implementation committees on land use?
So I'm really glad you brought that up. So over the past 9 months, we have been working to do some updates and some proposals to improve the district implementation or district project review committee process. So we are moving to Granicus. I've already met with a couple of your offices. I know we've got meetings scheduled over the next couple of weeks. We are moving to Granicus, so we have all of the last 2 years' worth of meetings into Granicus. There is an ordinance on the books that specifically calls out bylaws and procedures, and it's from the early 2000s that the council adopted in terms of the district review committees. And we're going to be bringing back some tweaks in that to make sure that they're consistent across all of the districts. And we will be providing annual training to each of those agencies or each of those committees. And you're right, there needs to be an improved process so that they understand what their role is. Their role really is to give feedback and to provide input in the process. They're not a decision maker in the development code or in the FMC. So getting that additional training as to what they need to be able to do is critically important, and we will be, I'll be meeting with your office to go over that.
And in this last Planning Commission meeting, the commission initiated a text amendment. And I know that in the past, you've had a little bit of heartache when council initiates text amendments because it does require additional allocation of staff and resources. And if it's not in the budget, then, you know, where do you get that from? How are we going to manage the fact that the Planning Commission is now initiating text amendments that obligate the city to city resources and expenses that the council has not, you know, agreed to yet?
So the FMC allows for 3 different entities to initiate a text amendment. City Council, absolutely true. There is a process in the FMC which allows for the City Council, allows for the director, and allows for the Planning Commission. So in terms of this particular process, our next step really is going to be engagement and outreach, and that has been accounted for in terms of the planning budget for our current fiscal year.
So
but it doesn't include the resources for CEQA. So I mean, that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my concern, is that the Planning Commission, I understand that they have the legal authority to initiate a text amendment, but they're committing the council and the city to a fiscal expenditure outside of the budget process. And you've done a good job of holding that line with us to say, hey, if you're going to initiate a text amendment and spend $500,000 of staff resources, we need a AAR and amendment to the budget. I'm concerned that we're now setting a behavior and expectation that the commission can initiate $500,000 worth of expenditures without, you know, the council.
Yeah, so in this particular case, there is not CEQA attached to this text amendment, and so any future applicant would need to do their own CEQA. So there have been a couple of text amendments the City Council has initiated in collaboration with the administration, where either it was listed as a no possibility because, or another exempt from CEQA because it put that onus onto a future applicant or user of that particular text amendment. And this is similar in that case.
Okay, moving on to, it looks like your department's responsibility is growing every year. And we've now taken, I think, parking under you.
Parking's been under me since I've been here.
Oh, has it?
Yes, over a decade.
Perfect. We have a coordinator online, right?
We do have a parking manager, Melissa Almaguer, who we got from Department of Transportation. We stole her. Great experience with the public, with technology, with staff, and we believe she brings a lot of fresh ideas to parking, and so we're excited about this opportunity.
So on parking itself, you are proposing to start parking enforcements on the evenings and weekends?
So we've been doing that. We're just expanding. We had put on hold expansion during the recession We need, right now, we have 3 staff that work at night and on the weekends. We're proposing to expand that to allow for 2 additional floaters, which would allow us to backfill people who are off during the day, to work at night or on the weekends to assist. Because one of the things that we do have is we have a significant number of Fresno complaints that come in, and they're typically someone's parking an RV or an 18-wheeler in the neighborhood, but when we go out at 8 in the morning, it's already gone, right? So this gives us an opportunity to go out in the evenings and the weekends and to actually patrol neighborhoods.
I'm more concerned about your downtown enforcement, as you know, and we've been in meetings with the business owners in the Brewery District, other cultural arts districts, on the enforcement mechanism. And to your point, we stopped enforcing during the pandemic, then we started enforcing. I don't remember any notices going out of starting to enforce again. We're getting to the point where it costs more to park on the Brewery District than the cost of, buying a beer, which doesn't make any business sense for the business owners. I wanted to confirm that we're pressing hold and doing warnings for now until we figure out a game plan.
Yeah, and as I said, that is true. Yes, we are pressing hold, and we are going to be reviewing, as I said in my presentation, right? So the downtown district, whether it's in Brewery, Cultural Arts, near City Hall, anywhere within downtown, has seen a dramatic shift economically since the pandemic. And I don't anticipate that the 40 to 50,000 daily employees coming to downtown is going to return to that level. We see it shifting to more residential, to more entertainment, and so that will shift the parking strategy. And so we want to take a step back, review that, and then come back to the council with additional changes to not only the master fee schedule, but also to the structure of parking as a whole.
And Director, to your point, when the county decided to relocate a lot of their county workers to Clovis, that essentially began the shift of, office workers departing downtown and being replaced with the nightlife. So I appreciate you doing that. I noticed that you have a $29,000 pay for annual network fee for electric vehicle charging that's going to be passed on to consumers. Why is that fee there for, and how are you going to pass it on?
that is a connection to essentially to the cloud, right? So this is a networking fee for the provider of the chargers themselves. And so we have this annual networking fee. We chose to just re-up for 1 year because we're reevaluating not only how we're going to provide that service, but where we're going to provide that service. And we're working very closely with the Inclus and the agencies that provided us with those grants to identify potentially new locations either within downtown or throughout the city to relocate those facilities. And so we might not need that service going forward, but we do need it for an additional year at this point.
I do want to just caution you, Director, and staff that the first time around when EV charging stations were installed, there wasn't any feedback from our office, or I think many folks. So like they were included in the fourth, floor of a parking garage where there's no pedestrian traffic. The EV charge stations have been broken since the first month they were installed. I don't know how people arrived at that in the location, but wherever you see charging stations in any major city, it's always on the first floor. It's always by the entrance, so there's pedestrian folks walking by. So I just caution you with the future locations on that. And then also, Director, your parking garages, you outlined parking garage 4, 8, and 9.
Yeah, so that's the last phase of the Walter P. Moore assessment from the 2016 Walter P. Moore assessment.
Which one of these is a spiral garage?
So we are getting ready. Which one?
Which one of these is a spiral garage?
Which one is spiral? 8. Sorry, 8. 731,000.
Okay, and then I know we've talked about the conditions of those garages. Stuff happens in the evenings and whatnot. Is there any funds for power washing, sanitation of the elevators?
So currently, our ACE Parking is our contractor who manages our parking facilities. We have actually restructured our cleaning and power washing schedule so that we're consistently going through garages rather than all at once a year. We're staging that out throughout the year, and then we're adding additional services as needed. Before large events, after large events, additional porter service for special events, additional power washing as needed. So we've actually built that into the schedule for this year. And, you know, we really have a goal, and the new parking manager, ACE, city manager's office, we have been talking about, you know, what are the primary goals, right, for parking? People want to be able to come downtown to have a good time. They want to feel safe in the parking garage. They want to feel like it's well maintained and it's clean, and they want, you know, a good value for what they're getting, right? And so those are absolutely the direction that we're going. These are the last of those improvements that are primarily structural and ADA that need to be done, but we are going to be conducting a new study this year and bringing back new improvements, because that's a constant. We're always going to have to be maintaining and upgrading these facilities.
And then just two more items on parking. One is, I don't want to make a motion on this because I want to give professional staff the time to evaluate how to achieve this, but I think we need to pursue speed bumps, humps on the top floor of the spiral garage and the other garages. Any weekend, any evening, you'll see people making donuts at some point. Somebody's going to lose control, end up on the bottom of the floor of the ground. And it should be a simple fix. You know, a simple speed hump or bump would negate that. So if you can figure out how to address, you know, that is a dedicated place for that activity. It happens every single night there. And I know most nights there isn't staffing at that garage, but we got to figure out how to address that. And then secondly, on parking, we have the convention center parking. What improvements are you anticipating making there? Isn't that a fairly new garage?
Right. So this is actually would be convention center as the first phase, but potentially the $750,000 that's listed there would be utilized across all of the parking garages. We anticipate full automation to be a little over $1 million for all garages, but this would also, then you're probably looking at another $250,000 or so to do video surveillance in all the garages. So this would be phase one of getting all of our parking garages to 24-hour automation, which is essentially the kiosk at the front, the arm that goes up, you go in, you park, you use your ticket or to leave, as well as video surveillance in the garages. So we would start at Convention Center. We know that getting Convention Center done actually is less than a year payback for us in terms of staffing that we save from hiring ACE. And then we can invest those dollars into more improvements, cleaning, that kind of thing, or even potentially in the future parking rate reductions.
Got it. And last point on parking, I believe it's fair to say that if we invest a few $1 million in parking structures, we're not going to turn around and sell the asset, correct? All right.
It is not my intent to sell the asset, no.
Okay, good. And then my last point, Director, on your budget is, I'm not convinced about the position for commercial and office, and as you proposed it. I have a lot of commercial and industrial in my district. I haven't seen, you know, folks knocking on their door wanting to do development with interest rates going high. I'm not sure that's going to be the place. What I do see a developing concern for us is parks. You know, we have a ton of park projects that do require permitting, do require, you know, some processing. I know our public works folks are dealing with it, but potentially 10 new parks, 2 or 3 dozen parks that need to be, you know, improved with permitting and planning all along. And I don't see a dedicated body to either be a liaison or to help get those projects through. It would be my preference to convert that position to focus on parks,
So the parks would be a non-residential project. That's another
Jennifer,
good example.
hold on, let me
Another
interrupt.
is United, okay.
Yeah. I have a deputy city manager position in my office that I'm in the process of hiring, that I intend to be the liaison for those types of projects with council district. The projects that are of particular concern that I know you guys meet with regularly with the departments, I intend to have a deputy city manager shepherd those projects through.
So you're assuring me that our parks projects are not going to be slowed in the planning and permitting because we'll have somebody to be the point person on them?
Correct.
All right, it's on the record, then I'll leave
Yep.
that position as is.
Yep.
Last point on your budget, Director, I still don't see a housing department that's robust. I see $40 million for housing solutions. I see Terry Cox, who's been a good asset for you. In the Housing and Homeless Committee, I see we have a dozen projects. It's somewhere in the stage of development. What I don't see, though, is the housing department, and what I don't see either is anybody who's actively developing affordable housing projects from the ground up. I think we're all living off the housing projects that were started or initiated by the council 2, 3, 4 years ago. I have not yet seen one new housing development project from this administration be initiated. I'm not talking about motels that we purchased, motels that we applied for months ago or years ago to convert. I'm talking about when are we going to actively see a department that initiates housing projects? RDAs being, slowly shut down. They were our primary initiation of housing projects. So don't be surprised if I make a motion to establish an actually housing department with the clear task of initiating new housing projects, and it be the holder of all affordable housing projects, whether it's transitional, emergency, permanent, or tiny homes. I see the mayor set aside money for those things. I don't see the bodies who are gonna be responsible for executing, and I appreciate you have like 15,000 departments, and I don't think that's, one more task on your plate, but I do intend to address the lack of a emphasis on a housing standalone department that can do that.
Yeah, so if I may, in addition to the $40 million that's in the finance department budget specifically for housing and affordable housing activities, over $80 million of the planning and development department's budget is specifically housing and community development, including homeless dollars, right? So all of our federal and state resources are all a part of that special revenue. In addition to the assistant director, Phil Sky, who has been tasked with everything related specifically to housing, we are adding a senior management analyst, housing program supervisor, a housing and neighborhood revitalization manager, who are all working under Phil to actually specifically do that. So there will be a specific emphasis on implementation, which there hasn't been. You are absolutely correct. There hasn't been those resources before. We, in mid-year, you authorized the allocation of resources and a position for senior real estate agent. That individual will be starting in July, so we will have the ability to go out and acquire, to process, to actually begin the implementation and to get those dollars out the door.
I appreciate that, Director, but where I find myself is we have a director of Beautify Fresno, which as of to last year was a department of one and yet had a director. Now there's probably a few more employees there. We have Director of Economic Development, a department of, $2 or $3 million. We have even some folks overseeing community affairs. But the place where we have $80 million-ish, the single most urgent crisis before our city, I have to depend on a bunch of folks wearing different hats, doing things on the side of the desk versus having a housing director. I'm in a position in the several committees that I serve that it's become routine that I meet with Assistant Director Phil Sky the day before the council meeting on a pretty significant housing, project or item. I think we're just in a reactive mode versus in the proactive mode. I don't see anyone seeking federal earmarks, state earmarks, figuring out how to build housing in the corridor. We seem to be reacting to everyone else, trying to do some housing or asking us for money.
Council member.
I am,
Okay.
with that, make a motion to establish a housing development department, and for the staff to identify the resources for that position, where numerous operations of housing would be under.
I'll second that.
Those are my questions.
Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Good afternoon, Director Clark.
Good afternoon.
Just one quick question to start off. I see in your budget, major capital improvements and appropriations, $560,000 for tot lot replacement.
So, right, so the items that are listed there under special revenues are federal resources that were already allocated through our CDBG program. They're simply listed there. So NSP, Tot Lot, West Fresno and MLK neighborhood, which is street improvements, Erickson Elementary neighborhood reconstruction, also street improvements. Those are specifically from the CDBG budget, which is in the annual action plan, which the council already adopted.
So every expenditure here falls under that category?
Yes.
Gotcha, okay. Councilmember Arias touched upon parking a little bit, which I wanted to get a little bit more in depth to.
Sure.
By the way, congratulations on the new job. Re-educate me and for the public's edification, can you kind of go over the entire parking enforcement structure right now? What kind of staff levels we currently have, what days, what times are getting serviced, and how those staffing numbers change throughout the day or throughout the day of the week?
Sure. So there are 28 positions in the parking division. These are divided among our districts. So those who go out into neighborhoods, the parking enforcement officers, the meter shop who handles primarily downtown. So within our parking enforcement officer structure, we have about half a dozen individuals at any given time throughout the city in quadrants, right? So we're looking at Fresco's. We're driving through and we're assessing whether or not there are vehicles that are parked in front of fire hydrants or vehicles that need to be towed. So we have our tow team who's part of that parking enforcement officer. So that's primarily how it's structured. At night and on the weekends, we have 2 controllers on our parking enforcement officers on Saturdays, 1 on Sunday, and so they float. We also have evening operations, especially downtown, but really the enhancement that we're proposing in the budget allows us to be more responsive to Fresco concerns. How many on the evenings,
Director?
How many? So it varies
On
a day. Is it 2 at night? On a regular day, 2.
And what hours are those, the evening hours?
They go until 9 or 10, 9 p.m.
9 p.m., Monday to Sunday.
Monday through Friday, and then Saturday we have 2 people, and Sunday 1 person.
For what hours?
And those are during the day, and those are from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 3:30.
I heard you discuss the 2 new positions earlier, and I've heard them referred to as both downtown-centric as well as floaters.
These would be true floaters, right? So on-street parking during downtown events, additional coverage during swing ships, which is evenings and weekends, on-street parking for communities and neighborhoods and residential parking districts, high public parking volume at sports games, hospital, and college parking, right? So these are truly floaters that would be able to be responsive to Fresco, to checking on trends that we're seeing. For example, you've been interested in certain areas in your district, Councilmember Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Esparza have also had specific areas that they're interested in. And if we just survey them, do a visual windshield survey during the day, it doesn't give us kind of that trend. Where are the problems occurring? So this gives us that opportunity to have more eyes on the street at night and on the weekends as well.
So that'd be meaning if we identified Maple Avenue, for example, that'd be getting hit 3 times instead of 2 times a day.
They would probably be able to hit and add an evening, right? Maybe, you know, not consistently at the same time, different days of the week, different times of the evening, so that people aren't like, oh, we know at 7 o'clock somebody's going to come by, right? So could be a random shift there, as well as weekends, right? Because we know that consistently we're hearing, and I even see it in my neighborhood, right? Someone's parking an 18-wheeler. It's there in the evening. It's not there during the day.
Right. So given that we have lower numbers on the weekends and in the evenings, how are those folks being assigned?
So they are being assigned by, it's either complaint driven, right? So we have a large number of complaints, or they're being assigned by there's an event that we need extra coverage for.
So all evenings and all weekend shifts are just essentially floater
They are
positions?
true floater positions, yes.
I think that answers those questions. I want to go back to the greenhouse gas document.
Right.
The greenhouse gas reduction. We spoke about this a little bit last year, some confusion on what it was called, greenhouse gas reduction plan. Is there anything that dictates that has to be revisited for an update and analysis every so many years?
It will be updated when the general plan is updated. So we have started putting in, and it's a part of this budget, getting ready for the full general plan update. You recently updated the environmental impact report. There will be updates to that. It will need to be updated. One of the pieces that we are required to complete is a climate adaptation plan. And that is funded in this particular budget, $400,000.
Can you point that out to me?
So if you look on page.
Wait, in the main budget or the line item?
So in the main budget, B149, operations and equipment, $750,000 for general plan update, which is just the beginning of it, right? Yep. $250,000 to start our studies, $100,000 for a segmentation report, housing and commercial analysis, to see if there are any updates that we need to do to the land use map. And then $400,000 for the climate adaptation plan.
Can you tell me how that's different from our current greenhouse gas reduction plan?
Yeah, so the climate, and let me get you the detail because I don't want to say it incorrectly. All right, climate adaptation plan is required per government code 65302G4 upon the next revision of a local hazard mitigation plan adopted in accordance with the Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 on or after January 1st, 2017. The safety element shall be reviewed and updated as necessary to address climate adaptation and resiliency strategies applicable to the city. This review shall consider advice provided in the OPR Office of Planning and Research General Plan Guidelines and shall include all of the following: a vulnerability assessment that identifies the risks that climate change poses to the local jurisdiction and the geographic areas at risk from climate change impacts, including but not limited to an assessment of how climate change may affect the risks addressed pursuant to paragraphs 2 and 3.
Does that sound a little redundant to you?
So sorry. That is direct from the government code, but essentially we need to look at how climate change is going to affect the city and how we grow and develop, whether that's our standards for our development code, where we place certain kinds of land uses.
Doesn't that sound redundant with our current greenhouse gas reduction?
So the
study that addresses a
GHG
lot of
program is specifically to, and it's also required by the government code, is required to assess how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's not specific, how do we adapt to climate change?
Because I remember when I asked for a climate action plan last year, I was directed to a greenhouse gas reduction and said that this is sufficient. But clearly this is a separate document.
This is separate and will need to be completed prior to the general plan update.
Sure, but going back to what I mentioned before, I was told that we did not need a climate action plan because we had a greenhouse gas reduction plan.
So climate adaptation, right. So climate adaptation plan is how do we adapt to the changing climate. It is not necessarily a proactive document, but it's intended to be an adaptation to and how do we address that within our rules and requirements within the development code specifically, not necessarily as a city, how are we going to change the climate?
Councilmember, you are correct. We did say that. So to your point, I don't know if there's a clear distinction of what the difference was at that time.
So what is the process and timeline for putting out a contract to get the study done?
So as soon as the budget is adopted, we will do an RFP and select a consultant and they can start work. We will need to have all of our documents completed, all of the EIR engagement, et cetera, before the end of 2024. So it's going to take a good 12 months or so once the contract, the consultant starts. So I would say, all of 23 to complete that particular portion of what's necessary for the general plan update.
So according to you, Director, this is more descriptive than prescriptive.
This would be proscriptive in the sense that it would, it could, I don't want to say would, but it could change what are some of the regulations and the requirements in the development code, whether that's tree planting
Let me
or-
cut to the chase. I
Yeah.
mean, what do we got to allocate to beef this up to where it is that kind of document that is not just, hey, here's the current situation, but here's the steps that need to be taken to get you to a better climate?
So I don't know the answer to that question. We can certainly look into it. We have looked at what other cities have paid for the climate adaptation plan, and that's how we are recommending the $400,000 at this time.
Yeah, well, I'll make a motion to double that amount to accommodate for a more prescriptive plan.
Second.
Going back to the greenhouse reduction plan, Director, you said that update and analysis would be automatically triggered upon the update of the general plan. Is that correct?
So when the EIR is completed, that will be updated, yes.
When do we plan on that being done?
So we will start with the studies this year. $250,000 of the budget is beginning those studies. Next year, we anticipate another probably $500,000 to complete the EIR for the general plan update, and then potentially any other land use changes that are recommended by the housing and commercial market segmentation analysis or the climate adaptation plan. And so it will all be culminated by December of 2024.
Specifically the EIR portion, though?
All of it. So the general plan update, so that would include the environmental justice element, it would include the climate adaptation plan, it would include, right? So all of it has to be completed and adopted by the end of 2024. So we're planning ahead, right? And we're doing all the pieces as we go so that one, it's not a huge amount that we're not going to expend all of it in one fiscal year. We know we need to spread it out over 3 fiscal years. And then it should be released by the summer of 2024 for public review and comment.
Okay. My last question, and I guess this is more of a general dissatisfaction. I've expressed this to you before, Director, but maybe administration could listen in now too, was last year I initiated a text amendment because I was put in a really tough situation regarding sensitive uses, specifically parks. And I initiated a text amendment, and I was a little disgruntled because I feel like after I initiated that, the onus and the burden to do all the work was placed on me. Where's the money going to come from? How are you going to get it done? Who are you going to contract out with? What are all the elements that are going to go into it? I'm happy to be a part of that conversation. A lot of that will be a policy call, but I feel like there was no movement made whatsoever on the text amendment that I initiated about a year ago now. And I don't know if anyone wants to comment. Why is this process so burdensome to navigate through?
So in the past, text amendments have been a conversation between the council and the administration. So when it comes to council for initiation, there already is a path forward. Does it require CEQA? Does it not require CEQA? A great example of collaboration was the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, RNMA, which was a collaboration. The council did the majority of the outreach work. We framed it, got it packaged together. City attorney, in working with our department, determined that it did not need individual CEQA analysis because each applicant, because it was a conditional use permit, would have to do their own CEQA. So that's one example. Another example of a collaboration between the administration and the council would be the hotel to housing conversion program. So those are examples of how we have worked together to package that prior to coming to council to know exactly what direction it's going, who's going to do the outreach. In the case of the ABC, the alcohol use, most of that engagement was done by the council. Very little of it was done by staff. We simply processed the application when it came through.
Council member, I'm happy to make sure that you don't have to go through that type of process. I don't think I was directly involved in the one you're talking about because I didn't even sound familiar to me. I think it is always good for something, before it comes to a vote, to be able to have that conversation, to flesh out things, to make sure that maybe something you're bringing to the council, hey, can you add this or can you add that? So I think that we're certainly happy to sit down and talk through these text amendments and decide who's going to do what, how much money it may or may not need. So I can't speak to how the previous one went, but I don't have any problem sitting down and making sure that, we work together to get them across the finish line.
That's appreciated, and I don't mean to put the ball entirely in the administration's court either. I understand some of this will be policy, some of this is personal preference, but me and my staff of 4 people that don't have any expertise in planning and development, we don't even know where to begin, and so it essentially just goes to a graveyard where these things never see the light of day.
Yeah, I can understand that must be frustrating.
So how much does it cost to get a text amendment up and going and completed?
I think it depends on whether it needs CEQA or not, right?
Yeah.
What's the liberal estimate?
It depends, right? So if it's a no possibility, right, it's just really the processing and what is the text going to look like? Who's going to write it? What does that text look like? So that could be anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000, right? CEQA can be anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000. It just really depends. So the goal always was, let's make sure that the administration is included so that we know what to budget and what resources to assign.
Okay, I'll make a motion to set aside $100,000 to implement my text amendment, and if we meet on the side and decide it doesn't cost that much, I will amend my motion at that time.
Second.
Okay, that was it. Thank you, Director.
Councilmember Soria, followed by City Manager. Is your binder on top of your button again? It's okay. You're not the only one doing it, actually. These buttons are gone haywire.
Time I push my computer back, it hits it, sorry.
Yeah, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions. I think a number of them have already been asked by my colleagues, but was wondering, Director, on the planning staff capacity, because I know that this had been an issue for a number of years in terms of delays or concerns that we would get from the private sector when it came to our planning process and, not having the staffing adequate to address all the work that's being done. We know right now there's a lot of activity when it comes to building. I know that in the last budget cycle, we approved additional dollars to ramp up. So I just wanted to get a sense of kind of in terms of staffing, where are we, do you really feel comfortable with what is in the budget in terms of all the activity that is going on? And it's not just the outside activity. We have hundreds and millions of dollars in our city that is going to be going through also planning and development, parks, right? Various other community projects that we are, that I'm sure folks will motion or have already motioned to go through. So I just want to make sure that on the end of the work that you guys do, that there is enough folks there to meet some of those goals. I know that I've been very persistent in making sure that a lot of the projects that I've been working towards in my district was meeting, these benchmarks or deadlines that I had for myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. So, so there has been a dramatic upswing in not just allocated positions for the entitlement for the planning side, but in actually filling those positions. Right now, or as of the beginning of the year, 28 positions allocated and 26 filled. In comparison to the beginning of January of 2013, right before I came, there were 13 filled positions. So they've doubled in the last 9 years, which is dramatic. We are asking for a significant number of new positions specifically related to complex planning projects, just like you stated. So we have 4 positions, planner 3, a supervising planner, and a planner 1-2, specifically to work on complex projects based on the volume of projects that we see going through, a 36% increase in volume in 2021 over the prior year. So we are seeing that uptick. We believe that this is the right number. We are still a very, very lean organization. The city manager asked me to compare to some neighboring cities, and we have 4 times the work, but only twice the number of employees. So we certainly are not large in our organization. We're very lean. We operate as efficiently as possible. Our employees are asked to do a lot of complex tasks, and that's one of the reasons that having a liaison to be the go-between with applicants who have questions about projects is so essential to making those projects go as smoothly as possible.
Okay, I'm hoping we are paying them competitively so that they stay here and if we're overworking them. Because if you're saying they're doing, pretty much twice the work of what other folks in other cities are doing.
We have a very high level of processing. I will tell you that over the past year, the engineering series has been updated, which is dramatic, huge increases that keep us competitive with the market. We will be working on the planning series this year, which will help keep us competitive in that group of employees as well.
What's the timing on that?
We anticipate it'll take about 3 to 4 months to go through that, to compare not just other organizations, but we'd also like to add an entry-level classification. We've been talking to personnel services about which would allow us to get some early career folks in the door into the planning series, and would allow us to have more flexibility at the front counter.
Do you guys do internships?
Yes, we do. On a regular basis, we have anywhere from 3 to 5 interns, and we actually have a staff member in this budget on our administration side to really help with bringing in new individuals as interns, career planning, helping our staff grow and move up in the organization, because I think career laddering is very important, especially for folks just getting out of college or in college right now. So yes, we do.
Okay. I know for me, one of the issues has been the Tower District specific plan. I know that that was a big challenge in terms of staffing and getting adequate, folks to work on this. I know that we just initiated it. Do we have enough resources in this budget for fiscal year 23 to complete the specific plan?
So
I just want to make sure that, as it gets, I know we just started it, we allocated some funding, that the funding is going to be appropriate. It's not a whole new plan, just for, folks' knowledge. It is a refresh of the 1991 Tower District specific plan. So I just wanted to make sure that in this budget, I wasn't sure where I could find that information.
So last year, during budget, you made a motion to fund $400,000 for the update of the Tower District specific plan. And last month, you signed or approved a contract with WRT to complete that work. So $400,000 is their base proposal. They did have a lot of add-ons that they would like to do. That you heard earlier today, that there are those who would like to do them. The $400,000 is already committed in the 2022 budget. It is encumbered, so there is no new resources allocated in the 2023 budget for their scope of work.
What would it, how much more would it entail in order to be able to do?
It really depends on how much money you would like to throw at it. They've proposed an additional $462,000 of tasks. I don't know that that's really necessary, but there are expanded studies that they proposed to the committee that they could do, expanded outreach and engagement, additional land use changes, commercial core strategy. So there are some. There are a lot of big ticket items that could theoretically be added. You have allocated enough to complete what you asked us to do, but there are add-ons that could be included as well.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm not going to make a motion today. I'll kind of convene with folks and see, and I'll talk to Councilmember Arias if that's something that we want to do. But I wanted to make sure that the work, that the dollars would continue for this next fiscal year.
Yes.
The other issue, for me, housing has been a big issue since day one. And I do agree that, and then given, I think what you just told us, right, we have the $40 million in housing set aside through ARPA and about another $80 million through housing, homelessness, community development type of dollars that we also have. I think that it is incumbent upon us to really have a structure that really is going to be conducive to move these projects and the development that's going to happen under these resources that have been allocated. It's funny because before Councilmember Arias made his motion, I had kind of drawn up my own department of what I think he looked over and copied me, but of what I envision. I know that I'm kind of, out the door, but this has been an issue that I've been extremely passionate about. I do see us, I know that these kind of divisions, I don't even know, I guess maybe we call them divisions, like housing and community development, and then the housing and homeless initiatives are under, your department, but trying to figure out, and I think it'll be good, city manager, maybe if we can talk in the next couple days just to figure out what would be like a good structure that is satisfactory to this body in conjunction with the work and the strategic plan that you guys, have rolled out, so that we do really see the goals that the administration and the council have moving forward successfully. So I think that there's some conversations that we need to be had, but I do think that I think really maybe a change in the kind of structure that we currently have may be a good idea. I do think that some of the changes that you guys have made more recently Not to be biased, but, that Terry used to be my chief, but I do think that, having her on, helping you guys on some of the housing stuff, on your guys' end, it has been positive, at least from what I've heard from folks, in the outside world. So I think that was a good move. But I do believe that given the fact that we have just record number of dollars invested towards housing, that we do look at what is going to be the best structure moving forward. The other questions that I do have as it relates to housing, I know when I first pushed for the Housing Trust Fund, I was adamant about including first-time home ownership dollars. Have we figured out what kind of program we're going to roll out? Who is in charge of this part? I'm just trying to kind of get a sense of, who's in charge. And again, for me, it's about the accountability. And, I've obviously been pushing this for many years, but it's like, okay, so who do I, hold accountable to make sure that this program actually gets off the, off the budget book, essentially.
Right. So in our PLHA program, which we are still waiting on those dollars from the state, we do have funds allocated over 5 years, $1 million a year for first time, or $750 or $1 million a year. For first-time homebuyer program. So as soon as we have that check from the state, we can get started. We have draft guidelines ready to go.
Why do we need to wait for the state? Because don't we know that we're going to get the money already, and there's about $40 million too? I just want to, for me, I guess time is of the essence, because every day property prices are going up. And so the longer we wait, the more expensive it is for families to get into a new home. And so that's what been my concern. That's why I've been pushing, and I just feel a little bit of frustration.
From a risk perspective, until we have that signed agreement back from the state and we and they go to allocate those resources, the department has not moved forward with spending those dollars because we need that agreement, because it has all the rules by which we need to get reimbursement. So until we have that, we don't know how and when we will get reimbursed, and that's really critical, obviously, to the cash flow and the bottom line of the city. We don't want to have to repay or eat dollars, right? Mm-hmm. In the organizational chart, housing and community development activities, housing and homeless initiatives are all in our community investment strategic work group under our assistant director, Phil Sky, right? So while it is not a separate department, they act as the receiver of all of our federal and state dollars. They provide all of the contracting, oversight, monitoring, and management. And they are doing actual rehab and construction activities going forward. And it provides for an efficient use, knowing that a lot of these resources are one-time. It's a lot of money to stand up a new department in terms of personnel services, accounting, budgeting, having all of those back office people, and there's a great efficiency of scale to share those resources within the department. However, I hear what you're saying, but on an annual basis, when these one-time dollars go away, instead of having $120 million in a department, you're looking at $20 million a year in a department. So having that efficiency of scale, shared resources, shared costs and expenditures really allows them to spend more money on the projects and on the individuals rather than on standing up back office operations.
Yeah, the concern that I have is that, for example, housing and community development, they have their whatever $5 million that they get from the feds, right? And that's all they do. And we're not looking at it as a whole strategy. It's just like they're looking at what they're spending in terms of...
They're actually doing all of this work So so we have both of those divisions, housing and homeless initiatives, housing and community development. Housing and community development actually administers all $82 million and will be responsible for administering the additional $40 million. So they're actually looking at it comprehensively. That's what the annual action plan does. That's what the PLHA plan does. It's an umbrella, and it looks at all of those resources in a very comprehensive way.
So this is the department or the division that's going to be responsible for the 40 million. Is that what you're telling me?
We will work with the administration to ensure that that $40 million gets out the door, and most likely we will provide the back office support that's necessary for it, yes.
Okay, because I thought right now, in terms of the capacity, do they really have the capacity to?
So again, that's why why we're requesting additional positions. We do, again, try to put as many dollars into the programs and not into the staffing as possible. So we share resources. So we have individuals who are responsible for essentially the monitoring, the banking, the accounting, the back office work for our homeless initiatives, ESG, HAP, HOPWA, our community development initiatives, the home program, the home art program, so our coronavirus dollars. All of those are being operated and managed by our Housing and Community Development Division right now. Housing and Homeless Services provides on-the-ground, boots in the street, operational support for homeless services out in the street. In community development, we additionally have our rehab programs, our first-time homebuyer program. All of that is embedded in that group.
And so that group is going to work through also the Housing Trust Fund to make sure that it's a one program, because
yes,
that's what I'm trying to get. I guess I don't have a clear picture of how all those things are working together to really execute and implement I think it's actually more than 120 million. And then on top of that, we have RDA. So in my mind, what I would envision is this umbrella of housing. You have redevelopment, you have housing and community development, you have housing and homeless initiative, you have the Housing Trust Fund. So I would envision this all, working together, because I know that even our RDA, we don't really work with all these other divisions. It's been very separate. We've been working in silos for years because RDA was, for the most part, responsible for the housing piece in our city. And so I'm trying to figure out a mechanism, really. So I'd love to sit down with you, city manager, and the director to kind of figure that out over the next week or so.
Yep. I think we're open to, once we go through and you get a clear direction of what the structure is now, we have options. We can either add resources to the existing structure. We can certainly talk about a separate standalone department. I think that is also an option too. We were just sort of looking for efficiencies of scale, especially when you have the back office part of it. Do we need to have two parts of that? But I think we have lots of options, and we would welcome the discussion.
Okay, with that, I think those are all the questions that I have for now. Thank you.
Can I just, before she sits down, did you talk about the CEQA person for parks? Did you cover that? Did we not add a CEQA was that in your department or was that in parks? Remember we had the problem of nobody available to do CEQA for the new parks projects, and I thought we added resources there.
Not in our department.
Oh, it must have been parks then. Okay, or public works, sorry.
I think it's in public works.
Okay. We'll get to that then.
All right, Director. I'll be relatively brief. Wanted to ask about the parking district number 10, the VA parking district within district number 7. I see it's all on page B142. There was a table that showed the top 10 parking violations from last year. Do those figures also include parking violations without a parking permit? Are you aware?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now that we have, I think we now have the ability to kind of look COVID and pre-COVID. Was there an increase or decrease in parking violations sort of over time over the last several years?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and we were looking at that and analyzing, sort of the shift in the market. So our parking violations that we have cited have gone down significantly post-pandemic, right? So nearly in half have our citations and have they been reduced. That doesn't mean that there weren't citable incidences, but for example, during the COVID emergency, we actually allowed for RV parking on the street, which normally we wouldn't allow for someone to live there as a quarantine or self-isolation. So that was lifted a year ago, and so we're seeing, those complaints start to surface again. We're reviewing and evaluating those, but again, the role of those parking controllers is to create that good quality living environment within a neighborhood.
Sure. Can you speak to what level of service, how many hours is parking enforcement spending within parking district number 10?
So in the VA district, we are running 2 patrols a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Depending on the number of violations that are identified would determine the amount of time spent in any particular area. So two patrols per day in that district. I can't give you an exact number. I think we talked about it last year. On average, I would say 10 hours a week, 2 hours a day.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking. I was looking to maintain that. I think my motion last year was 1/4 of an FTE, per week.
And on average, I would say we do that. There are going to be weeks that are slightly more, depending on the number of violations, weeks that could potentially be less. I know that we've been doing some analysis of data for your office related to that particular parking district and whether or not the boundaries should be changed.
Yeah, and I think that the analysis and the sort of deep input we've received, I think will help us shape and probably reduce the size even further from what it was originally. It's been very, very difficult process finding the Goldilocks type spot in terms of not too big, not too small, which neighbors want to be included, which blocks are impacted. So yeah, relatively close to the hospital, we still do get complaints from folks that there's not enough enforcement, and so obviously the closer to the hospital, that's where we do want to see the enforcement.
Right.
At least until we determine kind of the final version of what those boundaries look like.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, any other? Oh, here we go. We have Councilmember Arias. Nope. Okay. I think it's your binder pressing your button. Any other folks? All right, Director.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the Personnel Services Department.
To move forward and back. Okay. Awesome. Okay, good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council, Marisa Sanchez, Director of Personnel Services. Thank you for having me here today. Before I begin, since I'm one of the newbies, one of the new directors this go around, I'd like to thank my team for their support and dedication and helping me through this process. So, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started here. Where do I point it, Brianna? Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. Okay. So the first slide is our actual and estimated expenditures. You'll notice there for our personnel costs, we are proposing for fiscal year 23, $6.6 million. And that's an increase due to additional staffing that we are recommending in addition to positions that were already granted in last year's PAR, as well as salary increases due to salary adjustments, step advancements, and applicable MOUs. So for our non-personnel costs, we have a big jump there. So you'll notice our fiscal year 22 estimate was 8.7 million and is jumping up to 18.4. That's in a large part because of the special projects costs associated with the Youth Development Workforce Grant. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a later slide. Our contingency costs are at 30.6 million for fiscal year 23. And you may notice there in fiscal year 22, we estimated high due to the large amount of the workers' compensation and liability claims that were delayed in prior years because of the COVID pandemic. So we're actually, for fiscal year 23, we're asking for an overall increase of 3.7 million in comparison to what was actually budgeted for fiscal year 22. Okay, on to the revenue slide. So for our general fund, we're expecting $10,000 for fiscal year 23, and the only revenue that comes in for personnel on the general fund side is for the live scans, the DOJ fingerprints for all new hires. So there's an increase there with the anticipation that we are going to be on a hiring surge, continued hiring surge, so we're expecting that. The special revenue, the 7.421 million, is associated with the revenues furnished by the Youth Workforce Development Grant. So presently we have 113 positions to fill. So I'm glad to say that 51 of those positions are already in the department interview phase and 23 positions are in the job offer phase. So we're very, very excited about that. Next is the Internal Service Fund at 46 million for fiscal year 23. That's an overall increase of 7 million compared to fiscal year 22. With the amended budget for fiscal year 22. For our budget expansions, we have 6 new positions that we had requested last year in the PAR, totaling about $568,000, $600. In addition to that, we have allocated the $400,000 that's associated with the classification and compensation study. This is the 4th phase that we're planning to carry out. It's already been agreed upon between the city and the FCEA in an MOU. In addition to that, we are looking to bring on 2 limited positions, and this has to do with the Tyler Munis implementation that Director Horn already spoke about and Director Lima spoke about in the finance presentation. So we're expecting that to cost about $217,000. And then the equipment, the computer equipment that's associated with those new positions. So that would be totaling $1.192 million. So for our fiscal year 23 department budget priorities, again, we're looking to bring on 2 limited positions. One is a business process and systems analyst, and then a senior HR risk analyst to help with the Tyler implementation. So once finance is done with their portion of the implementation, it will be coming down to HR, and that's a huge undertaking. So to plan ahead for that, we need some limited staff to be, when I say limited positions, to be able to assist with that implementation. In addition to that, we're planning to continue to manage and maintain that grant that is associated with the Youth Job Corps and make every effort to fill all 113 positions that the requests that have already come in. Also complete the 4th phase of the classification and compensation study that was already agreed upon between the city and the FCEA. And then strive to complete the processing of the pending liability case court trials and litigations that were postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and use the increase in the funding to pay the outstanding claims. So with that, I can go ahead and take any questions that you may have related to this budget.
Director, you get a break to wipe the sweat off your brow while
Right?
we do public comment.
Oh, it's my first time,
And then
that's
we'll,
why.
and then we'll come back to you. So let's see, we'll open up public comments on the Personnel Services Department. If you're in the chamber and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, feel free to punch up by raising your hand, and we will call on you. So our first speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy News Villegas.
I just wanted to thank you guys for the Youth Corps program. I know that's, being able to provide the services in there are, as well as a job, is extremely important. And would love to see how that is fleshed out, but I want to thank you guys, thank the city for that program. And wanted to throw in with that a consideration working towards a ongoing program for those who are unhoused to be able to access employment within the city. It is definitely something that is something I hear constantly when asked what they need from the city. People mention about jobs and job training. As you imagine, it's very difficult in different circumstances where people are at, whether or not they are currently unhoused or in a shelter or whatnot, to be able to access jobs, to be able to access showers and other things that they need for that, but also to be able to, deal with the potential issues with and other issues regarding being unhoused. And would love to see something implemented that would both provide jobs and also bring out job training and other resources to those who are that are unhoused and in the shelters. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Seeing no one on Zoom, no yellow cards here in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close public comment on the Personnel Services Department. Director, I have a question for yourself, and probably involve the city manager too as well. So I see you had the class and comp study to be funded. How many more of those do we have in the queue, if any, from different bargaining units?
As far as being obligated for this next fiscal year, it's just the just the one with the FCEA. However, we are in talks with PEA because there is a need to conduct, as I think Councilmember Arias had brought up at one point, there is a need to conduct a class and comp study, but we have only agreed to participate in one and allocate $400,000 with the FCEA for this next fiscal year.
Yeah, my concern is taking a look at items like the one the city manager brought forth last week, where we have been in a scramble to retain folks because of a fast-changing market. And so, we take time, we're allocating money, the study will be conducted, and depending on what department or sector it is within our city organization, it may or may not be too late. So we don't have to have this conversation in open session, maybe closed session, but just sort of cautioning against how the market continues to evolve and whether we can keep up with retaining the talents here locally.
And to speak to that, this $400,000 that we have already agreed to, this is in relation to a class and comp study that was talked about and decided upon back in fiscal year 2018, Steph? 2017. Oh, yes, and we do have one, we have agreed to a class and comp study, one more with IBEW. That is one of our smaller labor groups, but we do have that also in the works.
Okay, all right, yeah, well, yeah, maybe we can have this conversation. I think we have labor on the agenda again coming up, so we can have a more candid conversation about this, but just something I remain concerned about, right? And I guess we'll keep seeing potentially these kind of emergency items come forth as those types of situations develop. So punched up, I have Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. Director, how are you?
Good.
Good first time. Okay, so this is actually my first time staying awake during budget, so it's first for both of us. No, I'm kidding. A question for you regarding the differences in numbers. If we can go to your first slide, the actual and estimated expenditures by object. Just from my understanding, there's a little bit of an increase in personnel costs, but the non-personnel costs, there are significantly more, but you did mention it's because of, majority of which is due to the youth workforce program, but we did receive a grant for that, correct?
Yes, so I think it's 7.4 million of that amount is associated with the youth grant program.
So are all the expenses pretty much offset by the grant, or how much are the Fresno residents on the hook for?
Well, on the revenue side, you'll notice on the slide right after that, that 7.421 million is coming in on the revenue. And Henry can probably speak to that a little more clearly, but we have it on both sides. So Henry, I don't know if you can elaborate a little more.
It's all covered by the grant.
Okay,
There
so
shouldn't
it's pretty
be
much cost
any.
neutral.
Yeah, it's cost neutral.
Even with workman's comp and all the other expenses?
I believe so. I believe it covers the full cost of whatever the positions are. Yes.
And then how long so how many positions is it about?
We have 113 positions
That's
in the
great.
queue right now.
Okay, and then this grant is for how many years will it cover that? Or are we talking, because what happens, I don't want to let people go, what happens year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5?
It's 2 full years.
What's that?
2 full years.
Okay. Do we have a plan yet what we do in years 3 and 4? I mean, it could be that some of these positions, this is a first-time job, and then they move on to college or the next job. It's possible.
They're not going into like full-time permanent positions. They're more of like an intern, and the desired outcome is, let's say somebody takes a job as a water treatment trainee, as intern, and they like, oh my gosh, I really love this work.
Right.
When we have an opening, they then can apply for the permanent. So it's to get them exposure to the different functions of the city, and
Kinda
absolutely the goal would be to get them into permanent full-time
Like a
employment.
pre-apprenticeship type of thing. I got
Yes.
you. Okay.
We call it career pathways. We set the career
Thank you,
pathways.
Marissa.
Okay. Can I just get, and this can just be emailed to me, just a memo on the cost, for even though it's revenue neutral, the cost per person?
Yes.
What it would cost? Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Soria, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Couple questions I had in terms of our risk, because you guys handle all the risk stuff as well.
Yes.
And I know in the past, we've had issues with small nonprofits, organizations struggling with some of the liability requirements by us. Have we addressed the concerns that have previously been brought forward regarding some of the liability requirements?
You're referring to the insurance requirements?
Yeah, the insurance.
Associated with special events and that sort of thing. We have been looking into that. I'll defer to Greg on that.
Yeah, so we've been fortunate in special events this last year not to have any of those difficulties. And particularly because, with special events, the I don't want to call them the grandfather, but the traditional events we do just roll under our umbrella. But the insurance industry is kind of squishy right now. For example, there was an event last year that was proposed, and it had one of the words in the title of the event was black. And the insurances all kind of shied away from that. Same was true with MLK.
Like black as in the color, or black as in African American?
Black as in African American. But we also had the same problem with MLK too, but it's a city-related event that we cover. So we're really looking at that and trying to work with our event holders to better share the information with the insurance as needed.
Well, and then let me just also add, when we got quotes for insurance this year, we had 2 options, and step in if I misspeak. We could have lesser coverage for city liability, which is most of our issues, that would provide special events coverage, or we could have better coverage for the city's liability and no special events coverage. The insurance market I don't know if it's just California or if it's nationwide, it is very squishy right now. So I think ultimately, and unless the market changes, I think what we're going to be seeing is us, as we can, absorbing them as city-sponsored events and probably, and covering them under our self-insurance to the extent that we can. But the days of, you know, somebody being able to go pay $100 for a special event policy, I'm pretty sure those days are over.
And we also have seen that in a number of the concerts we do, particularly at Roding Amphitheater. We just had, it's the same, it's Cumulus, but it's the same company that owns a country station and owns an R&B station. The R&B concert was charged a little bit more, but the country station, their issue was drinking. So those are the kinds of things that, hey, I guess, you know, when...
How is that constitutional?
I'm just telling you what the what the insurance is pushed back on, right? And of course, we hear it from our event holders. So we're also trying to work with them on all those issues. You'll hear a little bit more about special events tomorrow in the city manager's budget.
Okay. Yeah, I know that we've resolved some of the issues over the last few years, you know, going back to parades and all that good stuff. So I'm glad that we've fixed those. But yeah, we're looking forward to figuring out a better way to really continue to promote entertainment and all the good stuff that exists, that can exist in our community. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. So thank you, City Manager, for that information. The other issue that I know that you guys are working on has been important to me is the youth jobs. And I know that my council colleague just asked a couple questions on that. I guess I'm trying to figure out beyond just like, hey, what happens to the youth, or is it like an internship program? What is really the structure of that program? Like, how many and how did you guys fare with the applications and all that good stuff? Because if you guys recall, I think when we first, put $25,000 to do a youth jobs program a few years ago, we got like 1,200 applications or whatnot. It was like crazy. But just wanting to understand the structure of the program, how was it received by the youth, how many applications, and so forth.
So we all of the interested applicants go through the Career Nexus website to apply there, and Career Nexus sends the applications over to us. And we have three dedicated staff members that are assigned to this Youth Job Corps program, and they and this is under the personnel umbrella, and they carry it out from beginning to end. So they're working closely with these applicants to help them through the process of interviewing with the different departments. We have a whole list of career pathways that, if there's any interest there, that they can apply for, anything from accounting clerk, administrative clerks, community recreation assistants, custodians. We have some positions in the computer, IT field, cybersecurity, engineering aide, equipment service worker, graffiti abatement tech, irrigation specialist. I know Georgianne had mentioned that yesterday. Maintenance and operations assistants, plans and permits technician, and water treatment and wastewater positions. So the intent of this program, at least from our perspective, is to get them in the door, have them gain some valuable experience, and then if and when this program runs out, they'll be able to qualify, gain the experience they need, qualify for the permanent full-time positions here at the city, and we can retain them. That's the intent. We're going to open the door, set them up so they can have the training, and hire them permanently. And that's the mayor's plan, and we're hoping to be able to carry that out.
So who is Career Nexus? I just looked them up.
Can you speak?
How did we connect with Career Nexus? How would my Central High School student know that they could go find through Career Nexus this internship?
So Career Nexus is, it's an organization, I think it's a nonprofit that helps potential applicants with sort of soft skills and employment screening to to help them get through the process, the simple things like, you have to show up to work on time, how to, what dressing appropriately is. And they are a partner in this grant that fulfill that sort of employment screening, soft skills role that then turn the applications over to us for placement.
Okay. So they were one of the applicants with us for the grant? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if they applied. Matthew, I think Matthew Grundy's coming in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how does my Central Unified or my Fresno High kid know, oh, go to Career Nexus? Because the only reason that I knew to look it up was because you mentioned it. I've never seen it promoted.
Yeah, that has been like all of the website information as we've been promoting this, these opportunities directs them to that phone number and that web access.
Yeah, and maybe if I could just real quickly, the history of this briefly was the 13 big city mayors met with the governor's office and asked for this funding specifically only to the 13 cities. It ended up being $7.4 million for the city of Fresno to implement this program. We had the flexibility and latitude to implement it in a manner in which we designed, but it was primarily for the purpose of getting people into the workforce, city workforce, ages 16 to 30. And so that's what we've done. And I wanted Matthew Grundy to come up because I assigned this to him to implement and working with personnel. So he did all of the front end work on this, and he can give you some incredible percentages and the number of people applied. I don't know if that was already mentioned, but we've had an incredible turnout of people applied for this. So, Matthew?
Turnout. Oh, I just asked, what was that incredible turnout? Was it thousands like we had last time?
Yeah, I know last time, Councilwoman Sawyer, I think you guys were inundated with applicants that ultimately we weren't able to get through the system. We approach this differently, and big shout out to the whole personnel team for us really working together to try to make sure this is as seamless as possible. So I have some numbers for you. To date, we have 592 individuals who have expressed interest in the program. From those 592, they're at various stages in the approval process, if you will, of being assigned to roles. We had originally 113 positions that were identified by the city for us to place these fellows, as we call them, in the programs. A little bit of the breakdown of those numbers. We have currently 57 positions that have been referred to, or we have 57 positions that have received referrals, which means they've now been screened, they've received their soft skill training, and now they've been referred to a respective department for final interviews. We have now 21 job offers that have been given, and the program actually starts, we're going to have our first intern starting, or fellow starting on Monday, the 20th. And so the first 2 positions were actually offered to by the clerk's office. And so we're glad about that, but we have 21 positions. So between the 21 job offers and the positions currently interviewing or that have been referred, we have a total of 78 positions that are now in process. And so we also have 134 that have completed the soft skill training in total. So just so you kind of see where folks are in the process. Naturally, all 57 may not actually wind up taking the positions with the respective departments, but that's where they currently are in the queue.
Okay. And so is this only going to be for the summer, or is it like a year round?
Good question. So no, this is actually this program funding. The funding that Mayor mentioned is through October 2020. Oh shucks, let me get my numbers right. It's just over a 2-year program. That's when the funding has to be encumbered by. And so for some, this will be seasonal part-time. So it's anywhere between 20 hours at a floor all the way up to 40 hours. So for some, it'll be seasonal over the summer based on availability, their schedules, their willingness to work. And then for some, they're going to continue beyond.
I'd also like the breakdown by like demographics,
Yes.
zip codes would be great as well, because I want to understand where these folks are coming from.
Yes, and I do have that. I was trying to pull it up as quickly as I could. You got to give me a second, but I do have that. We're very thankful for the demographic, or in reflecting and looking into the breakdown on the demographics. We think that they well represent the folks that we're trying to partner with in this program. And so I'll be able to give that to you in just a second as I pull it up. You have other questions, Councilwoman Sawyer? I'll be happy to try to get to those while I'm
I'm
pulling
just
this up.
looking at you know, the career nexus. And I think the staff and all that good stuff. So are they the ones that provide all those like soft skill training, or is it the city of Fresno? Who's the one conducting all of this
Correct.
stuff?
They are providing the soft skill training, and then
Did we already sign an agreement with them?
we don't have they're not a sub-recipient of any funds from the city on this program. So one of the reasons why they're a good partner, they're paid by the state to facilitate these sort of programs. So we have no funding agreement with them.
Perfect.
I did want to add that, you know, we initially went to Judge Gottlieb from the courts. Their referrals go to Career Nexus. So we went to them and they said, well, we refer our people there. And then the same holds true with probation, I'm told. So they have some type of a contract with the criminal justice system, which is obviously our primary focus is on those youth that are timing out of the foster care system. Individuals who have been touched by the criminal justice system, foster youth, drug addiction, et cetera. So going to Career Nexus gave us the opportunity to have all of those other pipelines into it. So, sorry, Matthew.
No problem. Just trying to... I'm pulling that up, Councilwoman Sawyer. You have any other good ones for us?
And then, Matt, what you missed before you walked in, she asked about her kids at Central High School.
At Central?
Yeah, how could they get involved in this program or any other high school student?
Yeah, anyone. I know ahead of the program outreach being done, I know we sent out an email to each of the council district's offices just to say, hey, here's the information and how folks can sign up. And I know we pass that along to everyone. And we try to do our part working with CBOs and other community organizations to say, hey, we want you to please send us any and everyone who you think might be a good fit for this program.
So does this program have, like, for example, I remember when I did the summer youth employment program when I was a high school student.
Mm-hmm.
It was like everyone applied, you know, right before the end of the school year while you were still in school. And then everyone's technically accepted to do this or to participate, and then they place you, but you all start, it's like a 6-week or 8-week. So is that not how it works? It's more like on a rolling basis?
It's on a rolling because, as you can imagine, the nature of this program, and depending on individual schedules and their willingness and ability to work, there's some turnover. There are folks that are going to be falling off and others that are coming on, et cetera, in our ongoing basis. So it's not once we filled the 113 positions that they are all spoken for. There will be folks, in fact, that 113 is not the actual number because once we fill those jobs multiple times, it's well over 113.
Okay. So what is the role? So Career Nexus is the hub where people apply.
Sure. Yes,
and they tell us what candidates kind of, I'm trying to figure out what information do they give personnel? Like, what is the connection? I guess?
That's a good question. Perhaps I'll defer to someone from personnel that can share a little bit about what you're receiving. So go ahead.
So Career Nexus is the portal, the hub where they make the initial contact, they initially apply, get their soft skills, they're ready to go, to be interviewed and move forward. So we received the referral along with the application, and at that point, we are able to make contact with the applicant and get things going on our end, on the City of Fresno employment side. So
no one could contact personnel department directly and say, hey, I want to do an internship?
Absolutely, they can. So we have applicants that do that very thing, and the first step that we tell them is they need to go to the Career Nexus portal, the website, and apply that way, and then the referral comes over to us.
Okay. And so how do they choose who they refer us as, candidates to work?
Well, the applicant selects which types of jobs there's interest in, and then from there, Career Nexus can make the recommendations based on the openings that we have.
Okay. And then the other question that I had, I guess I'm trying to understand. So I understand that you guys are dealing, it seems like you guys are only dealing with the youth, those $7.4 million that we received. What about the other than Measure P youth job dollars? I'm trying to figure out how do these programs work together? Is it another case where this is like one thing and then Parks is doing their own thing and the council is doing their own thing with the internship program? I'm just trying to understand.
So if you're talking about Parks positions, you're talking about lifeguards and
No, I'm talking about the dollars that Measure P allocated for youth jobs. That's what I'm talking about. So we got a $7.4 million grant that now personnel is handling through Career Nexus. Parks Department was also given millions of dollars through Measure P for youth jobs. How are these things two working together, or are they separate and apart?
Aaron, you want to talk about some of your recruitment efforts? The good thing is it all ends up with personnel.
Good afternoon, Councilor Soria. So what we're doing on the parks end, we're actually going through job fairs, community events, and promoting our jobs. So we've had a few at Maxey Park, JSK, and that's how we're getting our word out, as well as some of our CBOs.
So does your guys' program do kind of the soft skill training, and then that's how you guys then place them in only in parks? Or do you guys also, because the youth job dollars that I remember Measure P allocated wasn't just so that they can work in parks. Yes, that is a good department to put them in, but it was like for youth jobs, and they can be placed anywhere in the city. So that's what I'm trying to understand. I feel like we're siloed a little bit. There's two different programs happening, and I think we even have a third program with the council having our own kind of internship program. And so I'm a little concerned. I feel kind of like the housing conversation.
So TJ, are you, can you promote, okay, TJ, can you talk about the Measure P youth jobs? How about now, TJ? There you are.
You're on mute, TJ.
You're on mute, TJ.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Measure P youth jobs.
Yes, so the Measure P youth jobs is, as Councilwoman Story explained, yes, it is to bring folks into the Parks Department in youth jobs and then prepare them for jobs throughout the city as well as other locations. So it is a career development plan. So they're not limited to parks jobs, but that's their initial experiences in parks. Does that address the question?
We did,
Well,
we did a
kind
train
of.
memo that was pretty more descriptive, I think, several months ago, and we can dig that up for you and recirculate it if you'd
Well,
like.
I know, but I think we're talking about the implementation of the dollars, and so I feel, so right now we're talking specifically about the 7.4 million, which is being implemented by Personnel Department in a certain way, and then we have our Parks Department, which is doing something, I just feel like there is no connection together, and we got to figure out how there is, for example, even in our city website, a place where we can say youth jobs. They can go either through Career Nexus, they can go through,
Yes.
I'm feeling.
So I think the reason they're two separate issues. One of them is really what you're talking about, the traditional youth intern, youth jobs. Those are part-time. Weekend jobs, summer jobs, those are intended to get our youth exposed to work, give them an activity to be involved in. The $7.4 million youth workforce development is youth force and young adults. It's primarily focused on getting people full-time employment. That's the intent. People that, it says 16 to 30, but the reality is we're getting people that are 18, 19, 20 years old employed to become permanent City of Fresno employees. So I think that's the difference between the two, and they go side by side, but we wanted them coordinated out of the personnel department, both of them. That's why we did it.
Yeah. The other thing I'd say is just the structure of the program. I think it was mentioned earlier, but these are two different programs in terms of structure and intent. Again, the 7.4, 75% of the program participants have to either be low income, be timing out of foster, be touched by the criminal justice or the mental health system. So there's a different profile on the targets for those who are participating in the 7.4 as opposed to the Measure P youth program, which is open to any and all. I wanted to also just get back to you, Councilwoman Soria, on the question around the ethnic breakdown of our folks. So far, based on our most recent information, Latino 50%, Black 27%, multiple 7%, white 7%, API 6%, and Native American 2%. So I think that doesn't speak specifically to the need, but what I would tell you is that all of the folks are being screened against meeting that 75% criterion of being low income, being timing out of foster, touched by the criminal justice or mental health system as well.
Do you have those by zip code too, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, we can get those to you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilmember Soria, as far as the website, as you know, our website is horrible. There's funding in this budget to redo the website. It's very bifurcated, so there's not, like, I agree, ideally we'd have like one spot for youth that could then be farmed out to where it needs to go so the user doesn't see it. You know, they just have one place to go. The way our website is now, it has to be in multiple places. It's terrible. So I agree, we could do much better in that arena, and we plan to do much better. So we'll do our best in the meantime to patch things together so it's easier for the user to be able to navigate the system. But our website is very clunky in that arena.
Yeah, I know. I went to it right now, and there's nowhere, if I was a young person, that I could go in here to figure out where this information is located, so I appreciate that. So I guess I'd like to figure out, and I know that you guys are personnel, you guys are just doing this, the Youth Workforce Development Grant, but I'd really like to understand, and I don't know if you guys sent out a memo, maybe resending it, to understand how these maybe programs can work a little bit better together. I get it that there's targets in terms of the type of individual that this youth workforce development, but what about for those kids that maybe don't fit that description? How is it that we're connecting them to the parks youth jobs? I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that those are connected, and that when young people come to us, we're able to direct them to, kind of like a one-stop shop. for youth, and so that they can, and understand also how, and maybe I should have asked this when, during the parks budget section, but ask about really how our job program through the parks. I understand that the job opportunities through the Parks Department are, probably seem much more a better entryway for young people, but also figuring out how is the placement happening across the city, because I was under the impression that even through the Measure P, young people could be placed across the city. That was, I remember when I first motioned to add, I think it was $25,000 the first time, and then we've increased it, I think, to several $100,000 of general fund to fund internship opportunities in the city. Folks were getting placed in a variety of departments like our airports, clerks, council, and so forth. So I want to figure out to have a better understanding. And for me, this has been very important work that I've tried to really champion as a council member, and so that's why I want to have a better understanding of how these millions of dollars now. We first started with 25,000, and so now to be at a place where we are, in the 5-figure amounts when it comes to investments for youth jobs, that I really have a better understanding of how this is happening through the city of Fresno. So no fault of yours, personnel director. I just want to make sure that myself and then the council, and that we're able to explain it to our young people, how to really connect to the city of Fresno, where there are a tremendous amount of opportunities. So with that, I will close my questions and remarks. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. That exercise just reminded me that this program probably doesn't belong in personnel, given that Deputy Mayor is addressing all the questions of the mayor. I don't know why we took it from the mayor's office to personnel. I think we should probably reconsider putting it back where it was. On the personnel matter, you noted, I might have missed this when I stepped out, that you have an overall increase of $7 million anticipated to increase in claim activities. What's that associated to?
The claim activities are associated with workers' comp claims, our general liability claims, our property claims. It's unfortunate they've all gone up.
Is the risk management fund in your department?
Yes, it is.
Can I get a breakdown of exactly what departments, what categories those are in? How many are workman's comp versus liabilities? Can I also get a copy of all the lawsuit settlements that we have approved in the last 4 years and the amounts per department? I'm trying to be a good fiscal conservative steward and make sure that we're not settling too many, Mayor. Exactly. So I'd like to understand, what our trend is for settlements of claims by department with amount. I don't need, identifying factors of who the settlement was with. I just need department and amounts.
If I may, I want to let my Assistant Director, Sumit Mali, who's our risk expert, speak on this.
Good afternoon, Council. To speak to the increase in potential settlement activity, particularly around liability for this year, during the COVID pandemic, a lot of our activities associated in 2021 were pushed out of that calendar year into 2022, which is further pushing out mediations and trials, right? So now we're seeing a huge uptick. Our office is slammed. So that's why we're expecting that large $7 million for costs associated with that hit in this fiscal year.
I understand, but I also understand that you guys program settlements for departments over a 3-year period.
Correct.
So I'd like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to add that note as well.
I want to see who's getting sued the most, and and what we have to do. Typically, it's a canary in the coal mine if you see a lot of litigation that has to be settled in any particular department. And it's always interesting to see, is it bus drivers, garbage truck drivers, or police car drivers by section and by department?
Yeah, and to speak to that too, as far as our upcoming goals for this year, on a proactive basis, we reviewed all claims, all workers' comp activities, and we're planning on hosting stewardship meetings with our departments to go over, hey, in this quarter, these claims came in, this is a common activity that we're seeing on our end, and possibly implementing some loss control mitigation factors along with any type of training, whether it be through our excess partners or various other.
Yeah,
joint
absolutely. And I know that the council typically approves these in closed session, but we probably always have 1 or 2 per meeting, and
Sure.
after a while, you get lost on,
I
you know,
can
what the
understand.
total is
Yeah.
per year and per department. So if you can get that information before the budget is adopted, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you all for coming, and your director did well on her first time, so kudos.
Councilmember Carbasi? No? Okay. Anybody else?
I'm kind of sad. Councilmember Maxwell doesn't have one question for me. He had hundreds of questions for everyone else, but okay.
I'm saving them for the next director. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And don't forget, council reserves the right to resummon any department anytime.
And for the record, we Councilmember Arias, we don't want to take the workforce thing. The personnel department is doing an amazing job. Susan over there, I got to give her a shout out. I show up and get briefed, so I know enough to be dangerous, but the personnel team's outstanding. So
Matt,
anyway.
stop it. You're going to get them going another 20 minutes. All right, so we're at 3:37 p.m. What we have remaining is Public Works, General Services, and I've got dinner coming at 5:30, so we might as well try and squeeze in the Convention Center Stadium tonight at some point. So let's power through and wrap this up. So Public Works, you will be next.
Thanks, Ryan.
For this clicker? Okay. Okay, perfect.
Welcome, Scott.
All right, thank you, Council President. All right, whenever we're ready.
You have the floor. Let's do it.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the time, opportunity to present Public Works budget for fiscal year 23. As you know, lots of activity, lots of projects, lots of challenges, and we'll walk you through the budget presentation. All right, and I clicked one too many times there. All right, so the next slide, we'll start with just, as with other departments, basic overview of the actual and estimated expenditures. You see multiple years here, going from 22 to 23. Personnel costs are proposed and budgeted at $40.2 million. You'll note that's an increase from the 22 estimate, but in fact it's very similar to our current 22 adopted budget for personnel. Big reason for that being lower is just the number of vacancies that we've been challenged with in delivering projects. On the non-PERS side, this is primarily contract construction, consultant design work, real estate expenditures, along with, this does include our developer reimbursements through the UGM and impact fee program at $248.5 million, and lastly, ID charges at 31.7. And that is a slight increase over 22. Grand total, $320.4 million. And going to the next slide, on the revenue side, you'll note general fund at $6.5 million. These are primarily a developer fee for service, where developers pay the full cost of things like plan check, final map reviews, vacations, along with subdivision inspection, utility permit inspection, all of that type of work. And those divisions within the department essentially pay for themselves. It's cost recovery as adopted in the master fee schedule. So that's our general fund revenue. Special revenue includes things like all the various flavors of gas tax funding, Measure C, federal and state grants, that's at $61.7 million. Capital, that includes quite a number of the development impact fees, again through the reimbursement program at $69.8 million. Enterprise includes community sanitation as well as the indirect cost recovery fund that's been approved through the federal U.S. Department of Transportation, where we recover basically the non-billable, the staff cost associated with projects, with things like computer replacement, to just keeping the lights on. All of those costs are recovered through grant projects where we work on those. Big change, next line, internal service fund, going from $17.4 million to $0, and that represents the movement of facilities management out of Public Works and into the new General Services Department. All right, so again, on the revenue side, $182 million altogether. In terms of expansions, next slide, and again, you have all the narrative within the budget binder. As proposed, 27 new employees. I'll talk about those on the last slide with some department priorities and highlights. The cost of those is $1.5 million. Together with those are new and replacement vehicles in park maintenance. That's 9 total at $900,000. Equipment at $230,000. And then with the rest of Public Works, other than park maintenance, and we wanted to kind of flag that one and highlight it separately, 31 vehicles, and cost of that is $3.67 million. So in terms of those vehicles, I did want to highlight actually none of those, other than a graffiti bucket truck, none of those are general fund. The remainder of those are all funded through various things from CFD, special tax revenue, to gas tax program, Measure C, street maintenance, Measure P. Those are not general fund items, so we found a way to make that happen through the programs in the various areas, whether we're talking paving, park maintenance, CFD maintenance, you name it. And lastly, then $114,000 just on the technology side, which for us is primarily just computer related. Lastly, I'll talk through budget priorities. A lot of these represent positions to make things happen. A big focus is project delivery. Obviously, we have a lot on our plate, a lot of community priorities for the mayor and the council members to make things happen. So in order to facilitate that, we are proposing to expand our project management group with a new professional engineer, also a new senior engineering technician in traffic operations and planning to focus on traffic control for all the construction projects. That actually is a current bottleneck in our process where we need additional capacity. And then in field inspection, a new senior engineering inspector totally devoted to traffic signal and street light work, because we have a very large portfolio of that work, and again, that's where additional capacity is needed. Also in project management, wanted to note, out of the facilities management division, in this budget, 3 of the staff positions do remain in Public Works. Those are project manager slots, so they would become integrated in our engineering division to join the rest of the project management team. So facilities can really focus truly on facility maintenance. And they would form, along with our staff, they'll be forming a site development team focused really how the group is now, but with greatly expanded capacity. Earlier during the planning and development budget presentation and deliberations, there was some discussion about CEQA, and I'm here to highlight that in collaboration both with Director Aaron Aguirre in Parks and Jennifer Clark in Planning. The consensus was the best place to house a CEQA group was within Public Works and our Traffic and Operations and Planning team, who could do two things. One is to address CEQA on all of our citywide capital improvement projects, both whether it's a Public Works, whether it's a protected bike lane, whether it's a park expansion, whether it's a fire station, that we can handle that. Because as discussed, the Planning and Development Department really needs to focus on private development and processing those entitlements such that this group can have the expertise on CEQA. They will also have capacity to address all of the specific plan work. All in all, the city has about 20 plus different studies underway. Those are all a big drain an effort on the staff within the traffic division, and so this will provide that help get things done where Public Works and traffic transportation needs to be involved in things ranging from Tower District specific plan to studies like the West Area study that have been wrapping up. Shifting over to landscape, also noted on the slide, as discussed yesterday during the Parks hearing, as a Parks detail crew for citywide improvements. A lot of this would be aeration, reseeding, planting, and chips. It's not intended that one team can do everything for the entire city, but one team, one crew of city staff, city employees, along with the portfolio and parks of capital construction projects where they are bid out. And we really sought to balance that within Measure P, but given all the needs. We're proposing a six-employee CFD enhancement crew. We have a pretty significant backlog of projects where we have collected those CFD revenues for those specific subdivisions. The work needs to be done. We have one enhancement crew. This would create a second. And we believe, again, that's the most cost-effective, time-efficient way to deliver that work. In the graffiti program, the budget does include a bucket truck in order that we can deal with bridge overpasses and taller buildings. Today, we do not have that capability. That typically involves rental, and the needs are just really, really going up in that area. We talked already about extensive vehicle replacement for the aging fleet. We have years on each vehicle. If the council is interested, they range back. We have vehicles from the 20th century that are well past their service life, and we're thankful that those are included in the mayor's budget. We've been able to fund those. As noted in your budget binders, 63 lane miles to be delivered under paving and overlay. We're very pleased to present to the council that the tree trimming program, the GeoBase preventive, proactive tree trimming program would continue with $2.8 million. So we're excited using our requirements contract, our vendor, to be able to continue that work. Also, I know the council is very familiar with the general fund, ARPA dollars. Mr. Lima talked about revenue replacement. This is $38 million. We've been working with various council offices on Rebuild Fresno priorities. We know there'd be a subsequent item to come back and specifically allocate those, but they are included kind of in a lump sum total within the budget. A priority for us is to be able to deliver those. We anticipate a very significant amount of outsourcing for that work, bringing private engineering firms on board to get those plans prepared, plans approved and ready to bid. And also, overall, just again, a big priority is successful delivery of everything in our capital portfolio, whether we're talking about things like the Measure P, all of the significant park projects, grants that we're regularly before the council requesting letters of support, and then coming back to share the good news of those being funded. Our SB1 program, of course, wrapping up the last pieces of veterans and the last segments of Midtown Trail. We have three more segments to get awarded as construction contracts delivered and open to the public. So with that, again, there's a lot of material, specific projects. within the budget. I know council has that material, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director. So again, before we come up to council comment, we'll hear from the public. If you're in the chamber, fill out a yellow card, bring it down to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hands, and I will call on you in order. So first up on Zoom, we have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon. How do I start? First off, you do not need a CEQA planning group under Public Works. It should be under your planning department. That way, you have not only cross education, but also cross that way you have everybody under the same roof, working and knowing what others are doing in the planning process. Second, I would like to know what is the earmark or line item for the maintenance of the dog park? I've come to the city council, I think once or twice in the last 2 months, first to let you guys know that we found numerous amounts of glass and other sorts of paraphernalia through the year. And now I'm finding big chunks of glass even after a major cleanup. Cigarette butts. I just, Roding Dog Park is not a healthy park right now. My dog is still sick because I can't afford to take her to the vet because of the negligence maintenance schedule of Public Works. Even though, we haven't been out to the park a lot. One visit, she's sick. So I really would like to know what is the maintenance schedule for the dog parks, because there's a lot of dog parks in town, and I would like to know what the cleanup schedule is, and also to the dog parks that aren't roading. You have a lot of dog parks out there without shade. What is the city's plan to provide shades and trees for folks and their dogs, especially during the hot summer? Thank you.
Okay. Next on Zoom, we have Brandy News Viegas.
Hello, thank you very much. I want to, thank Tyler for his efforts regarding getting more trees in the community, and would love to see that even more bolstered, especially in areas of Southwest Fresno and other areas where there is a need for more trees to bring down ambient temperature. I want to uplift a list of asks that multiple community groups worked with their communities to come up with that was emailed to you. So I'm repeating what was on those things to ask that they be that they would be included in Public Works. Not sure if bike lanes are in Public Works, but bike lanes, protected bike lanes on Northwest Olive and Hughes, and going along Hughes and McKinley for the Adams Elementary. Complete street projects in Olive between Hughes and Marks, Cedar between McKinley and Jensen needs to be repaved. Butler between East and Hazleton Avenues need to be repaved. Local roads in the Winchell and Sequoia area need to be repaved, such as 5th Street from California to Ventura Avenues. Traffic lights placed in Olive and Hughes, Fremont Elementary on Weldon and Tillman. Lots of students and families cross this dangerous intersection. Comprehensive safety upgrades near Caldwell Elementary. They've asked for the city to place stoplights in the corners of Cedar and Jensen and other areas around there. Street lights near Adams, on McKinley between Marks and West, on Golden State between 3 Palms Mobile Home, on Crystal from Sunset to Kearney, all the intersections of Willow and Tulare and between Chestnut and Peach. I can verify some of these as areas that I have lived in or near where I live, and I would love for the council to ensure that these things are added into the Public Works schedule. Thank you very much.
Next on Zoom, we have Carla Martinez.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. I'll keep my comment short. We sent along a community identified infrastructure projects to fall under Public Works. Everything is within that letter and has also been submitted to public comment. And we really hope to see these investments in these longstanding communities, a lot of them being in districts 3, 5, and 7. Thank you again, and I hope to see these projects funded. Thank you.
Next on Zoom, we have Eric Payne.
Good afternoon, council members. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We just would like to elevate the $38 million in ARPA funding that is specifically meant for, as you move to implementation, for those communities that are most disproportionately impacted, those specifically who have suffered dire consequences during the pandemic. And I hope that the department, specifically Director Mosier, will look at it from an equity lens in those council districts that are most underserved. Again, also looking at the 67 miles of new roads that will be paved, specifically looking at, again, those communities that are most underserved. There's historical disinvestment in communities like El Dorado, the Lowell neighborhood, the Jefferson neighborhood, Southwest Fresno, Southeast Fresno, and other communities outside of the Tower District. So again, I wanted to lift these up so they'd be top of mind for the administration and for Director Mosier and council as you continue to have these conversations and usher in a lens of regulatory compliance. Thank you again.
Okay, seeing no yellow cards here in the chamber, no one left on Zoom. We're going to close public comment for the Public Works Department. Come back up here to council. I have several folks punched up already. First up is Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Director Mosier, thank you. First of all, thank you for the work you and your department have been doing. I think these last 2 years have been really productive for a lot of the disadvantaged neighborhoods. As you recall, last year, Council put forward the Rebuild Fresno initiative with a number of projects, and thank you to our city manager, the mayor, administration for doing a lot of the estimates on that work. I know it's a very tedious work, and I don't really have a lot of questions for you. I just wanted to make a couple of motions for the hopper because I know that you're about to get Councilmember Matlock here in a second. And so I'll say some of that time, but the first motion that I want to make is to add a list for this upcoming budget, and I spoke to the city manager about this, with projects related to safe routes to school, ADA accessible for folks on wheelchairs, especially the older neighborhoods, and then some pedestrian safety projects. So city manager, I will be turning in this list along with that, but I see if I could get a second, my colleagues. Put it in the hopper, and again, I'll be sending that over. The other motion that I wanted to make related to this is to allocate $1 million for the Chavez Boulevard renaming that we're going to be doing outreach. And it does have an MLK, and it does have
You meant
districts
Cesar Chavez.
3, 5, yeah, Cesar Chavez, not Luis Chavez.
Okay.
Just make sure we clear that for the record. And it does encompass districts 3, 5, and 7. As you recall, and put that in the hopper. And then the other one I wanted to make sure, city manager, we spoke about this, referencing the project list 60.A, and it has to do with the street paving. It also covers District 5 and 7. I now share that with Council President Esparza, the street paving overlay of Kings Canyon corridor from First to Willow.
I can second that.
So Council President Esparza second that. And then the two other motions I want to make is to add $100K for the city to support the Sister City program that we've been working on. And then the last one that I want to add, I spoke to our city attorney. This is to continue the legal defense fund in the same amount as last year for $200K for our immigrant population. If I could get a second on that.
Second.
And yeah, that was continue the legal defense fund that we did last year in the tune of $200K. If you recall, we did that last budget, but I want to continue it for this year as well. And those. Say, do we have questions? I thought we were making so many motions, we're getting motion sickness. But I think we're okay. So, City Clerk, did you capture those?
Sure did.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Director Motion. Again, thank you for the work you've been doing with not just the street paving, but a lot of the pedestrian crosswalks that have been installed have been very helpful. And as you recall, there have been a number of tragedies in our neighborhoods, and this will obviously go a long way in making sure that we can prevent that. But then also the tree trimming was very much welcomed by our folks, especially out in Butler Park. I know we have the street paving project coming up for them. Just wanted to publicly thank you and your team for the work that you guys have been doing the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and again, be sure to email those to Henry and the clerk. So next up, Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Scott. First of all, your department, you guys do a fantastic job. Seriously, everybody. Residents are very, very grateful. There's been a lot of great changes in District 2, and hopefully there'll be even more this year in terms of infrastructure. Now, I have submitted a list to Myra, getting some clarification on some things that you guys will get back to me. So I'm probably going to have more motions later on this week once I get some responses from your department. But one thing I'd like to request is if you could just send a memo to all of us with a list of all the neighborhood improvement projects that we voted for related to ARPA that's baked into the budget, that'd be very helpful. And I'll send an email for that with that request. Now, the crack, seal, and pothole repair program, you're maintaining funding at the same levels as last fiscal year. Is there any need for additional funding? Or you think that with that funding level we can maintain, because you guys are very, very quick with the pothole repair program. I mean, people go on Fresno, they request it, and it gets done fast.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. So in terms of the pothole repair program, we actually monitor what really is the demand for that. Mm-hmm. And we never decline to fill a pothole because of a financial reason. That really funds that program. What we're trying to do is to maximize those dollars that do go into the paving and overlay program. And so we feel that we've struck that balance because a pothole is really just a symptom of a street in need of greater repairs.
Okay.
And crack seal, likewise, that level of funding is balanced with the slurry seal program that we have as well. And again, basically during the main paving season, we're out there, we're really mobilizing most of our forces into the main paving crew, and then the crack seal winds up being either fill-in work or preparation for the slurry program. So
Okay.
again, we feel that we've struck that right balance.
Okay. My final question has to do with, I didn't write it down, so I think I forgot it. It'll come back to me after Miguel, so in about 3 hours, I'll be able to ask you the question again. No, I'm only teasing. I'll just email it to you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Matlock, followed by Councilmember Soria.
It's only profiling if it's not true. All right, Scott. Some of us do our homework up here, and we have a few requests. So, all kidding aside, Director, I think you're the most loved and the most disappointing department sometimes because things are not just going fast enough. But you know, you guys are doing a ton of good work, and it's just there's so many public infrastructure needs in the city, and there's more that can be done. But I wanted to bring a couple of streets to your attention. You don't have to address them today, but there's Huntington Boulevard from R Street to First. The pothole people go there like once every 2 or 3 days to fill the pothole, and then they're open again. There seems to be a lot of water that's just sitting in these intersections. You guys did a neighborhood improvement project from Huntington to Ventura, where you fix all the curbs and gutters and the flooding issues. But on that stretch of Huntington Boulevard, for some reason, there seems to be, potholes this size every other day even. And so the neighbors call it, report it, you guys respond, but can you give me an update on whether that's a reconstruction at this point on that particular section? Additionally, the one around Three Palms Mobile Home Park, I know you're familiar with that area. So as you know, you have high-speed rail, Caltrans, the city of Fresno, all doing some level of work in that area. Incidentally, the seniors that live in that mobile home park cannot commute or walk to the grocery store, Vallarta's on Clinton 99. There used to be a bus route there. They stopped traveling that route because the intersection is no longer safe for buses. Police are now ticketing the seniors for crossing the tracks, not using the pedestrian crossing that doesn't exist. And that is a series of potholes again. You guys respond, but the potholes just get bigger and bigger. Can you just provide me an update on what your plans are for that intersection and when that portion of Golden State and the frontage road? I know we're relocating the entrance to Mobile Home Park, but the road itself, is there any plans for actual improvement in this proposed budget?
All right, let me walk through those. So with Huntington Boulevard, we have prepared a cost estimate for that, and that's really from end to end, not just from R to First, but the eastern end of Huntington. That's roughly $1 million. Most of that is really ready for repaving in that area, including the area that our crew is responding to pothole requests. So that is not specifically in the budget, but again, that could be an excellent general fund, neighborhood infrastructure, ARPA type of project. If not that, we do believe that does need to be done within the next 5 years. And although it's not on this current SB1 list, we would certainly propose to get that included. But if it's the will of the council, if that's deemed a priority, we'd love to deliver that as far as a general fund out of the 38 million. And in the meantime, let's see. May I ask Brett or Brian anything to add on the Huntington pothole issue?
We'll continue to fill them.
Okay.
Yeah, we did estimate, as Scott said, from R Street to Cedar.
Great.
For that section.
All right, that's Brett Connor, our street maintenance manager. So we will respond to those. To brief the council on Three Palms Mobile Home Park, this is Golden State Boulevard, just north of McKinley. And so that area, that street, Golden State, where it sits today, is slated to be moved over to the west. And that's part of the high-speed rail project. So essentially, the high-speed rail alignment is going to take over Golden State Boulevard, and the authority is moving basically all of Golden State over. So in the meantime, yes, we are absolutely responding to any pothole request, and even beyond the request, our staff is geographically visiting the area as they identify potholes. Even if not reported, they will fill those. And as a city team, we are pressuring the High-Speed Rail Authority and Tudor Perini, Zachary Parsons to get moving on that construction. Also in concept, yes, our department has approved relocating the driveway for Three Palms Mobile Home Park from where it is today, which will improve the site visibility.
Is that project funded? It's just a matter of high-speed rail getting to the construction phase?
Yes, it is within the high-speed rail construction contract awarded to TPZP, originally $985 million. I think they have about $1 billion in change orders on that project. And yes, it is within the scope. So we have let them know we are eager to receive plans that we can review, approve, and issue permits to get them moving on construction. So city staff is waiting for that to occur.
Remind me on Adams Elementary, the Safe Route to School grant that we received, where are we at in terms of commencing construction?
All right, on that project, it is a federal grant, and it is currently in the environmental phase. We're working with Caltrans They are requiring some studies to be done under NEPA. We have a firm on board, so we're moving forward with those environmental studies. We'll need to complete that, have Caltrans sign off before we can acquire the right-of-way. So in terms of construction, we are 2+ years away from building that.
When did we receive the funding?
We were awarded the funding around 3 years ago, and something the city's encountered in working with Caltrans Environmental is an increase in the environmental technical study requirements. For example, on Polk Avenue between Gettysburg and Shaw, what we would have anticipated to be under a year for environmental review really turned into 3. So we are pushing and trying to make that happen more quickly on McKinley.
So for the benefit of the public, from the point of receiving the funds for Safe Route to School to completion or to commence construction is 5 years?
It really depends upon if right-of-way is needed. We have some Safe Routes to School type grants, such as, I'll use another example, west of 99, Polk and Gettysburg with a traffic signal and a new sidewalk, Safe Route to School over to Inspiration Park. That one really, that went very smoothly. No issues really, and that was about a 2-year time frame from start to getting that out to construction. Others like McKinley and the Polk near Highway City have taken longer.
So like the one on Muir Elementary on Belmont and Olive, that neighborhood has been annexed into a city for 80 years, and it still doesn't have Safe Routes to School sidewalks and pathways, curbs, and gutters. I know it's in the proposed budget. How long before you commence construction of a project like that?
So good news on Muir. That one is totally funded with SB1 dollars, so really state-only funds, local dollars. So that on that project, we have environmental approved. Our engineering plans are at about 90% complete, and we're looking to bid that project within the next few months and then begin construction. So we're very close on Muir.
Do you have sufficient resources in the proposed budget for the public safety memorial that we funded a couple years ago? I know it's in the budget.
Yes, we do. So Public Safety Memorial out front of City Hall, that one we actually have plans all approved and permitted. The only thing keeping us from starting construction, we actually have a contract already in place, executed with a contractor. The only thing that's been holding us up have been the COVID supply chain issues on these uplights in that area that are set in the ground. And before COVID, very similar mirror image on the Veterans Monument. Those were very easy to obtain. Just took maybe 4 or 5 weeks. We got those in stock. Shift over now with a COVID supply chain issue, that turned into several months. So we'd ordered them. But we made a decision not to start tearing up the front of City Hall until we could just get in, get out, get that done.
Okay.
So yes, that is fully in the budget. No additional resources needed.
I know you guys are planning to plant 1,000 trees in the city a year, and we've done the assessment of the downtown trees, and we accounted for 57 missing trees that are already in wells and have irrigation. When are those trees going to be replaced?
And council, right now, we are also very aware of those. We think that's an excellent location for them. So our landscape division, headed by Vince Patlin, we plan on making irrigation repairs with our team this fall. And we aren't sure if we can get all of those done, but we can definitely get a fair number of them, a significant portion.
So this year?
This calendar year.
Okay. Maxi Parks, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the park, but the community center. But there's a lot adjacent to Maxi Parks that we discovered is actually owned by the Parks Department or Public Works. Not clear yet who actually owns that. It is a routine dumping site for garbage and rubbish right adjacent to it. I've been requesting for us to simply acquire that, extend the fence of the Maxi Parks Community Center and eliminate that trash, attraction. Any word on whether that's owned by Public Works? Have we confirmed whether you own it or is in the park's hand?
I will confirm with staff. I last checking, I recall that that was deemed a Parks asset, but we will confirm.
Can we, and what would be the cost of simply extending the brick fence line to incorporate that property into the community center?
And staff can definitely prepare an estimate for that and provide that.
You know, my biggest project in your realm, Director, is the South Industrial area. I know we've had a lot of discussions on the conditions of the roadways, the lack of a crosswalk, the Hawk crossing, there's a settlement involved. I see a couple of projects, line items in here for Central Avenue, for some infrastructure. What is the timeline that you expect to be prepared to come back to the council with a contract to build out that infrastructure?
All right, and let me ask my Assistant Director, Randall Morrison, to speak to the Central and Orange project at that
And if you
location.
could also address, are we planning to underground the canal to expand the roadway, or are we still planning to eminent domain people's front yards to expand the roadway to the other side?
So the council adopted an official plan line for that, which keeps the canal in place. There's no plan for eminent domain to widen the road. The only right-of-way actually needed on the north side is in order to build sidewalks. The road, there's no plan to make Central a 4-lane. It's only planned 1 lane each way. So if in the Daleville community, which is currently in the county, but if the plan desire were to build out bike lanes and sidewalks in that area, yes, there is some right-of-way that would be needed, but it does not take any structures.
But the right-of-way would essentially end up in somebody's front door. There's not much space between their current front door and the existing street. So if you were to build that to a city road and add a bike lane, sidewalks, you would essentially have the sidewalk in somebody's front door porch.
And we do have measurements of that, and we could definitely provide that distance at each property of what that plan line looks like. How close would it get to?
Okay,
to
I would be interested in evaluating whether we're better off undergrounding the canal, having the irrigation district help with that cost, versus, you know, putting a sidewalk in somebody's front doors. But we can do that at some point. But Orange Avenue, Central.
All right, let me ask Randall Morrison to address that project.
Mr. Morrison, can you also address a truck study? Where are you currently with the truck study that was funded?
So good afternoon, Council. Randall Morrison, Assistant Director of Public Works. I can address Central and Orange. We are currently advertising that project, and we do have a scheduled bid opening for next week, as long as we're able to get through all the contractor questions. And that should set us up for bringing a contract before Council either in late July or early August.
Okay, and that's for the road improvements?
That's for the intersection improvements at Central and Orange, and extending the box culvert for those roadway improvements.
And what about for the crosswalk that near the school that people have been asking for, and that's part of the settlement? I know if it's a fancy Hawk system. I don't even know what that looks like, but.
All right, Council, and also I caught the question about the truck rerouting study briefly. Jill Gormley is managing that project in our department. We'll be providing an update to the South Central Steering Committee. Last night, Council has approved everything needed, and we are gearing up to kick off that project with a consultant on all the studies, get the technical team together. With respect to Cherry Avenue, so we have Orange Center School, that is in the county. Also, the intersection of Cherry and Central was noted in the settlement agreement. It was suggested to install a Hawk. I wanted to just state that's actually not appropriate for an always stop intersection. The next measure would be installing a traffic signal with crosswalks. That also is in the county's jurisdiction 100%. To date, we have not had traction in any process to annex that area such that the city could make those types of improvements.
So just to be clear, without annexing the area, the city is not allowed to proceed with construction of the roadway to what we would, consider a city standard?
It's potentially possible that the county could enter into an agreement with the city for the city to design, construct, and install the improvements, and then for the county to accept them for maintenance. However, there are a number of complexities with that location. For example, in adding just turn lanes at the intersection so the traffic signal and the crosswalks would work, installing ADA curb ramps at the corners, we wind up needing to install drainage facilities as well. So we are looking at that, and we will, staff will have continuing conversations with Fresno County, our counterparts, on how we can move that forward.
Director, speed bumps were a popular thing a few months ago, and then we set aside some funding for it. And I understand that, you know, you guys are overwhelmed or fully engaged in the amount of work that you're going to outsource speed bumps. When do I anticipate being able to actually get back to the point of installing speed bumps that have been funded and approved?
All right. Council, so with the residential speed hump program, if there are some isolated, really high priority individual locations, again, we could accommodate those. Every day we take the paving crew off, you know, doing full neighborhoods or major streets. We can only really get about two sets of the speed humps in. So we're trying not to do that so that we don't impact other schedules. However, if there are emergencies, you know, I would offer, we're glad to talk through those. If we need to get one of those in, I think there's potential to do that. However, some of the neighborhood requests are quite significant, where, for example, you know, perhaps 20 different locations within a council district. So we are, let's see, Brian, Brett, we're close to advertising. Okay, we're very close to bidding that new requirements contract, so we would have a set price from a contractor to install them. Our hope is to be back at council this fall with a contract award, and if we can get through that process smoothly with no bid appeals or problems, we may have about a month of installation season at the end of the fall paving season, but definitely in the spring we'd have a contractor on board. And basically, we can give them as many as desired to be funded.
Okay, I will ask that for my office, the speed humps that have been identified and improved near schools, if those can get prioritized this summer before schools return, kids return to school. I think the second or third week of August, we need to make sure vehicles understand that the humps are in, you know, in advance of kids going back to school.
Great, glad to work with your office on those priorities.
My last observation is, I'm looking at your budget line item for page 165. Am I reading this correctly, Director, that your general fund allocation for personnel costs is only increasing by approximately $10,000 from the amended budget to the proposed budget?
In terms of personnel cost, that is correct, because out of the 27, out of the new positions, they are either capital funded positions, so they work on the projects, they charge to the projects that they work on, or they are Measure P, for example, or CFD or gas tax funded, so they're not general fund new positions.
How many new positions of, for lack of a better description, the worker bees are you going to get that do the actual work on the ground that are funded by the general fund?
Within Public Works, there are no new, the only general fund positions are two graffiti abatement technicians that are proposed. The others are not general fund.
Okay, and city manager, just a heads up, I'll be probably making a motion to add some general fund positions to the Public Works Department.
I thought you were going there.
Yeah, yeah. It's, you know, if we can afford to do it for police, for fire, for Jerry, we can afford to do it for neighborhood streets, so. And I'll spend some time with you and the city manager on what's appropriate. I don't want to make a motion for 50 new positions if that is, you know, it's not something that you guys can either hire or that would be helpful. But I do believe that we have given you so much work that all your staff is overwhelmed. they're going to get far more overwhelmed over the next few years with the federal infrastructure bill resources that we will secure through the competitive process. With Measure P, at some point, we have to give you bodies that are not connected to a specific funding source at the state or federal level, but that you can, reallocate freely to get some of this infrastructure work done. Because from my perspective, Director, if it wasn't for your projects getting done in our neighborhoods, most of us wouldn't be elected to these positions, much less with the level of support that we got. It was our commitment to prioritize neighborhood improvements, your ability to deliver on those improvements once you allocate the resources, that has most of us here. So I want to honor what the constituents and residents of our districts have asked for, which is improve my neighborhood, the street in front of my house. I'm tired of, filling potholes, repave it, build the sidewalk that's missing, the curb and gutter. That's what they're asking for, and I really do appreciate that you guys are busy, and you've done a good job in delivering for us. But I do believe that this budget, as proposed, does not honor nor fulfill the desires of this community, which is to see more neighborhood infrastructure improvement versus what they've seen for decades in the past. So expect that we'll be hopefully providing you more resources.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Director Scott Mosier. I will say that I appreciate the regular meetings that my staff has with your team just to get updated on the number of infrastructure projects that have been happening over the few years and the money that we've been able to allocate over at least my 2 terms here in the city. Just wanted to ask in terms of some dollars that had been previously allocated, I think in the last budget, for the Emerson Island. Is this budget inclusive of those dollars that we had allocated to do some of the landscaping upgrades that we wanted to do? I don't know if is it under Public Works or Parks? I'm not sure.
Correct, Councilmember, that would be under Public Works. And we did have enough just planning resources within the Measure C Trails program to do some concept work. So what is contained within the budget in terms of potential tree planting along the Emerson median there's the $400,000 toward the 1,000 new trees. So we would recommend that as a potential good area. So the dollars to do some tree planting and irrigation modification, those should be there. What is not in the budget yet would be implementation of an actual trail, of constructing right from the curb ramp at the ends to a meandering walking bike path through the area. That is not there yet, although we do have the $38 million in general fund neighborhood infrastructure with some projects to be determined. So there may be some capacity within that for something like that.
Okay. Last year, did we set aside $1 million or no? Am I not if you can remind me?
There were no dollars specifically set aside.
Okay, there were no, okay. Well, then I'd like to make a motion to set aside some dollars. So I know that we're going to do the tree planting that we've been talking about. What would be the amount to complete that trail on the median island?
As staff, we could prepare that breakdown and get a memo to the council with that dollar amount.
Yeah, because I'd like to make a motion before.
Second motion,
Yeah. And then also, one of the other things, I know that we're addressing the crosswalk and the streets right there on McKinley and by Heaton Elementary. Is that San Pablo or what street is that?
Yes, Council, that is McKinley and San Pablo. That's a grant-funded traffic signal, and that is in the budget for this fiscal year. The design is largely complete, and that is slated for construction this fiscal year.
And I bring that intersection up because I think I brought it up early in my first term, just how dangerous that crossing area is. if we look at the city, I know that there are a number of neighborhoods that are walkable, but Fresno High, the Tower District area, it is a they're neighborhoods that are highly walkable. You see people just walking in the neighborhood. I'd like to see if we can, I'd like to make a motion to allocate $1 million to do more high visibility crosswalks, you know, some of those yellow crosswalks, the extra flashing lights, if that's, I don't know how expensive those are, but I'd really like to look at some of those opportunities. I don't know how many resources we have in this budget, but I'd like us to really look at allocating additional resources to do that. I know we've had conversations up here, you know, through the BPAC also in terms of pedestrian and bike fatalities, bike rider fatalities that we've had in the city of Fresno. I know that folks have talked about, you know, getting to a place where the city could be, adopt a policy like Vision Zero, but I think that we have to really identify resources to improve the safety crosswalks or safety in crosswalks like in the Fresno High and Tower District. This fund obviously would not, or this source of funding would not be limited to those areas, but would love to really make sure that in the Public Works budget that we're prioritizing that as part of, you know, us looking towards that Vision Zero policy. So unless you can tell me that there are other sources there that we've made available.
There are definitely a lot of needs for locations that have not yet been funded. In this budget, we do have a number of additional school area traffic signals and hawk crossings included with funding. So for example, together with McKinley San Pablo, that grant, it has 2 other locations, Palm and Dennett at Muir Elementary, so that'll get upgraded to a full traffic signal, and then also Blackstone and Webster at Susan B. Anthony School. So we have that, as well as in Southeast. There's one near Story Elementary to go in. We've got one near Erickson Elementary funded as well, First and Home in District 7. So there are quite a number, but there are no doubt additional needs beyond that.
As part of the ARPA or even the SB1 dollars, I know that there was a desire by this council to prioritize like safe routes to school, which I think, you know, kind of is in line with increasing safety in these crosswalks. Do we know what amount, what percentage is being allocated for those types of projects? Do we have an idea?
Council, for SB1, we actually have that on the agenda for this Thursday. That is in your packet as far as a proposed SB1 spending plan, but our staff can break that down and provide that percentage of school area work for that. I also wanted to add, in reference to ARPA as a possibility, ARPA, the final rule adopted by U.S. Treasury, it does include a provision for crosswalks and funding of crosswalks in that program. So again, that's a policy discussion, priority discussion, but there's the portion that's the revenue replacement, essentially like general fund, but the other portion of ARPA that's not revenue replacement, it actually does allow use of ARPA funding for crosswalk installation, specifically called out in that final rule.
Yeah. So maybe that's where we get the funding for. If I don't know, how much does it cost to do a high visibility crosswalk?
It really depends upon the location and what's involved. Things like, are there ADA compliant curb ramps already in place? Do we need to do that work? Is there sufficient lighting? We wouldn't want to stripe a mid-block crosswalk if it were deemed in an unsafe location. So adding that crosswalk may mean installing a full-blown, like a hawk system or a traffic signal. So really that could vary. Adding a high visibility crosswalk could vary from $10,000 to $600,000, depending upon the specifics of the location.
What are other improvements that can be done that can help the safety? Like, for example, I have the area of like Van Ness and Shields by that gazebo gardens, where there's a lot of folks walking in, across in that neighborhood, but the cars just travel very, very fast. What other kinds of things can be done to kind of do some safety improvements?
All right, and that really
There's a traffic light, but but that can help.
And that really varies. In some locations, it's a sidewalk gap. So, for example, the council just approved a new round of active transportation plan grant applications, and Dakota and Thorn is near Williams Elementary. Is an area where we'd seek to improve safety by adding sidewalks. Right now, students or just pedestrians trying to traverse that area really have to come out into the roadway. There's no other option for them at that location. So adding sidewalks in some locations, for example, Van Ness and Shields, that intersection is going to be included in an allocation of funding through the CPUC for some at-grade railroad crossing safety improvements.
Okay.
Very likely at Van Ness and Shields, we're going to see the pedestrians have their own traffic phase, which would improve safety and walkability.
Okay. And then, okay. Let me see. I have a couple. No. Also, is there any way that we can get a list? I don't know if requests have come directly to you regarding some of the speed bumps. Do they come directly to you, or how? What is the process? I know that is a new process, but wanting to kind of understand what is the request level that is happening.
Absolutely, and our traffic operations and planning staff would be glad to work with your office on that. The policy council adopted does have essentially a resident petition form, and so basically that gets filled out. If that includes over 75% of the residents along the block where they'd be installed, and if it's a location where we can find a place to locate them that's not, doesn't impact safety, visibility, everything works properly, then basically they're approved, and then it becomes a question of funding that location. And two options for that. Really, the primary option is council infrastructure funding within the budget. That's been the mechanism to date, how those have been installed.
Is there currently any money designated in the Public Works budget for specifically speed bumps?
And yes, thank you, council. And so this budget year does also propose $100,000 within the Public Works budget. Council adopted, which really then we get in and we prioritize those locations. We go through a ranking, we look at volumes, we look at speeding.
How many speed bumps can you do with $100,000?
Currently, with our self-performed work, they're $7,500 for the pair, the full set. So doing the math, we'd be talking about 12 citywide.
So 2 per district, pretty much. If
So, but that one is set up just so that we can tackle some of the highest priority locations around the community, because it may vary within a particular council district. There may be a desire to spend a lot of infrastructure funding on the traffic calming, or there may be a desire to spend little to none, and then, and instead focus on sidewalk repairs, tree planting. There's just a whole host of needs out there. So it's not a lot of locations, but we did propose the budget does propose that relatively small amount within Public Works budget for us to be able to make a number of those happen.
Okay. And then can you remind me, where are we in this fiscal year when it comes to tree trimming? I know that over the last few budgets, we've increased the amounts in terms of the cycle. citywide of where we're at.
All right, this new budget does propose an additional $2.8 million, so another cycle of neighborhood geo-based tree trimming. So that'd be a brand new allocation. With the current year 22 funding, a lot of that work has occurred, and I believe we're slated to complete that around September. One couple reasons for that going a little bit longer. There was the time to ramp up for our local vendor, but we're also utilizing some of the dollars within the parks budget because the contract is available. The requirements contract is available also for park tree trimming. So we're tackling some of the high priority park related work. That means our street tree program takes a little bit longer, but the contractor, the vendor, as soon as they finish this current year, we're already working with them to line up the next round, and we're just going to keep on going. And that would be a 10-year trim cycle.
Which is a major improvement from where we were like 3 years ago, right? 3 or 4 years.
Absolutely. We were investing less than a 20-year trim cycle.
Yeah.
So we're back within the range of best practice recommended by the horticultural industry.
Okay, good. That's awesome. I think those are all my questions for now. You know, I probably will have some over the next couple days that I will email you directly, but again, very appreciative of the work that I've been able to do with your entire department and at least getting some of my projects, you know, ready to get constructed in the next years. I know that they're not going to be constructed by the time that I leave, especially kind of west of the 99, which is what I was hoping to get done, but definitely glad that at least we've been able to allocate dollars to get the sidewalks and just the basic infrastructure out there west of the 99. So thank you, for that.
Councilmember Soria, will that conclude?
Yes.
All right, we have Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Bredefield.
Hey, good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Just want to first echo the sentiments of my colleagues that I do really, really appreciate all the great work Public Works does in East Central Fresno. I want to thank you, obviously, Director, as well as some of the people I work with most often, including Randall, Brian, Vince, and you know, Andy. You guys have all been great. Even the folks that I don't work with one-on-one, kind of the behind-the-scenes folks, I know they're putting in a lot of good work too. And there's been a lot of good projects in District 4 we've been able to do in a short turnaround time. I'm thinking Keats Park in particular. I'm thinking all of the trees that we planted across District 4. You guys put in a lot of work and a lot of hustle to make those happen really quickly. And I do see that, recognize it. My constituents see it and recognize it. And we really do appreciate it. We understand the constraints of your department. I think it's been a frustration for everybody. I think part of the issue is Fresno not getting its fair share of certain funds. Including Measure C funds. I think if we had bigger revenues coming into the city, we could do a lot more good work for our Fresno residents when it comes to inner city neighborhoods. But I do appreciate the work and I understand the constraints you've been dealing with. So want to kind of open up with the hiring process. How's that been going for your department since the last budget cycle?
Well, thank you, Council Vice President. We'll pass along the kudos and encouragement to the team. So it really means a lot for staff when they're able to work on a project and see it materialize out in the community. On the hiring process, we're really pleased to be working with the personnel department. I just want to echo the attitude, the proactive nature has been really great. So I just want to extend some kudos to Marissa and the team there. But yes, we are challenged by a very strong economy where the private sector and other agencies are also looking to hire quite a number of employees. We have lost several engineers to Caltrans. We do appreciate, as a department, council support on two recent items. One, there was an increase in the professional engineer and supervising professional engineer salary ranges. And then there's also been just a recent item where council updated the Engineer 1 and Engineer 2. Those are our non-licensed positions, and that really got us on par, for example, with City of Clovis. So that said, as a department, our vacancy rate is about 12% right now.
What is that whole number?
Our current number of, let me pull that out, our current number of vacancies, we are not, so not counting our, thank you, Mayor. So not counting facility maintenance because they're slated to transition. We are at 48 vacancies department-wide. So 13 of those.
And that doesn't include the new positions you're asking for either, correct?
That's correct. That includes just the currently approved authorized positions. So 13 of those vacancies are within our engineering division. So if we look, how are we doing? So we're at a 28% vacancy rate within our engineering staff. That ranges from project managers, designers, plan checkers. We're at 28%, and then the rest of the department, 36 out of, so we're a little lower, we're about under 10% otherwise.
So 13 are in engineering, what were the others?
The other vacancies, some of those are quite a number are field staff.
Is 13 the biggest chunk?
13 is the biggest chunk. If we
Okay.
looked at what's the percentage vacancy rate anywhere in the department, it's really within engineering. So our hope is that the recently adopted measures as far as compensation will make us much more competitive. We are working with personnel to on those recruitments and even some potential advertising and messaging. Also, our staff is putting in some extra hours to attend job fairs just to get the word out there.
48, if you exclude facilities management. How does that number compare to this time last year?
Let's see. Within the engineering division, our vacancy rate is much higher.
I'm just saying overall department.
Overall department, we're pretty close to the same. We are.
Not a lot of movement. The people leaving about the same as the people coming in.
That's been pretty close. I think one of our biggest challenges, though, I do want to highlight with our temporary employees who, are a regular part of our work is hiring seasonal employees for some of our landscape maintenance. So out of 27 temporary positions the council's approved, we have 17 filled right now. So we're missing 10. And that's simply because, we put that advertisement out there. So our hope is, again, there's great opportunity through the youth jobs hiring program. As mayor and city manager and personnel director have highlighted, a number of those are for positions like irrigation repairs, laborers, that type of work. We've got a lot of opportunity for folks. We can give them very practical training skills, and we hope we could hire a number of them into these permanent positions.
Director, when's the last time your engineers received a class in comp study?
I'd have to defer to our personnel director on that one. That was the CFPEA study for licensed engineers, and then FCEA for engineer 1-2. So city manager, I'm thinking that's been at quite a number of years.
I would say from a formal class and comp perspective, yes, but I can tell you 3 times already in the last year, we have done like an analysis, a market analysis of what other government agencies are paying in that series, which is the result has been us coming to you for adjustments to the salary resolution.
And we've approved those every time.
You have. And
So where does that put us in comparison to the other major California cities?
I can tell you we are, I believe, just above Clovis, and we're still below Caltrans. Caltrans.
How much below Caltrans are we?
Well, originally we were 30% below, and I think we narrowed it. Do you remember, Scott, how close we got to Caltrans? I think we're still
Depending
10,
upon the
15?
classification, yeah, we're about 15% on average below Caltrans.
Yeah.
And if as much as I would love, of course, when you raise one series, then it creates all these compaction levels. So we were trying to do as many adjustments as we could within that series without then resulting in having to raise everybody above because we have this, huge compaction issue that gets created. Because if we were paying our like engineering or supervising engineering people as much as Caltrans, they would be making as much as Randall Morrison, who's an assistant director. So it's crazy what they're paying.
I think that's obviously a big part of the problem. I think even Mr. Morrison should probably be making more than, I think you all should be making more than you currently are for the amount of work and service that you provide to our city. But I think even if we met all those dollar amounts, our big holdback is still our healthcare packages, which are not competitive with folks like the state.
The worst in the whole Central Valley.
Getting a little bit more specific, Director. One of the projects that we've been working on since last year was the protected bike lane, and that was impacted by the job vacancies that we had. I think it was in the engineering department specifically, if I'm not mistaken. Where's that at in the design phase right now? Can you speak to that? Has that been making any progress? We decided to go in-house because we assumed, even though it's taken a long time, still be more expeditious than putting out an RFP.
And we are pleased to share we are right on track to bid and award that contract this fall.
Construction contract?
Yes, construction contract. The project, as noted in the budget, it'll include the Class 4 protected bike lanes from Blackstone to Cedar. And also we identified, also this budget has the section from Blackstone Avenue to Fresno Street being repaved as well. Because the street is just in poor condition.
Agreed.
So ability to restripe, reconfigure, it really could not be done. So this project, what we will bid out to the contractor will be basically a grind and a repaving of that half mile, and then a slurry and a restripe of everything. So yes, that project is fully funded in this proposed budget.
Can you remind me how long construction of such a project might take?
Let's see, total duration, Randall, what are we looking at? 45 working days? So about 45 working days, that tends to be about nine weeks. Again, keeping in mind, after award, the contractor has 30 days to execute all the documents. We set up the pre-construction meeting, and then we get rolling.
So early spring would not be a pipe dream, that'd be kind of realistic?
Correct. We would anticipate contractor would be able to do quite a bit of the ADA-related work in the fall, and then we'd go into some winter suspension part of the work, and then in the spring that would wrap up.
Excellent. Thank you for the update. Would you also be able to provide an update at this time, the urban forestry management plan status, where that's at right now?
Absolutely. So, Council, this was a CAL FIRE grant. Council supported the application of. City was successful. So we've completed interviews with the firm who would prepare that plan, and we're simply working through the scope of services and fee proposal. We'll bring that forward to Council. Brian, let me ask.
I'm sorry, the RFP is out, you said, Director?
No, the RFP had previously been issued for that. Interviews were conducted, and we're closing in on. Basically, we're at that final stage of working through the contract with the firm, working with City Attorney's Office on legal review as to form, and then we'd bring it before the Council. So,
when you plan on doing that?
I would very much like to be before the Council the next couple months with that. We are pushing to make that happen and get that underway. Oh, it's actually June 30. So, all right,
June 3rd?
Exceeded expectations. Yeah, better than I had thought.
What
so
was
June,
the date?
We are on the slated for Council agenda June 30th, to present that contract. I'd thought that we were about another month behind that, but
No, that's great
June
news.
30th.
In a related note, I did ask Director Aguirre yesterday about the $50,000 and the 1,000 tree guarantee youth jobs initiative, and then I think he mentioned that was going to be housed under your department. Can you guide my attention to where I could find that in the budget?
All right, that is in the budget, and so to ensure really good tracking of that, we did create a separate capital improvement project to house those funds. That is on page C47 of the budget document. It is called Tree Planting Program. It's PW01025, and it's shown as $400,000. Again, because this current fiscal year.
The 50,000 was on top of the $400,000, wasn't it?
And I recall $400,000 being allocated, and my understanding was the 50,000 was a component of the 400 for the incentive program for the homeowners.
What was the question again, council member?
About the city manager, the 50,000 being on top of the 400,000 for the tree planting.
The $50,000 youth jobs.
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were referring to the
incentive.
homeowner incentive
the youth
program,
jobs
which is a
director.
component. The 50,000, that's the youth jobs.
Right, so that's part of the youth jobs that's in the personnel department.
Yesterday, Aaron told me to ask Scott about it.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I apologize. So I think what we talked about was you wanted a component. We had talked about the youth jobs grant, and that was the one that we talked about with Matthew and with personnel. And I think at that time we had shared, like, we couldn't specifically commit a certain dollar amount because it wasn't within the grant, but there's plenty of money under the grant, and so we're totally happy to make sure that there's at
Whoever's
least.
implementing it, I want to ask them about how they plan on implementing it. And so I haven't been able to track down that person yet.
Oh, okay, well, that probably would have been, we will get you an answer. I think that probably would have been personnel, but we'll get you an answer on that.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And as I understand, the goal is that funding would fund a full-time person to work on tree planting. So if that can materialize, then that'll be funding that really is, Council Vice President, on top of the 400,000. So that would then not, ordinarily without that funding, then the labor cost for city staff to do that work would be within the 400. But that's really on top of.
Right, okay, understood. Thank you. Can you talk about what the reasoning was behind moving the facilities management out of your department? What was the thought process behind that?
So that would be me.
That was your recommendation?
It was. Yeah, so I think when I was an assistant city manager, I oversaw the facilities component of Public Works. And there is a lot of things that don't happen in our city having to do with our maintenance of building component. And I think we have a lot of functions within Public Works that are for new construction, new projects, new facilities, but as far as our current buildings, our maintenance was very reactive, and the level of service was not good. And so what we saw was a lot of departments outsourcing their maintenance. And so when I would ask for, like, hey, how often are we doing this, or this HVAC checking, or this repair, you had to go to each department who may or may not have had records. So you'll see a lot in this budget, sort of a lot more of sort of centralizing and trying to have sort of a single point of contact on certain functions in the city. So facilities used to be a separate division, and and we'll get to it when we get to general services. We used to have a general services department that sort of handled more of the general services of the city. It was sort of during the recession, it was one of the departments that got folded. So what happens is those functions got farmed out to existing departments, and they weren't particularly the core function of that department. And so they've sort of been just a few steps above life support. So given the condition of our buildings and being in reactive mode, we spend a lot more. It's a lot more expensive to fix things when they get to the point of not being repairable anymore than to being on a reasonable maintenance, proactive maintenance schedule.
So how's having them under the new department going to address that?
How is it going to? So I'll say that it doesn't get buried under Scott's he has a huge department, and I think that the core services that they provide, they're amazing at that, and I think, he did just fine also managing facilities, but I think it's time at some point, how much more can that department do? And I think it was time to break it off and go back into that general service mode. So we have a whole structure of being more proactive, a higher level of service. We have new facilities coming online that are going to need to be maintained. And as we add more and more to the portfolio, we need to decide, and we have leases, right? How many times have you heard me say we're a horrible landlord? Because it's nobody has enough time to be responsible and solely responsible for those tasks. So that is the approach of really having a separate division on facilities management to really take a look at our buildings and the buildings that we own, to really focus on making sure that they don't fall into complete disrepair, that it's 5 times as expensive to fix things.
So we're going to be transplanting the entire team then?
There are certain project managers that were managing so facilities management used to manage some new construction projects, and they used to manage existing building maintenance. Scott is going to keep the new construction, and facilities is keeping the building maintenance.
Which I was going to ask about, because when we do something new like a park, I mean, having new facilities management working in tandem with Public Works makes sense to me. Right. Yeah. It makes sense. Some sense.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. So just the existing facilities will transfer over to the new department?
Correct. So council, the city manager stated, so project managers for new projects, they will effectively stay in Public Works. They move from the facilities division to engineering. So for example, management of things like a new park, or a park where we're adding splash pads, refurbishing. That's part of our team in Public Works project management. But facilities will retain two project management positions that deal with things like, let's say, our elevator project at City Hall. That remains in facilities. If we're doing like a recarpeting, replacing an HVAC unit, that's very much a pure facilities project, as opposed to we're managing a new fire station, like building a new fire station.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't clear to me right off the bat, that it would essentially be split between the new department and your department. So, I want to talk a little bit about every month we meet up, Director, yourself, Randall, Brian, and me. We talk about upcoming Public Works projects in District 4, and it usually generates a couple of different lists. I noticed in the proposed budget, it doesn't have all of those projects in your proposed budget. I could follow up over email. I assume some of those are the SB1 projects that you're coming back to council with for approval?
Correct. So the budget, so twofold on SB1, the budget does include all of the SB1 revenues. So there's a listing within the budget of SB1 capital improvement projects that we are putting out to bid, awarding construction contracts. And then also within our street maintenance division includes the SB1 funding for operating, which basically pays for then the employees, the rock, mineral, equipment usage for those projects. On the Thursday council agenda, one of the agenda items is approval, requested approval of an SB1 project list, and that does include those that would be self-performed.
So the reason I'm not seeing a line item for specific projects, for example, the paving of Browning, Bullard, Millbrook, and Ninth, which we talk about every month, is because this council still has to make that allocation during a council meeting?
That is correct. So the state does require that the council, it can be done the same meeting as a budget approval, but it cannot be part of the budget adoption. It has to be a separate resolution and a separate list. So we're complying with the state requirements. We were able now to time it such that you do have that list before you during these budget deliberations.
There were some other projects too, Director, that weren't SB1 specific projects, like paving Dakota between Cedar and Maple. There was a CDBG pavement, I think that was Roberts, or that was a concrete on Roberts and 10th. There was a Measure C, Peach and Airways, Dakota to Clovis slurry that we talk about every month, but I didn't see identified in this budget anywhere. I'll follow up with you over email. I'm just curious why that is.
Great, and the reason is really because, for example, the slurry program is housed within our operating budget as a department, rather than being a specific capital improvement project for each one. Just based on, similar to, it's very similar to, say, the tree trimming, geo-based tree trimming program. You'll see a $2.8 million allocation in the budget, but you won't see a listing of, say, 40 different geo-bases that we would trim with that. So if that analogy is helpful.
If it's okay, I'd like to email the list and maybe we could just get a further explanation on some of those. Just want to make sure that if something's not included in the budget that I go ahead and make that motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We haven't approved the ARPA infrastructure projects yet as a body, but I imagine when we do, that's going to push these regularly scheduled projects back, right? Since ARPA is time sensitive.
Well, the vast majority of our public works projects are also time sensitive, whether it's CDBG, having to meet the timeliness test and the annual action plan, or if it's a federal or state grant project. Each of those is also time sensitive. With ARPA, we are close. We anticipate issuing an RFQ for engineering design services. Even though recognizing the final list has not yet been adopted, we know the types of projects, and we know that we need to outsource a significant amount of that design work to get those built in a timely manner. So
the design, of course, but I mean, what is the plan? I mean, we're adding tens of millions of dollars to your workload, and you guys are already having trouble completing projects in a quick turnaround because of staffing issues. I mean, what's the plan here? We're going to be adding $20 to $30 million in projects.
I think that, to me, the number one plan is that the number of positions is the right number to deliver the program. The key is really filling the positions to make that happen. So that is our goal. That's our primary approach. If we continue to be unable to fill those positions, we'd certainly have to look at alternative plans for that.
I had previously asked you, Director, for an estimate for the design phase of El Dorado Park. Do you have that number handy?
I believe there's been some discussions with Director Aaron Aguirre in reviewing and discussing with him the parks capital budget as proposed. There are funds within the budget for El Dorado Park, both for land acquisition and also funding for design.
So that wasn't a double funding, that was inclusive of a design phase?
That would include a design phase. So I believe as far as the dollar amount, it really depends upon the type of amenity to go in, ranging from, something like, for example, like a splash pad, all-in design phase is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $150,000 to if it's more of, turf rehab and such, we probably don't even need a design firm. We probably can just go out and, with the crew and go do that work. So we believe that there are sufficient appropriations in the park's adopted budget to accomplish the design phase of the project, whatever the community-based effort yields as a desired project.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I'll follow up with Aaron Aguirre about that as well. My last question is just about roundabouts. Is there a city policy about implementing roundabouts? The reason we don't put a lot of those up, is it a financial thing?
Council, there is no formal policy About roundabouts, we do have a number in existence in the city, and that's always a good tool to consider as an option at intersections in lieu of a traffic signal, or there are some locations where even a traffic signal doesn't make sense. So there's no formal policy, and there is one capital improvement project within the budget that will install a roundabout.
Is it significantly more expensive to install one of those than 4 lights on each corner of an intersection?
It really depends upon the specifics of the intersection and what's desired for the roundabout itself. For example, the aesthetic treatment of the roundabout, a number of those that have been built around the nation, some of those are very elaborate with, for example, decorative pavers, elaborate center landscaping. There are others that are very simple, that use a more plain gray concrete, not the decorative pattern. Roundabouts can be in the neighborhood of $1 million at an intersection. However, if the streets coming into it need to be realigned at all to make that work, that actually can exceed $2 million. So by comparison, traffic signals running about $750,000 right now. So a little bit more, but not tremendously more.
I think they're good tools for carbon reduction, personally. People are not stalling at red lights for minutes and minutes. I think it can be a more effective model, too, for people that get familiar with how to use them. I drive through 2 of them just to get to the freeway every single day, so probably something I'll be pushing for more in the future. Just wanted to see if there was a reason we're not proactively putting more of those out.
And we are continuing to install a number of those in, or have developers install them in residential neighborhoods as a traffic calming tool for those areas.
I'm talking about on public right-of-way.
Public and major streets, correct. Yeah, as a department, we're very open to those and even looking at specific locations and considering roundabouts as a tool, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Again, I appreciate all your work and your department's hard work, too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld, followed by Councilman Barrios, is that right?
Okay, I'll be brief. Do we still have the concrete program going on, Scott?
Yes, Councilmember Bredefeld, we do have the 7-week program that is within our street maintenance division funding, and it's a 7-week program, and we'd work with each council office on the area of greatest need within the district.
What about slurry seal? Is there a slurry seal program as well, like the concrete program?
Yes, and the budget does include a slurry seal program. Let me see. I know I've got that dollar amount handy. All right, slurry seal is funded from in the budget under Measure C street maintenance funding, and it's proposed at $1.6 million this year.
And that's in all the districts?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the SB1 money, does that still encompass each district as well?
It does, and there is an agenda item on for Thursday. The list is included, and we note each council district for each project as proposed.
Okay. Well, I also want to commend you, Scott, and your entire staff. I know the work you do is amazing. I know the demands are intense.
Thank you.
And you guys, all guys and gals, do a fantastic job on behalf of the citizens of Fresno, and I know all of us really appreciate the work you do. I would like to make 2 motions. One is to create a safe, and we've talked about this, a safe pedestrian access on the east side of Maple Avenue from Copper to International. There are kids who cannot walk in this, there's no sidewalks for them to walk. You can't access one side of the street to the other. And so I'd like to thank you. And then the second one, I'd like to fund a safety project to add what are called chicanes, kind of a funny name, at the curve where Granville turns into Beeheimer, just west of Maple. We've had over 6 accidents where cars have lost control in the curve at this location since October, and they've actually driven up nearly hitting the House several times. So hopefully we can address that and would appreciate support from the council. Thank you very much.
And Councilmember, I wanted to add
Yeah.
that last motion, that actually is included within the budget. It's on page C47 as Beheimer and Granville safety improvements.
To be funded?
To be funded.
Okay.
That is in the mayor's proposed budget.
Thank you.
So it's there. And yeah, and I would add, just as our department, we have received the neighborhood petitions, and that's incredible, the length, the number of signatures, and just the history of cars winding it. There's a car that
Yeah.
wound up in someone's backyard,
Yep.
crashing through the fence in that area. So lots of speeding, sideshows,
I didn't know
and
that it
such.
I'll rescind my second then.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that very much, Scott. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Couple questions and a couple motions. Remind me, when do we stop paying the bond for the No Neighborhood Left Behind?
I'll have to defer to our budget manager on that,
And then,
question.
as you get that information, Budget Manager, if you could also inform us of how much is the annual payment for that, therefore how much would be available for us to reprogram. And then, Scott, on EV stations. So we installed a bunch of them. I think the department's under your umbrella. Then they get vandalized, and then we have to wait 8 months to fix them, and then they get vandalized. Are we having to wait another 8 months to fix them again? What's the replacement plan for these stations?
So on that, I'm going to ask our sustainability manager, Ann Cluse, to come forward. Those assets actually are now owned by the parking division. So funding for repairs, replacements have been coming through planning and development, parking division. But Ann did take the lead on the grant with the state funds and the Air District dollars, and she's been working thoroughly on a plan of how to address that. So I'm going to ask Ms. Cluse to come forward and speak to that question.
Yeah, so we have 43 that are in need of repair, and we have put the request and the order into ChargePoint for the repair kits, because it's a cord and a head unit, and they still, because of supply chain issues again, are behind. They said that they should be able to ship at the end of next month. So we're continuing to try and
Are we
chase-
only ordering enough to replace the vandalized one, and then therefore when they get vandalized, we got to do another order and wait again?
Yeah, that has been the way we've been doing it from a budgetary standpoint. I know the parking division, what they do is they file a claim, a loss claim, and then that's how it gets funded. There's not a pot of money that's just earmarked in the event something happens at this point.
What's the cost of these repair kits?
They run, well, we're waiting to get a quote right now because we've been told that the prices went up. So the last quote we got, they were running about $750 a kit, but that doesn't include the labor and the, the repairs.
What's typically the cost per unit?
Like for instance, to fix the promenade lot right now, the head unit cost is about, with all the parts and the head unit and the cords, is about $5,400. The labor cost is about $2,400. So that's going to be the cost to fix the promenade lot, for
All
example.
right, thank you. I'd like to make a motion, council, to set aside $100,000 in the parking department's budget for replacement and repairs of the EV stations, so that we don't have to wait for claims to be processed before we can place the order and, get repair kits. Thank you. Scott, I need you back, Director. I'm going to. The concrete repair crew, I recall last year, I believe it was, when we added additional funds for that program, and instead of doing one neighborhood a year, essentially for council district, we're able to double. Your current proposed budget is $5 million. What does that compare like to the last year or two for the concrete repair program?
All right, that is really varied from year to year. What we have as kind of our main base budget is we have our 7-week program. We have 2 concrete crews who are funded out of SB1, and they work on those that are on the adopted SB1 list of projects. We also deal with, of course, the concrete work. When we do paving, we have the crew who does the ADA curb ramp updates. And then we have a strike team which deals with just some of the highest need areas like trip and fall, those type locations. So in terms of allocation, 2 fiscal years ago, council had approved an additional $150,000 per district for either sidewalk repair or tree trimming. Last year was $500,000 per district. Some of those funds have been expended, and the balance of that is carrying over in this fiscal year. So the mayor's proposed budget does preserve that last year's $3.5 million, the unspent portion of it. But really, the $38 million in general fund through ARPA, as we compare from one fiscal year to the other, this is really the greatest budget year for that type of repair work because of the ARPA funding.
City Manager, last year we had set aside $500,000 per council district for infrastructure repairs. I know there's some carryover, like in my district, there's projects that, staff can't do this by June 30th, so they're carrying over to next fiscal year. How much is in your proposed budget for that program?
The carryover on that, it's project PW 971. It's $2,875,000 that's carried over of the 3.5 that would carry over to this coming year.
So we zeroed out the $500,000 per council district. We're just simply carrying over the unspent.
Councilmember, I apologize. I was multitasking. What was the 500,000 for?
Last year, we set aside $500,000 per council district for neighborhood infrastructure projects,
right,
to be housed in the Public Works Department. In your proposed budget, you propose to carry over that unspent money to this fiscal year. My question is, are you simply carrying over the unspent money and therefore zeroing out any of the new baseline that we had budgeted for neighborhood improvements?
Okay, so it's my understanding that we carry over all, I don't think we zero out anything. I thought we carried over all of the infrastructure dollars and then add to it in the new fiscal year.
So what's the starting point, I guess? It's like last year we had $500,000 in my infrastructure budget. I think we spent everything but $25,000 or $30,000. That $30,000 carries over. So what's my starting point in terms of infrastructure dollars for my neighborhood? Is it only the $30,000, or did we put it back up to $500,000?
Oh, you're talking about for the new appropriation for
Correct.
23. Okay, hold on. Henry, do you have that in front of you?
I don't.
And while they're getting that, Director, I do intend to make a motion to add positions to your department. Just off the top of your head, if we were to add general fund positions, would it be beneficial to simply add dollars to, for example, the concrete program, or to add, give you 10 FTEs for you to determine exactly what positions you add? My intent is to make sure they're working on neighborhood infrastructure projects, not a new lane on 41. So what would you prefer?
Right, if we're going to add funding, there's a need really to add people to go with it, because otherwise the existing staff is really overtaxed. In fact, on things even like the residential speed hump program, to get in some of those, we're really utilizing even staff with overtime signups and seeing how we can, how we can squeeze out some additional work. And some of our staff really appreciate that opportunity. But one of our big challenges would be the vehicle acquisition and the time frame for that. So for example, if the council's priority were doing additional concrete curb, gutter, and sidewalk repair, that would be a new seven-member crew. That would involve acquiring a new concrete finisher truck, a new backhoe, a new kind of what do we have, a 1-ton? Yeah, dump truck, trailer, 1-ton truck. When we added 2 crews for SB1 back in FY 2019, That really took over a year to fully ramp up and get to that point.
Yeah, I anticipate. So knowing that my intent is to add more human capital capacity for your department to do neighborhood improvement projects, could you just give it some thought and get back to me by tomorrow on the form in which you would prefer that additional resource? I don't want to simply give you 10 managers or 10 engineers that may not move the needle on the neighborhood improvement projects.
And as Public Works, we can provide a breakdown of what those costs and makeup could be.
Yeah, I really want for you to be in the driver's seat, knowing that our intent is human capital for more neighborhood projects. Budget Manager?
Councilmember Arias, if I can go back to your question about the known neighborhoods left behind. So the last debt service payment of $3 million is scheduled for fiscal year 23.
Which is this upcoming year?
It's the budget, the one we're budgeting right now.
Okay, so then next fiscal year,
In fiscal year 24, there is no payment.
we would essentially have $3 million a year to be either rebonded or
Correct.
to go in the general fund?
Well, I believe we were anticipating that as a source to cover the the SAFER grant that we're going to start rolling off in 24 and 25.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, well, I don't want to talk about closed session discussions, but that,
Okay.
yeah.
So back to my council district infrastructure budgets, what's the
Okay.
answer?
Okay, so this is, I think, what we have
Take
figured
our
out.
money, city manager? Did you
Excuse
take our
me?
money?
No, we didn't, we didn't take your money, we just didn't give you any more money. So in looking at page B14.
Same end result. Go ahead,
Well,
go
I
ahead.
mean, there's a lot of money. I wouldn't say so much for you, council member, but as you know, there's the money in Public Works. So no, there is not a new additional appropriation in Public Works. We did roll over the unspent money from 22 to 23, and that's the 2.5, I think.
2.8.
2.8 that you referenced.
So how's that allocated in the proposed budget?
It is on a single line item, and it's a capital improvement project in the Public Works budget. We track that by council district. We have one page, basically memorialization, authorization forms for specific projects. In some cases, we do have projects where there's been a selection, and we have not been able to start that yet. And in other cases, we have a balance where no project selection has yet been made. So we have an individual tracking by council
Yes,
district.
but what I'm trying to ascertain is, coming next year, since I actually spent my money on infrastructure, will I have essentially no dollars for neighborhood infrastructure while everyone else carries over their funds, or are you zeroing everyone out and giving everyone an equal amount?
No, it is not. It's not equaling out per district. If, for example, if in one district, if no project's been selected or no work done, there's still $500,000 available. If in a district the funds are largely expended, there may be a balance of $50,000 to $100,000 remaining.
Okay. So that helps me. Let me make a motion to allocate $500,000 of neighborhood infrastructure dollars in the Public Works budget for each council district.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you. I would like to switch gears for a second, and this is more for Henry. I want to go back and you don't have to stay up here, Scott. Director, thank you so much. This is about our reserves. I'd like to make a motion to restore our reserves at 10% of the general fund balance.
Second.
Thank you.
Isn't that already mandated?
I think we're below 10%.
Just barely,
It should
right?
be
How much?
10%, but it's not like, I think we did a little bit lower than 10%.
Do you know what that dollar amount is?
Henry?
We'll have to do the calculation.
Okay.
We're just below 10, but we can come back with the calculation.
At 10's the minimum. I mean, obviously, I'm open to more, but at least we could do 10. If there's any amendments, I'm always open to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I had one more thing I need to talk about.
Well, Council Vice President was next. He was punched up.
I just have a simple request for a memo, Director. If you could get me a request for a memo on a cost to replace concrete center medians at the ends with those decorative rocks, the fancy kind that they have in Mike's district. Can I get
All
a
right.
cost estimate on what that would take?
Absolutely. And we
Or do
can
you know
work
off the top of your head?
We could work with you on perhaps a typical location and provide an estimate for that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Director, can we get an estimate on removing the In God We Trust from behind us while Gary's out of the room? Just an estimate. Thank you.
That's the direction. All right. I think Miguel could do it for free if we give him a hammer and nobody else is punched up. That'll conclude Public Works.
All right.
Thank you,
very
Director.
much.
So it's 5:30. We're going to power through two more departments tonight, but first we will take a dinner break. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll come back and do general services and the convention center and stadium.
What time do we plan on being back in here?
Well, I'd have to check on the delivery time for dinner, but
It's just for the public that may be still watching on Zoom or people who want to come into the chamber.
yeah, I would say the soonest we would be back is probably 30 minutes, the latest an hour.
Okay.
The sooner the better. But I got to make sure everyone eats. Going to dinner. So we're coming back for. All right. quorum. So next up is going to be the General Services Department. Let's go ahead and hear from them. Oh, from Henry.
Alrighty, good afternoon, Council President, Council members.
It's nighttime. It's
Oh.
6:18 p.m.
The sun's
The sun throws us off.
confusing me there. Yes, we'll be presenting for the General Service Department's budget. While it is considered, if you will, an addition or new budget or department, General Service did exist as discussions had provided. Where in essence, we're bringing it back into the organization. And if I could move to the next slide. There we go. So this department encompasses various units that were assigned to departments in the past. Primarily, it's a centralization of the fleet unit that was once under transportation. It was the facilities unit that was under the Public Works Department. And then also there was the purchasing unit that was under finance. So now the General Service Department houses those three units along with an admin unit as well. So you'll see that under expenses, primarily it's again those three main units, and I'm going to refer to them as internal service providers because they primarily provide services to citywide departments. As far as their revenues, again, because they're providing services to internal departments, they then collect their revenue through an internal service fund. So as the chart shows, the overwhelming majority of their revenue goes through the internal service fund. Now, within the department for these units, there is a list, if you will, of expansions of requested additional appropriations. Part of it is for new positions, 7.75 at just over 700,000, along with 18 new vehicles. I will point out, I know it's been asked about trolleys, and the trolley request is included under the fleet unit. Along with that, there is some IT equipment that's needed, along with, for the fleet unit, additional resources related to the maintenance and services of our citywide vehicles, fuel, additional fuel resources is also being requested, along with inventory supplies. Challenge with the disruption with the supply chains, we're trying to get that back into par to what is needed. And then additional operating expenses and some IT charges as well. So a total of 4.2 million of expansion requests have been included in the department. So I will. Oh.
I'd be happy to answer questions. I have the division staff here too. This was my brilliant idea. As I previously stated, these divisions had previously been under a general services model, and then during the recession got farmed out to different departments that were sort of most closely aligned with what they did, but I don't want to disrespect them. And well, I don't know, is it politically correct to say redheaded stepchildren anymore? I don't think so, but that's a little bit, of how the functions were in their previous homes. As I stated previously, we think that it is time to spin them back into the General Service Department where they can have a more focused effort on their functions as divisions. So we're all available here to answer questions.
Okay, we'll do that. Are you finished?
Yes, that concludes the presentation.
All right, let me take public comment before we get into questions. So again, if you are here in the chamber and would like to comment on the General Services Department, please fill out a yellow card, bring it on up to the clerk. If you are online and would like to comment, please raise your hand on Zoom, and I will call on you. I have one person on Zoom so far, Lisa Flores.
First thing, the redheaded stepchild comment, yeah, that is really rude. I learned that when I dated a redhead for a couple of decades. Second, how is the recreation of this department a cost saving? Can someone please explain that to me? Thank you.
Okay, seeing no yellow cards here in the chamber, seeing no other hands on Zoom, we'll go ahead and close public comment on general services. Come back to the council for questions. I have first Council Vice President punched up, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Yes, I got a couple of questions. Land acquisition budgeted 11.7 million. Did I see that in the line item?
Can you reference the page number, Councilmember Maxwell?
You know, I'm looking at the wrong general.
Is that general city purpose?
Yeah, and they're right next to each other. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you.
If we could talk about the animal center for a little bit. Can somebody remind me how much of this is being done in-house versus contracted out?
Animal Center? So Animal Center is going to remain in the city manager's office.
Okay.
It's not a part of this function.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
we can still answer the question.
I guess I'm getting confused with my departments here, am I?
So this is General Service Department, so it's facilities management, it's fleet management, and it's the purchasing division. Animal Services is going to be under the city manager's office, and we can either answer questions tonight or tomorrow.
For the remainder of my time for now, so I figure out what department I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a good way to save yourself.
Councilmember Arias.
I do know what we're talking about for the moment. So help me understand, who's going to be the director of this department?
Right now, there is a budget for that position included. However, I believe that there is a process that will be taken.
No, well, I mean, if this department is approved, then Brian Barr will be moving from an assistant director position in transportation into the director position of general services, as it would be the plan. If it's not, then he'll remain in transportation as an assistant director.
Okay. Secondly, so your fleet management, in the world of fleet management, my understanding is it's every vehicle in the city inventory. In this case, that's not what we're doing, right? Under this department, are we including the police vehicles, all the buses?
So
all
it
the
is
department vehicles?
So in the split, all federal assets would stay with FACTS, and because we're now under some additional new mandates on state of good repair, et cetera. And then all non-federal assets would go to the fleet, municipal fleet. So that would be your public works, your planning, your public safety, and your fire apparatuses would all be with Muni. And that's the way it used to be.
So just to be clear in my own head, General Services Department will now oversee all the police vehicles fleet, fire fleet, public works, code enforcement fleet?
So municipal fleet right now is all of the non-public safety ones. And then we have a fire shop, fire team, and then we have a public safety team which actually services our police vehicles.
Okay. Secondly, facilities management, which I'm a fan of centralizing. This is the only institution I've been to where every department manages its own, facilities, which to the city manager just leaves a lot of inconsistency. Are you going to manage not only all the city facilities, but also department-owned facilities that are currently leased out by private third parties?
Leased out to private third parties?
Yes.
So for instance, the Cockies and
Correct.
those. So under facilities management, under this general services, we have a lease administration position, and that would be to oversee those leases because right now they're all over the city and unfortunately not being managed very well.
Would this also apply to facilities leased out and managed by the airport? Or are those going to still be treated in a silo?
No, those are also federal assets and have to remain under FAA rules. Oh God, I can't believe I said that. Under FAA rules, have to remain within the airport.
So how do we make sure that federal assets that are still city assets are managed and maintained at a level of expectation that we would expect?
Fortunately, in the FTA world, there is a state of good repair. So there is a level of service and repair that must be maintained, and every year FACTS now has to certify that, and you all get to approve that. In the FAA world, there is similar programs. You just don't have to certify them. They manage about 450 leases. Right now, most of those are, I own a plane, she owns a plane, you own a plane. We may lease one hangar together. That's 3 different leases. But they manage all of those, and they're way ahead of the FACTS department when it comes to the automation of how those leases pop up.
So that addresses the status of the physical asset. What about the fact that all these departments have different lease rates? Because, if you ask the airport, they haven't adjusted their rates 15 years ago. If you ask Public Works, their stuff wasn't adjusted. How do we achieve consistency where we are collecting market rate for all our assets, irrespective of whether they're federal or a city asset?
Well, I can tell you that I know, I'm a believer of when we start something new, I don't want to bite off more than I can chew, but I can tell you in my head, my goal is to get whatever module that is associated with Tyler for asset, we have asset management software and other things. I would like to see one place where I can look up any city lease, whether it's FAA, whether it's FACTS, whether it's a general fund. We don't have that right now. So ideally, in a perfect world, I want to see where I can look up the details of any property in the city in one place, and I would house that in general services. The day-to-day management would be by the department, but there would be a holding place in general services that would be sort of the master list.
My next question is this department going to be responsible for all the surplus assets that each of the departments have that are either poorly maintained, not maintained, nobody knows that the city owns them? Are you going to be the holder of every physical asset that it's under city control?
So when you say surplus, you mean land, right? You don't mean like office supplies?
Land. We have dozens of properties across the city.
That we don't know we own?
That we don't know that we own, because every time we go to find them, we find out it's city-owned by the Parks Department or Public Works or Public Utilities, some right-of-way acquisition that we did at some point. And so do we fine the General Services Department for not maintaining their property? Is General Services going to make sure that Public Works maintains their property? What are we doing with, this? We have, of course, occupied buildings, vacant buildings, and then bare land. Who is going to be responsible for all the bare land across the city that's owned by the city?
So ultimately, I would say yes, this department, once again, I don't think we'll get there in year one, but one place for all city assets. Right now, I believe our city controller under the charter is responsible for the asset inventory. I don't know, we're supposed to list all of our assets on the CAFR. I don't know if all the weird vacant lot, I don't know if all of those are being captured.
We only can confirm that we own it when legal counsel through code enforcement does significant research to find you
Right.
know, there's some deed or somewhere. So do you have in this proposed budget resources allocated for creating that inventory?
I would say in year one, no. In year one, I'm focusing on the actual leases for the built, you know, the water tower, the Cockies, the Granite Park, the other properties that we have that are actively being used, the nail salon, the bail bonds. But I want to get there. So do I think in year one we have that? No. I was trying to start off at a reasonable level and see how things went, and if we were successful, expand. But if you want us to dive right in, we can do that.
I would, City Manager, I would be more comfortable supporting this new department if in year one it was going to at least commit resources to developing that master inventory list of city assets.
Yeah.
And I think city attorney and code enforcement have a list of properties that we've identified, but I need one place where code enforcement can go and confirm whether it's a city asset or not.
Okay. So that's fine. We can do that. I'm going to say I think we can survive money-wise. We need to do a little research on what Tyler module we need to make sure that we have that's consistent. You know, ideally it would talk to the other software, so it wouldn't have to be like a manual transfer. We might have to come back at mid-year if you know, for some reason we have to buy another software product, but I think we can start off with what we are proposing here and go from there.
Okay, and then my last question. I noticed on this year's budget, for the first time, we're breaking down the rent that each council office pays for their city hall, square footage, in a line item. But the city manager and mayor's line item is just one bundled cost. Can we have what the split is? How much is city manager paying for rent at city hall? How much is the mayor paying for rent?
Okay, so.
It's currently bundled in the line item.
Oh, I think
binder.
because we're considered one department.
Yeah.
We can separate it, but we're one department, so.
Just like to see the numbers, the
Okay.
separated numbers.
Sure. Huh? Okay.
On the line item, it just says, I think.
Yeah, the reason for that, Councilmember Arias, is the line item, it's consolidated at a department level, whereas with the council on the line item, it's actually separated at a lower level, which we call a division, so that you can see each council district.
So can we get at the division level too? I'm trying to ascertain an idea of how much square footage we have in this physical building as we move people to the Fresno B, as we potentially consolidate all physical assets under one department. Like, how much space do we have to physically grow here? How much space do we have to physically grow in other facilities? I mean, this proposed budget includes a new facility for 911 dispatch, a new facility for the police headquarters, potentially new fire facilities for fire department, and if we're all finally going to be under one roof in terms of inventory, I'd like to see that kind of divvied up.
Got it.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a long time coming, and I'm glad, we went back old school to try and, get our hands around our managements. I am looking forward to no longer having to discover. I will put this on your radar. Most of the lease agreements in my district related to community centers are expired. I want to caution you with any renewals that, don't look at it as just a 5-year or 10-year renewal. Some of those community centers may be demolished, may go into renovation. Those folks will have to relocate somewhere. As our Parks Department built itself up, we're going to need somewhere to put program staff. And the last thing I want to do is having to build a office space for staff, for program staff in the Parks Department, because our community centers have become office space for third parties. They all provide excellent, valuable service, but I think community centers need to be primarily for program staff of the Parks Department before we start building new community centers or having to potentially eminent domain, real estate in the city, because we're, pretty much landlocked. So I would just be very thoughtful about bringing stuff forward to council where it's you're just proposing a 5-year renewal without talking to the Parks Department staff on what the domino effect's going to be for such a move. I know organizations have asked me to bring forward their 5-year renewal. They would like to have a 5 or 10 or 15-year renewal. And what I've told them is, we have Measure P now. We have program resources. We need to make sure community centers in parks provide youth programming before it provides adult office space. You know, for other services are equally important, but we want those places to be hubs for youth.
And Councilmember, I know that Director Aguirre yesterday said exactly that in one of the leases or agreements I think he's preparing to bring back to council is with West Fresno, and they have confirmed and put out the staff space versus the community-based space.
And I hate to interrupt, we did just lose a council member and we no longer have a quorum, and this is a publicly noticed hearing.
Let me ring the doorbell here.
Restroom.
City manager to the rescue. She's gonna go. So our new sergeant in arms. Speaking of, where's our police officer? Went to get dinner?
Overtime.
No worries. It's all good. It's not
Assistant
your
City
fault.
Manager, to that point, I want to caution you with that, Lisa, and I'm going to look at it very closely for this reason. In that organization, they have a significant amount of contracts with the county to provide social services, which is good. It's needed in the area. But I want to make sure that our Parks Department youth programs are prioritized above, county social services for other populations. The county, in my view, has not invested in the southern neighborhoods. The county should be establishing social service, facilities. We just had one of their facilities burned down on East Street. I think they need to do part of that if they want to partner with us and build an extra wing into one of our community centers for social service staff. Great, but I don't want to have to eminent domain a neighborhood to build, community center space for youth programming when we have, significant assets that could be used for that. So I'll be looking at those very closely, but it's those kind of things, City Manager, that as you guys look at all these leases, some of them are going to be historic. I'm a little concerned. I would really appreciate if you guys would spend some time with our historic, what's her first name?
Historic specialist.
Specialist, preservation specialist.
Preservation officer.
Yes. If you spend some time with her as you look at these leases, those leases that are in historical buildings, I want to make sure that the right hand knows what the left hand is authorizing when it comes to interior, demolition of walls, tenant improvements, things of that nature, so that we protect the integrity of these historical buildings that we own. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you, City Manager.
Okay, we have a thin quorum and no one punched up at the moment. All right, Henry, that will conclude the proposed general services. All right, so we'll move on to the last department of the day. That's going to be the convention center and the stadium.
Henry, are you going to flip the slides or? Yeah. Just the budget part.
Okay, this time I'll say, good evening, Council President, council members.
Welcome.
Okay, so the slide that I've put up on the screen, it is for the convention center if you will, history and the proposed budget of expenditures. And you'll see for 2023, it's at 8.6 million. One thing that we have to do is we budget what's called a book entry. And what that means is we account for the total expense. Doesn't mean that we're going to need all of it, but it's a requirement that we do. And just as a precaution, if for some reason we as a city were to take over, it hasn't happened in the past, don't see it happening in the future, but it is a financial requirement that we make. Next item, or next slide, is the revenues associated with, again, the convention center. And as you'll see, the revenues will fall under what's called the enterprise fund. And again, it's because it's not related to any other like special revenue, capital. It's strictly enterprise funding. However, having said that, there is a general fund portion that will contribute to funding the operations. And the last slide that I have will break that out for you. I'm moving on now to the stadium. That's also part of this presentation. And with the stadium, it has mainly three categories, I'll call it. One is debt service, one is operations, and then one is what I would call capital. And again, when I get to the last slide, hopefully it'll give you a little more breakdown of what I'm trying to reference to. Again, the associated revenues for the stadium is housed under the enterprise fund, but there is also a component of a general fund transfer that allows to fund, again, operations and capital along with debt service. So I believe this next slide will provide some visibility. So with this slide, if you look at the top, number one, convention center service impact, the general fund contributes about 5.3 million. And of that, 4.2 million goes towards paying debt service. And then another $1,063,900 is to assist with the convention center operations, management fee, co-promotion, and audit fees. On the stadium side, again, the general fund contributes a total of 6.1 million, of which 2.9 million goes to pay our scheduled debt service. We have 512,300 for operations. We have $500,000 for emergency repairs, and then 2.2 million will go towards anticipated capital projects. Council President, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Henry, let me go out to the public. Again, if you're in the chamber, please fill out a yellow card, bring it on to the city clerk. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. First on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Oh, guys, like I tell you, I have an opinion on everything. My question is there any way to get funding for some capital ADA improvements at the convention center? Because currently that's where the Van Gogh exhibit is. And somebody like me who has really bad knees that kind of needs a scooter when they go to an exhibit like that, I'm totally unable to attend because the person that's renting the convention center says, we're a mobile art thing and we don't have to. And that's basically cutting out a segment of the community. And I was thinking, what would be the easiest solution? And the easiest solution would be is if the convention center had those and then either lease them or rent them. Because I know at the zoo, if I never go to the zoo, but I know that when you go in the zoo, if you need a little scooter, you can actually rent one. When you go to the fair, if you need a scooter, you can rent one. And I'm just wondering why the convention center does not have that. So I just thinking that would be a really positive acquisition of equipment, because you wouldn't need more than maybe 6 or 10 at best. And if they were needed at other functions anywhere in the city, you could move them around. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, seeing no yellow cards in the chamber, I don't see any more hands raised on Zoom.
Council President, if you'll excuse me, I also wanted to mention that I've asked a couple of representatives of ASM to join us. So Teresa Kraus and Jason Lenziger is here in case you'd ask any questions about the operations.
Thank you, yeah. So I'll go ahead and close public comment at this time, and we'll come back up to the council. I have 3 folks punched up, the first being Council Vice President, followed by Councilmember Arias.
I have questions about the stadium. Are you the one that's going to answer those?
Combination myself and city manager.
Can you educate me on the debt service, a little bit more behind that? How long we've been paying that? Is the amount we're paying in this proposed budget about average to what we've paid in the past on an annual basis?
Yes, the debt service pretty much, it's based on an amortization schedule, so it doesn't really change.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
It's kind of like a loan, if you will. If you have a fixed loan, your payment pretty much stays constant.
Okay.
Similar with debt service, it does change a little bit, but it's pretty
About $2.5 million.
Bear with me.
So I don't think the council vice president is familiar with the amortization schedule. It's constant sort of payment every year. Typically what you would see is a bigger portion of the payment goes towards the principal rather than the interest year after year after year. So it's constant payment, but it's on, Henry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's roughly how this payment works.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Thanks. So that amount's pretty much standard?
Yes.
What we've been paying?
Correct.
How many more years left do we have on that?
I'd have to double check on that for you. So last payment, council member, is 2031.
Oh, really? How long have we been paying this for?
Oh,
I think about 2000, if I remember correctly, 2000, 2001, or a little before. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we opened the stadium in 2001, so I think we issued bonds prior to that during construction. So I'm just going from memory, so it had to be around 2000-ish.
Would it not make sense to just pay, what is it, $12.5, $13 million and just?
It's,
Oh, what's the penalty on that?
I want to say we owe 35 million, something like that, when we were looking at,
Mike
right,
Lima,
right.
are you on by any chance? No? Okay. We can get that specific, what's remaining, how many more payments, all of that. Mike Lima is the one who keeps the debt schedule, and he's not on right now, but we can get that for you.
Okay, I appreciate that, City Manager. Thank you, Henry.
thank you.
That was the rest of my question.
Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Can we go back to the slides on the operational subsidy and the debt service for both assets?
Yes. Brandon, can you bring it up?
And City Manager, I am going to ask the Council President to bring back the stadium item as the operator is not here, and I have some operational questions. I appreciate the convention center operator being present, but most of my questions are around Grizzlies, the stadium, and its operations. On the convention center, kudos to The operators of Van Gogh exhibit, nothing but praises, not just the artistic venue, but the experience for folks. So we've made some headway in, being able to make that experience better in the convention center. So thank you for that. On the convention center itself, what are the deferred maintenance that are scheduled to take place at that facility over the next 2 years? Do we have, I'm assuming we have a deferred maintenance list of projects?
I'd have to research that for you, Councilmember.
Okay. And just to confirm that I'm reading this correctly, the convention center has about $4 million of debt service?
That is correct.
Is that $4 million of total debt that we can pay off today if we wanted to, or is there early payment penalties?
I don't know if, what the status is, if there's penalties. And again, that's a question I'd have to go to the controller to confirm.
And annually, we subsidize the operations of the convention center by $1 million, correctly?
That's what we're budgeting for 23, correct?
For 23. And is it been typically around the same amount every year?
Yeah, I will say though, because of COVID, there was a reduction because there was less activity. But since things are now ramping up to pre-COVID levels, it's going back up.
And the convention center, for the record, includes Sound Arena, correct? And Valdez Hall?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So it's about a $5 million both in debt and operational funds.
That's correct.
And the stadium, operationally, what's our operational subsidy annually for the stadium? Is it $512,000?
That, again, that's what we're budgeting. Of that, $300,000 is for utilities. And then, I'm trying to remember what the 213 represents. Oh, that is a pass-through of parking.
Parking, yeah.
And remind me, we don't keep any of the advertisement, naming rights, or beer sales, do we, from the stadium?
No, but on naming rights, as you know, there was a new naming rights deal, and part of their profit, if they make a profit, that triggers a rebate to us.
Correct.
So this year, we saw a rebate. We're just waiting for their final audit, which should wrap up this month, to figure out if we're right there or if we get a little bit more, or we have to credit them a little bit back.
And if I recall, the latest contract extension that we did for the operator, they kept all naming rights revenue unless it's above a specific amount.
Correct.
And the contract which they entered for naming rights does not exceed that amount, correct? So no naming rights, we don't get any of the beer sales?
No.
Does the contract allow them to set parking prices on special events?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask that the stadium budget be brought back. For the benefit of staff, we've been dealing with, I would say, the positives of more nightlife activity and weekend activity in these public assets. And what we've seen is a couple of unintended consequences. When there's concerts at the stadium and the ticket price for parking is set above a reasonable amount, whatever the user is willing to pay, they'll go park in their neighborhood, which then takes up all the hourly parking for the brewery district folks. So they see a 40% reduction in revenue whenever a stadium concert occurs. A direct, and you would think that there'd be more activity because people would leave the concert and hang out. But if you go to a concert at the stadium, you probably are $300 in your own expenditures, and there's really nothing left, much less enough more capacity for any more of the nightlife once you exit. So I want to revisit our contracts and our model where concert promoters or the stadium get to set prices for parking that ends up forcing people out into street parking. As we build more residential housing, that problem will get bigger. And I don't think we're short of parking in downtown Fresno at this point, but we are competing with each other on that front. I also have, I've tried to put these public assets in the same category. I see the stadium, the convention center, Granite Park, Storyland and Playland, all in similar arrangements where they're public assets, where there's bond debt, there's operational subsidies, but they're privately operated. And what I'm still seeing is that the city continues to treat them differently. There's deferred maintenance committed to one, not deferred maintenance committed to the other. They're all aging facilities. There's an operational subsidy for one, for the other, it's, not sufficient, for the amount of people you serve. So I'd like to start seeing these as similar assets. Does the convention center serve 500,000 people a year? Does Grizzly Stadium serve 500,000 people? Does Granite Park serve 500,000 people? If they do, then, clearly there's an economic benefit to the city, and we should be maintaining those assets somewhat, in similar conditions. So, and I think in this budget cycle, this is the most money we've ever had as a city. A lot of one-time money, a lot of American Rescue funds that could be used for a one-time infusion of resources for deferred maintenance on all these assets that would either make them more attractive or have a better customer experience. But I don't want to see us miss the opportunity to make an investment in them. So I'm going to be looking for that comparison. And City Manager, I think you, Assistant City Manager, you're aware of this, but I'm also looking at the cost for renting these facilities. If you look at Grizzly Stadium, it could be $80,000 to host a concert there. I don't know what the cost is for Sound Arena. I don't know what it is for the convention center, but I don't want to be at a point where Chichansi Stadium is $100,000 to host a concert, Save Mart is $50,000, or Sound Arena is $75,000. I like to see that the comparison and what's incorporated in that cost for use, because I definitely don't want to price us out of venues that could come to Fresno and to downtown Fresno. So I do have some questions for the operator around how we reach that formula that makes sense for everyone, because clearly we're giving a pretty big subsidy to keep that place open, and it's a great jewel. And kudos to staff and to the Grizzlies, the improvements there. They've dramatically improved the experience at the stadium.
Absolutely.
So soccer, I hope did we fix the water pressure issue?
Yes.
Yeah, finally? Good, thank you.
The pump was replaced several weeks ago during the first road trip at a very low price.
Good, and I do see, hopefully, I don't know if you have this in the proposed budget, did we get a fresh coat of paint for the stadium?
You asked for it, we got it.
Good deal. And I want to see whether we have that for Sound Arena 2 or Convention Center. I want to see whether we can, make a small investment on making it look nice again, and maybe we can put a One Fresno logo on top if it's.
I will say Teresa was, as co-promoter of Van Gogh, Teresa was able to get us a nice, fresh banner that promotes the Van Gogh exhibit. Yeah. The other thing, Councilmember, that you talked about investment into these buildings and into the facilities. You have to remember, too, for every ticket that is sold, a portion of that goes back into the buildings through the arts, parks, and entertainment fee, as well as a facility fee, which you all have dictated to go back into the facilities. I will say during the pandemic, we did not stay idle. The first few months that I had the convention center, we did an ADA upgrade for Soroyan, which was long overdue, and we got that done, as well as the ASM team has done significant renovations to the exhibit hall. So now we've got fresh LED lighting, we've got upstairs, we've done a total remodel, and the bathrooms too. And now you have large Indian weddings are looking at that as a venue because we put a little paint and a little love into the place.
Thank you. And I remember my first year here that one of the major issues was a catering contract that made it very cost prohibitive, which I think it still does. to do Indian weddings and Mexican weddings and quinceañeras, and I mean, yeah, it's very cost prohibitive, but let's just be frank. So I want to, take a look at all those things. But thank you all, and again, kudos for the exhibit and the other venues that events have been held there. It's, we got a lot of good feedback.
Okay, so looking at the schedule tomorrow, I think we can fit in the stadium again. So if the administration could contact the operator and make themselves available for their cross-examination tomorrow, we could squeeze them in. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, sir. Just to start off, I didn't think we'd be talking about Granite Park, but since that came up, I just want to offer, as I have to respectfully disagree with my colleague. I view Granite Park as an important park for the region, and we want it to be successful. We want it to stay open for access to green space. But the only real similarity, in my opinion, between the convention center, the stadium, and Granite Park is all three have required bailouts from taxpayers. That's the only similarity I see. So let's go back and talk about the convention center. So how long until the debt service in the convention center is paid off? It looks like a couple of years.
We don't know. We're going to get back to you.
Okay, on the convention center part?
Both of them, the stadium and the convention.
Okay. And then also, if there is a prepayment penalty on paying it off, please let us know, because maybe there's a off. Oh, okay. On both of them?
Yes, I do know that. There is a prepayment penalty.
Okay. And the last time it was renovated was 99, 2000, is that correct, around there? Or you mentioned there have been some upgrades to the convention center.
Oh, yeah, we just did some work during COVID in the exhibit hall. And then back to Bruce Rudd, we started doing upgrades in Soroyan, and we just did some ADA upgrades just this year. And I believe in our downtime, the winter tends to be our downtime. I think Teresa has some plans for some refreshing of the green area in Soroyan.
But as far as the debt service goes, all those upgrades, that was done about 22 years ago, roughly?
That was done some time ago, and then we did another round under Autry. Yeah, we did one under Autry when I first came to the city.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if this is more of a technical question, but how, we have other venues in town. There's the Save Mart Center. Why do certain venues, certain shows choose to go to the Save Mart Center versus coming to the convention center? I mean, do they have more parking than we do? Do they have more modern facilities? Is it a location issue? Because I feel like the convention center should be the real hub. Why are we left competing? And is ASM the operator of the Save Mart Center as well?
So yes, ASM is the operator of the Save Mart Center, and it's got a different manager over there. But I will tell you that when it comes to the venues, we're more of a mid-market venue, and Save Mart is looked at as more of a large market venue, the larger shows. We have been very, I think, blessed. I mean, we continue to have Broadway, so we have another series of Broadway shows coming up. Hamilton broke all records that we just had here. I'm not going to brag, but, Snoop was here. And unfortunately, we had a really good crowd, and folks were well behaved. I guess they were a little mellowed out that night, but it was a good concert. But he chose us because that's the type of venue he's going into. And of course, we've got Failed Entertainment, which is the Disney on Ice folks, who traditionally make us the stop over the other place.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and that's very helpful. And we'll talk about Hamilton in a second, because I got to see it, and it was an enjoyable experience. How can we be more competitive from a business standpoint to be able to attract more shows? Are you saying that the market that we attract is just smaller? Or is it a matter of, let's say we decide to do some serious capital investments. I hate to have more debt service, but right now we're operating at a loss. If it makes a difference and we can compete with some other venues, then it may be worth it.
I think the shows, as they're going out on the road, the shows that fit our market, our niche, 2,300 seats in a theater, we're getting those. There's not a weekend that goes by that there's not something happening at Soroyan, which is a great thing, right? I think it's more difficult in the arena. We're working on a few things to bring basketball back, but that means also investment in the floor. We've got hockey booked for next year, the return, over a period of time when we have ice down on the floor. We're going to have hockey come back downtown. So, we're looking forward to that. So we're also looking at opportunities, like when we've got either the ice down or the basketball floor down, we're looking to do other things with it when it's in that configuration for that venue. And then Valdez stays busy. I mean, I don't know how many, chicken dinners you've been to lately, but that place has always got something happening there, and it's a great venue. And now with the larger conventions coming back, we're starting to see more bookings in the convention center proper. With Van Gogh in there now, we actually had to move a few events to accommodate the length of the Van Gogh thing. And everyone, when we told them what we needed, everyone cooperated. So, and I guess I can say it now, huh? So we've also been using Selin for other things. So I will say we're on the market for Selin for large artists who are going to travel. So we've had a couple of those large artists come to our city, rent out the Selin Arena, and then take that particular show off of a napkin and build it, and then take it on the road. So, and we've got a couple of more of those coming in this year.
Okay. When I did get to go see Hamilton, the one thing I realized people were complaining was that bathroom space. The
Yes.
lines were pretty long. Is there anything, are we looking at maybe upgrading or provide, if we can get the permits for it, building more bathrooms in that facility?
Yeah, the difficulty with the design of Soroyan is a beautiful design, but there's only the bathrooms in the front of the house. There's nothing on the wings. Because every time I go there, I always want to go straight to the wings. I'm like, oh man, the bathroom's way on the other side. So that's just really a design it was a good design then, it's just a flaw now.
Well, I'm concerned about capacity, not the location necessarily. Is there a space at all to increase capacity?
No, it's just the way that place is built.
And this may cost a bit, but will we ever be able to do anything about that, or is it just an ongoing customer
I don't
complaint?
think so, because if you've ever been in the back of the house,
Bless you.
and maybe you ought to want to take a tour back there. The first time I ever went to the back of the house where the dressing rooms are, I mean, it was like a chilly open space. And now when you go to the back of the house, it's very nice. And so we that's would be the typical place. You would take space away from there. And for an artist, particularly, the type of folks that we're attracting, Kevin Hart and George Lopez and all those other folks, they want that kind of amenity as part of their pre-show spot. So you wouldn't, it would be a trade-off. Do you put the public back there, by having an extra bathroom, or do you, allow for the entertainer to have his or her space, or entertainers?
Okay. And then ASM Global is currently the only provider, correct, in this industry typically?
Yeah, they're like, I think I talked to you guys the other day about Trapeze, the bus company. ASM Global is kind of like Trapeze. Like if we were to go out and put an RFP out there, they'd probably buy that company tomorrow. So ASM and SMG used to be two separate entities, and now they're one.
Okay. Has there ever been a serious discussion about potentially trying to put out requests for proposals to see if anyone else wanted to try and manage the convention center?
You all actually did that, right? When I was over in transit, didn't you? And you went through the whole process, and ASM turned out to be the successful one. Is that about the time that you guys were merging? Yeah, okay, that was about the time that ASM and SMG was.
That was what, 2019?
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
Lots changed in 3 years. Will that be something that we can potentially do again if we wanted to?
I think when we go back out in 25,
How long was the window? Do you remember? Was it for the proposals?
I don't know, I wasn't.
Yeah, oh, that's
I was running buses.
Right, okay, okay.
Hey, Teresa, how long did it go out for, the last time you guys went out?
It was maybe 6 or 8 months.
6, okay.
Okay, okay. And then who's the current food provider for that
So
facility?
Pardini's is currently operating under a contract
Okay.
through ASM, and then we need to put out an RFQ for them to come back to be the master concessionaire, and we had been kind of pushing that back. I just talked to Jeff and Jim the other day, and I said it's on me, so after budget, I'll have to get that cranked out.
Okay, great, thank you. Appreciate the question, the answers.
We do have Mike Lima on via Zoom if we want to get answers to the debt service questions. Do you
Yes,
see him,
please.
Brianna?
He's in attendance.
Okay. Mike, are you on? Mike? Paging Mike Lima.
Yes, hello,
Mike Lima.
hello, I'm here.
Hi, hi.
I'm here.
We had some questions regarding both the convention center and the stadium on the amount of debt remaining, the amounts, how many years, and whether there are prepayment penalties.
Sure, I can answer those.
Great.
Let me answer the easy questions first, and then I'll get you the numbers. Can we prepay it? We could, but with penalties. We refied all that debt, and that debt we refied all that debt in 2017. So there is a 10-year basically freeze on it. We could, like I said, pay it off or refi, but we would incur substantial penalties. We will not incur any penalties starting in 2027. So we still have about 5 years to go on that. At the end of March, we had, I'm looking here, we had, on the stadium, we still had, and this is principal only, we had 23.3 million still outstanding. And on the convention center, we have about, I'm seeing 9 million on the, on some convention center improvements. And then the expansion hall, I'm seeing about 10.4 million. And then we also have about 2-3 million on the, still on Selland Arena. So I would say probably grand total, you're looking at about 20 million left on the convention center itself with, and then the stadium is about 23 million.
Like the cost of a fire training facility.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mike.
I haven't gone to Van Gogh. I'll make a point after budget to get there. So I'll do an inspection of every restroom while I'm there. So expect a big checklist. Yeah, I'm going to take the kids so they can see what it looks like. Thank y'all for the time and have a good evening.
Yes, I'll be adjourning this meeting, Councilmember Arias. Yeah. Meeting's adjourned.